Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV for the final time for V8SCOPS in 2024. The final time for the Gen 2 V8 touring cars on iRacing. The final time in what has been a fantastic season here in 2024. We already have a champion yet to be officially crowned here. Took it at Sandown, did James Scott. And now we get to go for 161 laps around the most legendary track in Australia. The final round of the championship is the Bathurst 1000. And it is our pleasure to bring it to you all live here on SimSpeed TV, live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. Myself, Reese Gardner, alongside me, Scott Rankin and Jay Kennedy behind the scenes, pressing all the buttons and bringing you these live pictures. Goodness gracious me. This is the biggest race of the year. We already had some of the biggest laps of the year being set yesterday in the shootout session. And now we get to see if Trans-Tasman Racing can hold on to win and take the Endurance Cup. Well, let's see how this goes then, Scott. One of the best tracks in the world, and I'm looking forward to seeing that green flag drop.
Yeah, what a day. What a place. I'm privileged enough to sit here and sit in this chair and say for two other series I've already had the opportunity to say goodbye to this car, to this generation, to everything that's gone on twice, you know, and then this is the grand finale. This is a special moment. Finally, the grid procedure that we're going to do in this era. Brady Myers is going to lead us away, and we are set for just an amazing day worth of racing action. To be perfectly honest, this is going to be epic. This is going to be something.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, you all probably know all about this circuit already, watching out there on the various socials, but we'll give you all an eye in to this magnificent racetrack. An hour or two out of Sydney, on the other side of the Blue Mountains, Bathurst is home to a legendary piece of road built as a scenic drive in the late 1930s. It is now one of the most highly regarded racetracks in the world and has been ever since it opened. 23 turns around this place, long straights, heavy braking zones, the whole run across the top of the mountain and down to Forest Elbow, one of the most challenging pieces of racetrack in the entire world.
Yeah, and it's brilliant to drive it around. You know, these cars wiggle all over the place. You've got to have that wing trimmed out to give yourself any opportunity of an overtake down both of the straights, because those are the critical overtaking opportunities. But that leaves you vulnerable up and across the top. It means that you're taking risk. If you listen to the drivers and they talk about this hardware, what they will be telling you is that we've done it. We sort of learned this car. We've sort of learned what it can do. I had a unique opportunity to be sitting in and listening to a couple of drivers talking about the setups and the approaches that they've gone for based around track temperatures and other bits and pieces. Yeah, so again, it's going to be another difficult day, but gee, I'm chomping at the bit to get into Gen 3, because for the first time in a good while, we're going to have new setups, we're going to have cars that are everyone's searching for something, and somebody's going to get it right, somebody's going to get it wrong. And well, in 2023 in the real world, that led to a Brody Kostecki championship. What is that going to give us next year for us?
Yeah, exactly. So much to come in 2025. For the last time in 2024, though, this is the race details. I mean, we've had some pretty complex looking round infographics in V8SCOPS this year, but we only have 3 points for this one. 161 laps, 54 minimum laps per driver, no driver stint restrictions. So, well, yeah, that's basically it. Drivers have to complete a minimum of 54 laps in this race, 2 drivers per team. And other than that, it's all down to how you play the strategy, how you play the slipstream, keeping it out of the walls, minding the safety car.
Yeah, And the most overused phrase in Australian motorsport when it comes to this spot: buy yourself a ticket to the end of the race, because it's right. It's, you know, it's set yourself up. Safety cars, when are they going to play out? Could we see a sim racing event where we only have one of the safety cars as well? Could we go ahead and match the real one? You know, that's, I think one of the bigger things is that when you get a generation of car whereby we've been racing it for so long, the mistakes are a lot less. You know, so what you tend to see, and I think you can say that both with the Gen 3 chassis as well as Formula 1s, is where they started out, there was a lot of issues very, very early on. People got setups wrong, people got their hardware wrong, people got the way that the cars were set. But we're at the back end of something here now, and everyone sort of knows the track, knows the conditions, knows the bits and pieces, so the mistakes are less because you just know what you've got to work with. It really comes down to driver fatigue at that point. So whilst we sit here and we look at that 54 minimum laps per driver, that's 2 and a bit stints. But I think more critically is managing. I think you're going to see your co-drivers probably take on 3 stints at minimum. It's really what, 4 stints, 4 to 4.5 stints for the other driver. So could you see a little bit of tinkering back and forth with that if you've got a good driver combination? Your pairing's pretty consistent across the 2 drivers. Yeah, there's some tinkering with that, but you know, it's the Bathurst 1000, anything can happen. The other thing I'm really, really chomping at the bit for is that different tank size. What are we going to... I just don't like the Gen 2 tank size for Bathurst because it makes the strategy very bog standard. There's no wiggle room in the strategy. Everyone's doing the exact same strategy, you know. So I think quite critically to note though from today is that there is no maximum driver time race, which when you run other Bathurst 1000s, that is actually what sets your strategy offsets, because people can go, oh, we can only be in the car for 60 laps at a time, 70 laps at a time. So we've got to really alternate, because 70 plus 70 is 140. You've got to find another 21 laps there. So, but yeah, today the strategy is pretty bog standard. Everyone will know exactly what they're doing. There won't be too much wiggling.
Yeah, certainly. At least in the first couple of stints anyway, before the safety car comes in and mucks everything up, which is almost an inevitability around here. If you're curious about what's going on screen right now, if you're new to V8SCOPS, for the Bathurst 1000 there is a manual grid set procedure because we run qualifying in the top 15 shootout on the Saturday. It's a separate race server for the Sunday, and that means that race control has to set the grid manually. So to get everyone to okay, burn up the tires a little bit there. Yeah, absolutely. End of an era, so to speak. Everyone lines up in reverse order, coming into Murray's corner, and then they let them go one at a time, starting from the back, and that basically sets the grid as it should be from yesterday, with the fastest cars setting the fastest times, and the cars at the back of the grid setting the lowest times in this session. These are the Drivers' Championship standings after the 12th round here. James Scott with 4,800 points. No one can catch him for the championship. He was unofficially crowned champion at Sandown. He will be officially crowned by the end of this race. Dylan Rudd and Rehan Leonage separated by a few hundred points there. There could be a little bit of a change there, but we're not entirely certain at this stage. For now, there's really the battle between Jake Maloney and Chris Coxhead there. With Maloney, I don't think he's actually here today. Coxhead, though, will be competing for Team Jinx Shifters. Dylan Pereira as well, driving with Rehan Leonage in this race. They qualified third, managed to get third in the top 15 shootout, but unfortunately, they received an end-of-grid penalty for qualifying impedance. The pairing changes versus registered entries here who won't score Endurance Cup points. All the info is right there on the screen as to why. Man, there's some pretty big teams here, like Sim Racing 34. Briggs was driving with Ewan Baker in that car, but now it's going to be Adam Briggs out, Russell Pepperell in. Pepperell, of course, competing very strongly in the GTC category this year. So we'll have to wait and see on that. Meanwhile, the Endurance Cup standings, it's definitely on here, Scott. Vermilion Esports 117, running the top of the standings there, but Trans-Tasman Racing 22 on pole position for this race. Brady Myers and Josh Anderson have done everything right this weekend to put them on course to potentially take that title.
Yeah, and it's been across a long period of time as well. You know, the Endurance Cup, the most amount of laps that you're going to do across the season comes across these three races. Take me back through Imola and think about how those cars sort of ran. You know, O'Reilly's been a touch off pace, but I would definitely say across the year, I think he's moved further forwards. And really for the Vermilion team, they've been trying to find that really, really good foil to fit along Zach Rattray White. As soon as they find that right combination, that right pairing, will be great. So, you know, in terms of things, that's what they're trying to set up for 2025. And I think they've got their eyes set on 2025, but this will be a huge boon to them. But for Brady Myers and Josh Anderson, an opportunity to nick this one today. The 117 car, if you remember back to the Logitech Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000, actually came from the rear end of the grid, had some issues, wasn't available to do qualifying on the Saturday, came from the rear end of the field, finished, I think, 11th out of that race. And in that quality of field, very, very strong car. They're now up at the pointy end when we come around to SCOPS Bathurst 1000. So for them, a really, really big opportunity. You know, this is the one I think Vermilion has sort of been sitting around and going, okay, we're nearly there, we're nearly there, we're nearly there. They've been kicking some goals in some non-V8 Supercar related stuff, but this is their big opportunity here today. And to be perfectly honest, Brady Myers, I think he's got a point to prove. He has had a terrible 2024. All of the guys from the Trans-Tasman Racing team, they've been here and there. There's been a splashy result every now and again, but they haven't put a season together. So for Brady Myers, who qualified on pole again, Logitech Pro Invitational, set that lap. He's done it again here today. And James Scott's going to be watching him and just going, I know where you are. I beat you last time out. I'm going to do it again here today. So for Brady, you know, this is a really, really big opportunity. I know he wants to win this one. I know Josh Anderson really, really wants to win this one. Both of those guys want to. Their paint reflects it because they're celebrating the end of the era from the HRT cars side of things. So, you know, for me, there's a lot to earn from three different cars right up at the pointy end of the race that means so much about today.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the race session is now live, which means we can go through the grid for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2024. An incredible shootout lap yesterday from Brady Myers means that he and Josh Anderson start on pole for the 161 lap classic. Anderson is going to be taking it to the start, it seems. James Scott, meanwhile, also on the front row in the Doing OK by Lobs 088. He is driving with Jared Philsell. In third place for Vermilion Esports 117, Rattray White and O'Reilly, the Endurance Cup Championship leaders. They've got Orbit, Drop Bear, Mercury alongside them. Tyson Broad and Sam Blacklock driving the 215. Thomas Hinz is going to start the race with Brett Loxton in the Team Jinx Shifters 209 in fifth, with Brady Baldwin and Brenton Hobson lining up sixth in the Synergy Sim Racing 88. Chris Coxhead, the second of the Team Jinx Shifters cars, the 208 starting in 7th place alongside Mike Taliansich driving with Jordan Ross. They will take the Synergy Sim Racing 143 Mustang. And rounding out the top 10, Racecraft Simulations, Brian Borg and Jason Bentz, with Zach McDonald at the wheel of the 95 SimSport 654 to round out the top 10.
Yeah, from here on out, outside of the top 10, Michael Whiting, the Fishy Motorsports #1 car, will be probably quite happy with that one. Lines up alongside of Cody Deeth and the Vermilion Esports 888 machine. An opportunity for Deeth to push his way further forward. Andrew Dyson, the Circulators Inc. car, subsidiary of DPR Racing with MRP. They'll be looking for a strong start alongside of Darren Lobb in that car. Paul Young will line up outside of 14th and the outside of row number 7. Row number 8 is going to take us all the way back to the Americans Down Under car. Phil Kraus, fresh off competing for an IndyCar Professional Pro Series Championship. We'll see what he can do alongside of Jamie Dyke, who will have a point to prove in the 269 car. 17th spot on the grid is another Fishy Motorsports car. Ty Delaney again keeps netting experience further up these fields. James Chastanoff will be alongside of him out of 18th. The final row inside of the top 20 will be another of the Vermilion Esports cars, and it'll be Aidan Kaler, number 15. Change of team for him in the middle of the year from the Race on Oz crew. Moves over to Vermilion Esports inside of the top 20. Ewan Baker will be to his outside.
Yeah, Ewan Baker driving with Russell Pepperell there. Connor Nixon at the wheel of the 168 Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car in 21st, with Byron Phillips starting the race in the Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens machine. And then we move to Nova Sim Sports Blue, Billy Mole taking to the start here alongside Trent Allen in the Project 36 Mustang, a car that had a couple issues at getting their initial lap in open qualifying yesterday. ANZ Motorsports number 6, Henry King taking to the start there alongside Mark Poynton, who's driving with Rob Crisdale in the Frogley Juiced Racing Blue 808. Pacific Esports Racing 686, Blake Fitzpatrick in one of the retro liveries we see today. A Pepsi Max inspired livery for Dylan Walker in the number 53 Orbit Drop Bear Neptune. And then the fantastic second car for Project 36, Angus Lawford starting 29th alongside Chris Miller in the Fishy Motorsports 3.
First car outside the 30s, William Brown, Phoenix Racing Team MHD1. And alongside of him, Troy Stonestreet. Stonestreet probably a little bit further deep back in the field. He necessarily won't be happy with that qualifying performance. In behind them, Benjamin Smith was the car that we saw pulling off and doing burnouts on his way to the start-finish line in the grid set procedure in the electrical Race on Oz car. Vincent Skillbeck will be to his outside. Willie Binns and Race on Oz. What a row to look at deeper in the field. Black Hawk Motorsport's going to be registering Ding Pow to start their race out of 35th. The Bruce Tannock will be lining up alongside of him in the Mag and Turbo Motorsports machine. 1, 2, 3 car will be surely trying to keep its nose clean as the race progresses. Peter Pavlovich was enjoying the sights and scenery of Bathurst on an additional lap in the grid step procedure and taking in all the sights. Dane Northrift will start alongside of him. Final row inside of the 40. Russell Uren is enjoying his first ever Bathurst 1000 in SCOPS, and Martin Lipsky will be to his outside, and I believe we're just about to go green, so we're going to have to tick through these guys.
Yeah, indeed. Flick through the final few rows of the grid here. Kobe Jones and Hayden Sell, and then we move on through to Rayan Leonage, Kurt Stenberg. These are the cars that received penalties out of qualifying, so it's going to be a very interesting race for all of these guys. We have 48 big V8 touring cars taking to the start here as the revs rise. 161 laps on the ticker, and the first of them starts now. Wheel spin for Anderson and the 22. They've lost the front position there in the field. Doing okay by Lobbs is going to lead the way into turn 1. James Scott followed by Zach Rattray White. A minor disaster there for the pole sitting car.
I'll tell you what, they are hating grid starts at Bathurst because it's the second time in a row that that car has had issues on the run down of turn number 1. We want to try and feed in here. Huge opportunity for Tyson Broad, by the way. Have a look at how far up the grid he is. This is his big opportunity to take some points and stamp his name in. He's not had a great 2024, but he's finally got the car deep inside the top 10. We'll be looking for a strong start. Keep your eyes on pins as well. We'll be looking to cut his way through.
Everyone has been clean and respectful on the way through the first couple of corners. The number 47 Trans-Tasman entry has started from the pit lane. Bo Albert has jumped in the car to take over from Kurt Stenberg there. So they are already on the back foot, but the safety car might bring them in contact with the rest of the field. Up through the top of the mountain then to McPhillamy Park. The battles are continuing all the way through this fight here. Cody Deep taking to the AAA there as they come into the S's.
There's a car in the fence. There's a couple of cars in the fence, I think, across the top, way down at the tail end of the field right now. No!
Oh, no! Well,
no!
Starting from the back of the field due to a qualifying impedance penalty, and it's all gone wrong for the number 79, Rehan Leonage. Goodness gracious, that's not good. They made contact with Bruce Tannock in the Mag and Turbo 1-2-3 machine, side by side through Reed Park. It never works.
I just think it's lap 1. Yeah, sure, you qualified at the back, but you've got 161 laps to cut your way through 50 cars. You can afford to take some time. You've got 4 laps to pick every car off to move your way towards the front end of the field. That's the way to think about it. It's not, oh, I've got to pick off 10 spots on lap number 1. You don't survive doing that. And that's sometimes what you're just going to write down. The difficulty will be for Rehan Leonage. I mean, you know, not a bad spot. Reasonable. And that one's on Tannock.
Yeah, Tannock washing out a bit there, and a couple of other cars involved at the rear of the field there. It looked like either the Accelerate car or the Racing Ones machines that made contact there, both running orange liveries run is complete. And aside from that, which we saw on the replay, we've had no major incidents. Keep our eyes on the 209 with Thomas Hinds at the wheel. Hinds and Tyson Broad, they have made their way through multiple championships racing against each other, particularly AOG Porsche Cup. Look at this slow-mo. Meanwhile, already a little bit of rear end out there for the 088 James Scott. He's already champion, but he's not going to rest on his laurels.
No, absolutely not. Taking a look at both of those cars that were ground up in the open lap, both of them got damaged. No meatball flags, though, for both of those guys. And one that did, sorry, my apologies, apparently I've got that one wrong. It was one meatball flag opposed to a flag. The other one that I did notice was black flag. I'm going to assume it's probably a jump start for 077 Kapovic. I would say probably didn't have the line on it.
Yeah, difficult to get these cars off the line. It's also difficult to make a pass across the top of the mountain. But once you get to Commonwealth Straight, like Josh Anderson has just had, well, maybe you'll get the slipstream off Zach Rattray White, and you'll be able to get second place back. Look at how strong the slipstream is. The aggression is going to turn up here into the fastest corner on the circuit, and Rattray White will give that one.
That's smart. That's racing to lap 161, not racing to lap 10. So, yeah, really good decision making early on. You can sort of see that one coming. The pace was certainly there. The Tyson Broad's not quite being able to go with the front three. There's a little bit of a break there. This is going to be a horde of corners.
Certainly is. Going into the chase here. This is battling all the way down in the field. Angus Norford and the Project 36 Mustang in P30 right now. And look at the cars making moves up behind there. Cody Jones in the Summit Sim Sports Everest Cup just putting a position on Vincent Skilbeck in the 091, making some moves up through the field. That Summit Sim Sports car is up 8 spots. That's a pretty significant gain, and that gain is shared by the Phoenix Racing team number 86. Aside from that, JTI Team Racing wants to accelerate simracing. Blackburn and Cairns both up 6 positions each, with Corollin taking to the start. The OSR Enduro car has made up 4 positions now. The 14th place with over on the top of the field. Static. Rick playing meanwhile here into Griffin's Bend up the inside. The Esports Mustang there. And try his best to hold on to the position there.
Incredibly talented, highest I rated field, and that's no stretch of the imagination. That says oodles of talent. You don't get to 10.8k high rating without oodles of talent. The product for Cody, again, young, lots of lessons to be learned along the way. Hasn't done a lot of racing in the V8 supercar, so this is where talent means it's difficult to drive the thing. So a lot of cars are really made for it.
I couldn't imagine. I'd love to see it. It'd be fantastic. We love seeing drivers in V8SCOPS Enduros and in real-world V8 Enduros that aren't familiar with these cars. It's always entertaining. I remember back when Fabrizio Giovanardi was racing in the real-world Endurance Cup. I mean, it's going to be fantastic to see if there's any further ones like that. Meanwhile, battle for 4th, Thomas Hinds trying to get past Tyson Broad here. He's been rounding up a potential move on this car. The exit of Hell Corner is so important. You've got to get the slipstream down Mountain Straight, and then you've got to think about getting up the inside there, because you can't take the outside round, Griffins.
Have a look at the throttle, though. He's breathing the throttle on the straight. Now there's a big lift of fuel save, and he was breathing the throttle before he even got to the back of Tyson. So they're even thinking, I think that's targeting maybe a 25, 26 lap stint. The pace is up. The problem, I think, right now is that Hinds looks at Broad ahead of him and he goes, oh, look, realistically, I don't think I'm going to be able to get the overtake done and pull away. A lot of risk, not looking to take that one. Something else I've been doing a little bit of working on in the background as well that I can tell you is that fuel saving also saves the tyres as well. And we're playing as well.
Yeah, looks like the number 41, Andrew Dyson, making a move at the chase and going a little bit too deep and running off the track, getting a slow down penalty. So the 41 down to 14th as a result. Not ideal, but he continued to push the issue coming into Murray's corner. The 209 is still trying to make its way past the 215, and it looks like Tyson Ward's a bit of a cork in the bottle here. The top three have broken away from the rest of the field. The first race control decision is in, a 15-second time penalty for the Mag and Turbo Motorsport car of Bruce Taddick for that contact we saw on lap 1 with Rehan Vianage.
So that's worthwhile keeping an eye on. Hey, look, it's not enough to deserve a drive-through, but it's as close as you possibly can get. And have a look at the farewell Holden car as it slices down the inside as well and picks one spot off. Mr. Great at finishing 6th, Brenton Thompson. There's already one spot further ahead than that, but it's early days. You can always finish 6th before the end of the race.
Yeah, certainly can. I'm seeing where he ends up. This is certainly his biggest opportunity to finish just outside, just inside that top 6, maybe even a podium. Synergy, sim racing, but we'll wait and see if the curse continues for Brenton. Hobo's car, fantastic livery there, based off the, I believe, the late 90s HRT livery. There's quite a few teams that have brought out retro liveries here because this is basically the swan song for the Gen 2 cars on iRacing. We've got the Gen 3 cars coming in 2025 season 1 as iRacing announced a few weeks ago, and this is the last major event that we'll see these cars competing on. The ZB Commodore and the Gen 2 Mustang will be retired from official competition in this race, and the V8 leagues here in Australia and New Zealand will be to new cars. So there's a lot of teams out there who are hoping that they will have a good racing positions.
Just enjoy a good day with good mates. That's the other night. I think one of the big things that stood out is that when you think about what does this car mean to everyone, what does this car mean to everyone, this is the car you want to this is the car where simracing reached its peak. Let's get the one done bravely early on. Just enough space given to it, so I didn't quite get the job done.
Yeah, it's going apparently. We're going to be staying on this replay for a bit as that's a poor exit for the number 40, and then Tyson gets up the inside of Metal Grey. Goodness gracious me. Woo! All right. Well, I guess passing is possible up the top of the mountain, but you do need to be a little careful across the top there. Phil Krause is going to take advantage of that issue there for the number 40, and oh no, round he goes, coming through Murray's corner. Dear oh dear, Americans down under, unfortunately going to be falling well outside the top 20 thanks to that one. They're going to have to wait for the entire field to go past them. Everyone's still too close together.
Yeah, but at least they're still in the race. That's the big thing. It could have happened up and across the top. Nowhere to go when you would have seen the biggest field goal attempt in a V8 supercar you're ever likely to see. And I'll tell you what, the only other thing that I was thinking of was Andrew Dyson's overtake went through. We're going to replay how that one ended up. So this is all because Dyson was checking people up as well. Remember the moves done across the top, and that just brought the entire pack of cars together. That's tricky from that angle to just outline. It looked like Kraft might have squeezed in a touch.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you have to come off the curb there at Murray's corner, but it's just unfortunate. We're going to get another look at that just to really suss out what happened. This is the view from the car behind. I believe that's Ty Delaney in the Fishing Motorsports 2. So up goes Krause up the inside, and okay, a little bit of a twitch from Krause.
Yeah, definitely on Krause there, so he spun himself off the nose, so hopefully no damage to either of cars. Yeah, the only thing I was thinking, is it just me, or does it look like Andrew Dyson's got somewhere to be? Nearly like maybe he's had the morning coffee, but not the opportunity to deal with all of the after effects of having ice coffee.
Yeah, maybe.
Have a look at Hobo.
Oh, wow, yeah, look at that. Slipstream down Conrod Straight, and he's going to find his way up there into 4th place. Man, this has been a really good lap for the Synergy 88. He's managed to make his way past all of those cars. This is a good run from the number 88. Gently does it into Murray's corner. See if he can preserve it.
I'll tell you as well, by the way, the end result for Rehan Leonage is that his final Bathurst 1000 in the Gen 2 era is over. They will not be returning to the racetrack. They are done for the day.
That's such a shame. Getting a mechanical black flag due to that contact with Bruce Tannock on lap 1. And, well, I mean, it's not the end that you want to see to a season like the one Rehan Leonage has had. He's had plenty of success this year. Endurance Cup didn't quite go to plan, especially at Imola for the number 79, but we'll have to say goodbye to them and commiserations indeed. We'll move on to the battle just inside the top 40 here. Dean Powell in the Black Hawk Motorsport number 99. This is an interesting battle we're seeing here with the Accelerate Sim Racing car. Damien Cairns again still up 8 positions and looking to try and make up at least one more. Down 3 for Mr. Powell here, but it looks like he's focusing on his corner exits and making sure he stays ahead.
Yeah, probably just trying to look after a little bit of tyre at the moment as well. Difficult running back end of this pack, and Damien Cairns, remember that car qualified a little bit further ahead than where it is. Dramas in the grid set procedure, so kind of gets, whoa, that's not a place you want to have a slide. And remember, that's 7 laps into the stint as well. They've got a long way to go on those tyres.
Yeah, you want to do a full fuel stint, which ends up being, I think, around 25 laps or so at the max. So we do need to make sure that we hold on to the tyres over the course of the entire stint here. Hobbo showing that he has great pace. I think he was just backing off for the first few laps before he turned up the wick. He's already a long way ahead of the battle for 5th place. Tyson Broad now having to... Oh, yeah, he's gone off at the chase, this Tyson Broad. And Thomas Hinds will take 5th spot.
Well, the problem is, you can see Hinds is fuel saving, but at the same time, he's quicker. He's quicker than Broad, so he needed to get on with that one. As did Cody Deeth, who gets the job done on Brian Book. So, yeah, definitely the cork in the bottle there for Tyson Broad, and the problem is you've got to try and manage that situation because you definitely feel with a bit of toe. You can probably keep up, Borg back down the inside.
Oh.
Not quite done. I reckon Deeth will get the... And for these guys, they're dropping the toe whilst they're having this stoush. Deeth's got the run up into Griffin, so Borg should just yield this one and slot in.
Yeah. Around the outside at Griffin's is almost impossible at this point in the race. The crown and the road is so big that if you're on the outside, you're basically falling off the racetrack. Well, race control reviewing that incident between Americans Down Under and Phase 4 Motorsport, and we'll see if any penalties come out of that one. Should be something that works out potentially in the favour of Phil Kraus, but he's already losing a ton of positions in this race. A real shame, but you know, sometimes you have those issues early on and you can come back. It's Bathurst. The mountain can bite you, but it can also smile on you over 161 laps.
Certainly can, and you know, you're starting to see elements of that. The guys that got good long run tyres, I think it's just looking deeper in the field as well. So critically, what you're starting to see is that, like I was just saying, Tyson Broad I think can keep up when he's got a little bit of toe, but he's not quick enough to lead that battle pack. And the problem is, Hindsey was looking to save fuel mega. Well, there comes a time point whereby you're actually just better off pressing on because you're losing way too much. Like the fuel you're saving, it's well and good, but you can't connect the dots realistically. So fuel saving actually doesn't do you any major favors. You know, cut a lap off at the end of the race, cut 2 laps off. Well, if you get a safety car, that's when you sort of make that gain. But the problem is, if you're quicker, and you only have to be quicker by 3 to 4 tenths of a second a lap, well, you're going to be disappearing. You're covering off the amount of fuel that you're saving. So realistically, I think Hinds at the moment needs to press on, needs to get the job done. What he's doing is going, I'm not close enough to get the job done, so I'll fuel save. But he's really got to start pulling that trigger and just getting aggressive.
Yeah, we want to try and get that advantage early on. It looks like, interesting to see that race control have decided that incident for Phil Kraus and Paul Young, no further action. Few mitigating circumstances, it seems.
Issues around the Dunlop Bridge, I think, the exit of the chase. There was a fair few cars off at the the chase just a few moments ago. It looks like it's resolved itself, luckily. And it's an issue for Daily Cans. Might be day done for him.
Oh man, the Accelerate Sim Racing car with plenty of damage to the front right, and no surprise to see there's a mechanical black flag for that. This is the reason why that has happened. This is the incident you were talking about here, Scott. The Phoenix Racing Team car going for a move, and unfortunately contact made with the wheelie bins car. Cans comes through and unfortunately cannot avoid it.
Well, the problem is for the 86 car, he's rolled off the brake, definitely. If he'd have locked the brakes down, it wouldn't have been anything. You know, and Cans would have had a clear path, and that's what you're expecting from the drivers ahead. So, yeah, difficult. It's been cool. I mean, it's going to be investigated anyway. But, yeah, 9 laps in, my word, it's getting feisty. The difficulty we've got today is when you have a race whereby you have so many quick cars shuffled to the rear end of the field, it does lend itself to a little bit more drama.
Yeah, it does. You know, fast cars making their way through on a track where it is notoriously difficult to pass, especially up the top, and you've got a big pace difference between cars at the front and the rear of the field. Yeah, there's always some kind of drama that happens. Well, this 5th place fight here is drawing further and further away from the battle for the top 4. Our top 4 cars have all really driven away from each other as well as these guys, and now it's on for this Fishy Motorsport car just behind the Phase 4 machine. This is the battle for 14th place, and Ty Delaney is going to try and get it done on Paul Young at Griffins. Hopefully the exit of Hell Corner is with him.
So again, these guys are trying to build on their race, and the difficulty at the moment for that 40 car is that they're another car that looks a little bit out of sequence, a little bit further forward than realistically the cars that are around them, and all of a sudden their qualifying pace hasn't translated into race pace. So either they're going to struggle in this first half of the race, and then as the sun bleeds off the track and the conditions get cooler, it might just be a little bit better. But this will be trouble at the elbow, you would think, or maybe just a good overtake.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, slipping up the inside there. I think that is Henry King there, giving up the position to Kobe Jones. That's the name I was looking for. Kobe, one of the cars there, the Summit SimSports Everest car that was put to the back of the field, up 15 places at the moment, and the 95 SimSport 19 just up ahead of him is up 18 places. Some really good recoveries going on from those qualifying penalties as Henry King manages to gather it up on the way out of the chase.
Yeah, Kobe Jones, remember, ran inside the top 10. That SimSport Everest car was inside the top 10 for an extended period of time at that Sandown to drama, and they got a little bit off cycle. The strategy, I believe they had contact with Dylan Rudd late on the race at Sandown that sort of, you know, took them from being a great car into an average car. But, you know, such is life, so look, get your head back down. Gather it back up and keep moving on forward, and you know you can. The thing about sim racing is when you dealt a bad hand, well, I mean, they've dealt themselves a bad hand in their Summit SimSports car, but you got to respond. It's all up to you. There's a lot of cloud covering the circuit at the moment. Most of the circuit's in shadow.
Yeah, interesting to see. Obviously, changeable weather conditions. These cars are not rain-enabled yet. I presume that when Gen 3 comes, they will be rain-enabled from the outset, and we have the possibility of wet races next year. But for now, all that happens is the clouds come over the circuit and potentially cool down the tarmac. The track was, what, 48 degrees Celsius at the start of the race. It's fallen down to 44 for the time being. Yeah, that cloud cover, you can see it there on the graph, a huge dip in track temp.
Well, I was only looking at that temperature on my feeds about a lap and a half, 2 laps ago. It was 47. So that's, you know, it's dive. It's just taken another degree out of the track temp at the moment. So down into the 43. So it is the high 43. So so yeah, it's dived by 4 degrees in the space of 4 or 5 minutes. So
yeah, well, the sun's back out, and we presume there's going to be yet more track temp to come. Damien Cairns getting the mechanical black flag cleared there in the Accelerate Sim Racing car. They've spent quite some time in the pits, 2 minutes to be exact, over a lap's worth of time just spent in the box, so not ideal for them. Regardless, the race control crew looking at that incident that we caught on replay where the Phoenix Racing Team car made contact with wheelie bins at the chase, and that ended up gathering up the Accelerate Sim Racing car. And actually, it seems like that individual incident is under review as well.
Yeah, so that'll be for failure to hold brakes and what triggered the issues for the car. I really do think that there is a responsibility there to hold brakes, and I don't think it was handled, and that's the reason that Damien Cairns, but he was the only one that responded and called that one in. Connor Nixon's getting aggressive in the back end of this pack. He was feeling confident this morning, quietly confident. But they're in a tricky situation today. Unfortunately, Connor's shifter was having some hardware issues at the start of the day, and they were having a lot of problems with being able to... Effectively, what was happening was he was going for a downshift, and 90% of the time it was okay, and then every now and again it would just give him 2 gears at once in one activation. So it was not as if he went for 2 gears, it was the shifter was giving him 2 gears. So
yeah, that's the kind of issue you definitely don't want to have in these cars, because the last thing you want to do is over-rev them on the downshift. That can be an instant blowing of the engine. So you need to keep an eye out on that 168 to see if everything works out well for them. Nixon probably have to be changing up his driving for that. Maybe downshift at lower RPMs than he otherwise would, which is going to affect his pace. You know, you need to use the engine braking in these cars.
And the big thing is, around this circuit, you don't want to upset your rhythm. Right, all the practice and everything, and think about this from the perspective of, think about the number of laps these guys have done here over the last 5 years. And you know the gear stack, you know where your shift points are, and all of a sudden you've got to basically say to a driver, we've got issues, we've got dramas, you've just got to change your muscle memory. That is an impossible ask sometimes. It looks for the moment like he's still driving the same, but if you see that engine blow, that'll be right.
Really unfortunate for Connor Nixon. I wouldn't want to be saddled with that kind of drama. Regardless, replay, thanks to our friends at suitspeed.com. Andrew Dyson seeing the car ahead of him lock up, and the Racecraft Simulations car having to give way on the way down Conrod Straight. Brian Borg with a little bit of a mistake there in the elbow, but he should be able to recover from that. Behind the two Mustangs trading places there. Michael Whiting in the Fishy Motorsports 1, Zach McDonald in the 654. These drivers still fighting just outside the top 10 for the time being.
Have a look at the top at the moment, which sort of gives you an idea of who's in what cars and what's going on. The driver that's on the left-hand side of a slash in the timing tower is the guy that's currently behind the wheel. And if you have a look through our top few teams, there's actually a little bit of different strategy going on. James Scott's behind the wheel. That car's, you put both of them in there. They're both main drivers. There is no questions about that one. Yeah. Anderson and Myers, again, very, very similar. Brady Myers is a touch, and I'm talking a touch faster than Josh Anderson. There's nothing in that pairing. They are very, very reliable, very confident driving together. Rattray, Wright, and O'Reilly, definitely #1 driver there. Not as bad as it used to be. If you'd have said to Jacob O'Reilly you're a #2 driver, you would have said by a fair margin back at the start of the year. Definitely gotten better. Hobson and Brady Baldwin. I can't wait for Brady Baldwin to get in the car. I'm going to take the absolute mickey out of him because I love working with Brady Baldwin. I hope you're back in the commentary box with him at some point in the near future. That is a wonderful partnership to be working with. Hins and Loxton as well. Hins a touch faster at the moment. Brett Loxton's got a lot of time in the car, so he will be exceptionally wizened up to what's going on. So that just gives you a little bit of an idea of where the pace is going to be in some of those pairings.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be quite a few interesting matchups throughout this field. We're going to have some drivers putting their B driver in while another team has their A driver, and we'll see matchups that we may not necessarily see in conventional rounds. Battle for 14th place, Paul Young, who's managed to escape the wrath of race control for the earlier contact with Phil Kraus. Now trying to keep Ty Delaney behind him still. I mean, there hasn't been much change at the front of this battle. They've got about 3.5 seconds to the cars ahead of them, so they're really involved with each other at the moment.
So get the head down and see if you can pull it off. And the thing for Ty is, you know, crawling his way towards the front of this pack. Now he's just got to be selective about where he sends it. So just be smart about this. You've definitely got the pace. You've definitely put yourself in the right position. See what you can get done.
Slipstream down a mountain straight, an opportunity to save some fuel and potentially delay your pit stop just a little bit more. By extension, delay some of your final pit stops and potentially put yourself on a potential winning strategy to the end of the race. But for the time being, it looks like Ty Delaney does have the pace here over Paul Young. I mean, he's been setting pretty consistent times, only a few hundredths or so faster. Young's ultimate fastest lap is quicker by about 0.4 of a second. But for now, it looks like Delaney has the one with the advantage, as we're now at the point in the stint where the tyres are starting to burn off.
Yep, definitely have burned off. There's a lot of wear going on at the moment. Fastest lap of the race for our race leader, 2:05.457. They're now 0.8 of a second off that one, so 2:06.228. On their most recent lap. About a second back for Zach Rattree, his fastest lap of the race at the moment, 2:05.9, plays at 2:06.9, so he's fallen off to the tune of a second. So, and you'll see a little bit of that up and down the field. Have a look at Nixon at the moment, 2:07 flat, so he's one of the drivers. Delaney also into the 2:07, so Young had quite a good lap that last time by, brought a little bit of margin. I do wonder whether or not there's some fuel spill. Is this going to be another Dyson Sen? You bet it is.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Getting up. Oh, careful. Oh, he did get up in a 9th place, but making contact with Tyson Broad in the 2:15. They both go off at the chase and they fall way down the order. Dyson down in 21st now as Broad falls to 18th, and it looks like there's some damage on that car. I'm not seeing any mechanical black flags, but is that Delaney? That's Ty Delaney that's fallen outside the top 20. Big changes.
So did he sense a little bit of opportunity? I wonder whether or not Paul Young got checked up by what happened up ahead, and then there was a little bit of an opportunity for Delaney to get down the inside. So this is going to be quite simple. I think this is just not clear, simply. It's that simple. You get 3/4 clear, yeah. Whether or not you can say there's a case of Tyson Broad. Oh, look at the checkup though in behind them. They all dodged it. Then keep your eyes on this.
Yeah, so Delaney coming through here, and I'm not too sure exactly. Oh, okay, he caught the curb at Murray's corner. Man, you don't want to do that. It was a good save. He kept it out of the wall, but that is a mistake that he could have done without.
Yeah, that's frustrating because that's a lot of hardware. He did a really, really good job to get to where he was, and he's just thrown that all the way, which is just a tiny pickup at the inside curb.
Yeah, Murray's corner, one of those turns where you don't want to be hitting that curb on the inside. It looks very tempting, but it will send you flying. Well, we check in with the now 13th place car of Kenneth Latter, who's got Connor Nixon right behind him. Kenny, of course, one of those drivers who knocks on the door of success in V8SCOPS from time to time. Race Control reviewing the incident that we just saw ourselves on replay. Let's see what Nixon can do to find his way past Kenneth Latter here. In the midst of all of this, Paul Young has managed to find himself still at the front of this pack, more or less. Obviously down a little bit in terms of time, as there we go. Oh, almost. Kenneth Latter and Connor Nixon. Man, the chase is just a massive braking zone, isn't it? And you see massive swings between cars there.
I'm just wondering when we get to Gen 3, I reckon that braking zone down the chase is going to be longer. Like, you're going to have to pick up the brake a touch earlier. With less down. Whoa, that's a moment. That's a huge moment. Well, Fitzpatrick's going to get the job done.
Yeah, certainly is. Blake Fitzpatrick working his way up the field here. He is now in 27th in the Pacific Esports Racing Machine. I think the, well, actually 27th, sorry. He's back up to the position he started in. We're going to get another replay here of, oh, this is the car that made contact with Leonage on lap 1, Bruce Tannock, going a bit deep at the S's there, going down the hill. Minor incident all up, but certainly something that you want to avoid.
I'll tell you what, just taking a look into what the stewards have been handling with them. They've had a busy week this weekend. This has been the replay of the 686 car getting the job done. Was there contacts? There was. There was actually contact.
Yeah, and that's one of the places on the circuit where you don't want that kind of minor contact because the car's loaded up. Any minor contact is going to overload the tyres and send you sliding.
Well, more importantly, it's that you sort of load the car up and another replay coming in our way.
Yeah. Incident behind here, the 91 going for it and locking up into the chase, and the fishy Commodore had no choice but to make contact with him there.
I think Paul Warwick just called that incident in as well.
Yeah, Benjamin Smith at the wheel of the 91 there, and just a bit too deep in the number 91. Meanwhile, the gap for the lead is dropping down. Josh Anderson is on an absolute tear right now, and he's been steadily working his way into catching up to James Scott. We're approaching the end of life of the tyres, and now it seems like the balance is swinging in the favour of TTR. About a tenth of a second, maybe 2/10 faster than James Scott on the previous lap.
Yeah, I don't know, there was just a little mistake there. I'd expect to be the case. So we'll keep an eye on it. And more issues for Tyson Brook.
Yep, Ewan Baker and the Mustang alongside him, drawing up to the side down Conrod Straight, and into the chase we come, and there's some contact there. Broad catching the grass but managing to recover it, but he has to yield to Baker around the outside there, and Andrew Dyson then sees a potential opportunity. The Vermilion car just behind, not able to take any advantage.
It's Aiden Cale at the wheel of the Vermilion car just in behind that one as well, so that was a wild moment. That's the wildest one that we've seen thus far. So either way, starting to get sorted. 17 laps on the cards at the moment. Gee whiz, they're getting close to the wall up there.
We're seeing that Matthew Doust is now in the 091 car, taking over from Vincent Skillbeck, because unfortunately Skillbeck lost connection to the server. We always see Vincent here in the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car when it comes to Bathurst time for V8SCOPS, and he's had some good races overall in V8SCOPS this year, but unfortunately his internet is putting paid to that race pretty early.
Yeah, rough day for that car. They'll be hoping for a safety car, as will Damien Kansas, keeping himself relevant to the race at large. He's still out there and circulating, is one lap down, so that'll be both of those cars' goals. The problem for Matthew Dowse at the moment is that he's still in the lane while the race leaders are coming by, so I think he may potentially go to 2 laps down. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, not ideal for Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic. Well, the fight continuing here for this Racecraft Simulations car in 9th place. One of the few cars in the field that still occupies the same position they started in. Only 3 of those in the top 10. The Tinging Shifters 209 in 5th, and the Vermilion Esports 117 in 3rd. There's been some kind of change, at least by 1 position, for every other car in the top 10. And Michael Whiting starting to round up Brian Borg here. Wasn't that much faster on the previous lap, but he's keeping in the slipstream and he's rounding things up here. That 025 Fishy car has certainly been one of the star performers today. Some brilliant runs in qualifying and the shootout. Here we go. Keep an eye out through Griffin's Bend to see if there's anything that the Jinx Shifters car here, that's the Phase 4 car behind the Drop Bear Mustang, will be able to make any moves. Connor Nixon now up 9 positions in this race. It's going reasonably well for all the Drop Bear Jupiter.
Yep, so just in a really nice position, just chomping away at the bit, moving further forward. And yeah, it's just pick yourself off and keep the car clean. And when you look at that car, they've done a lot of aggression. They've been in and around the right sort of spots. They haven't really done a lot of overtaking. There's been a lot of cars fall off the road ahead of them. Has been one of the bigger gains. So again, nice little spots, and a driver I am regularly and reliably told I have to call SimSpeed Starling, apparently, James Chastanoff. I love the level of just fun the community, the Mickey taking that a lot of people have. Chasty never sees the end of Mickey taking from his teammates at Banter Alliance.
Absolutely not. He's been a consistent competitor in V8SCOPS over the past few years. Has won split 2 races plenty of times. Finally, the pit stop is complete there for the 091, and Matthew Doust will resume running in that car. But he's going to have a long way to work his way up, at least until Skillbeck gets back in the car later on. Meanwhile, we're hearing news of penalties incoming as the battle for the lead continues to draw down. It's down to half a second. We've got a 10-second time penalty for the Phoenix Racing Team 86. That's for that contact at the chase with the wheelie bins car that we saw on replay that ultimately resulted in the mechanical black flag for Damien Cairns, and a final warning for the 86 for that ultimate contact with Cairns.
Yeah, so the warning is for not holding the brakes as a part of the incident. There's enough there. You can see that the tyres, the rear tyres weren't locked, but the brake lights were just about still on. And that's what they were looking for. Race control can definitely tell that the brake has been released a little bit and not depressed the full way, which is what you're supposed to do in the cause of an incident. And then they were at fault for the original incident that kicked that entire thing off as well.
And a 15-second penalty for the 41 with Andrew Dyson at the wheel. We saw that contact with Sam Blacklock down at the chase that nearly sent Blacklock into the grass and tumbling over. Race control very much putting the hammer down on that particular incident. And a 5-second penalty for the 91 race on Oz Machine for that contact with the Fishy Motorsports 3 car. That botched braking move by Benjamin Smith. So race control have cleared their current penalties for the time being, and I don't think it'll be long before we see any others under investigation. Let's see how this battle works out into the chase.
Race control's got another one coming their way as well. So something just happened to the Nova SimSports Blue entry as well, as we're keeping an eye on this one. That they'll be investigating from the most recent lap. And yeah, look, there's a lot going on, isn't there?
Yeah, there's plenty going on throughout the field. We'll see a shot of the Nova car here. Goodness me, that is not ideal. No front bumper at all for the number 65.
If you're having problems with keeping the car cool, that's one way to do it.
Yes.
Apparently it wasn't at the chase, apparently it was actually Murray's on that 19.
Having problems with the air dam? How about no air dam? So into the corner they go. Billy Moll, oh dear, made the same mistake as Ty Delaney did some laps ago, but this time wasn't able to slow it down before he got into the wall. Oh, there's been a huge incident just there. Wow, that's one of the Project 36 cars that's had a poor run out of the chase. He was actually super slow there, and oh, this is pretty big actually. That's only just happened. Angus Lawford outbraking himself and spinning behind Tyler Blackburn, and then unfortunately that's involved the number 63 WKMP SimSports car. So Billy Moll already coming up on this incident as Lawford was getting back up to speed from that.
Whoa, that's crazy to come through the chase and just find that just in your path, and you can see it's going around again. And then additionally, so there's one car dives the pit lane here. Yeah,
that's Troy Stone Street in the 63. He ran into Lawford when he stopped at the chase. Yeah, wait till you see this, Scott. This is the onboard here from Stone Street. Lawford loses it in front of him, and look at this contact.
Oh! Well,
yeah.
You've got it all back down on all four wheels, so it's a shame the contact happened, but the car could have been upside down.
Yeah, certainly. I think Stone Street will be happy that there wasn't an extra couple of degrees on that lean. Otherwise, that might have been race over for himself and Blake Warboys. Well, Stone Street in the pit lane getting damage repaired, so is Jake Slade. It looks like he might be taking over a car there as the 017 loses the spot there to the 168. Orbit Drop Air Jupiter now up 12 positions. Oh,
running through. Riding's just had a lot of issues trying to pull that car up because Griffin's been last lap. He lost the spot to Connor Nixon. Nixon's now cut his way through on board, and it was just went through way too deep. And apparently there was more. So this is Andrew Dyson and Todd Ford. So this is the previous lap. Remember these two guys have already touched each other up once this race. I reckon they might have still made contact there. That's what race control will be looking at. But yeah, the other thing I was just about to say was the Troy Stone Street. Do you remember there was an incident with was it Peter Brock's last ever Bathurst 1000? I think it was 2005, where he was in the 05 car and there was a car parked in the exact same spot. He just plucked the wheel up it and the car went up and over. Brock wasn't in the car at the time.
Yeah.
It was earlier.
Yeah, well, rack your brain for that one, Scott. Meanwhile, the race lead has come right down, and did you see how much momentum the 088 lost out of McPhillamy that time? This is interesting. Josh Anderson, I mean, the start didn't go great for him. He spun the wheels up off the line, but now he's showing that he's got the pace here to potentially take the race lead back.
Well, yeah, he's tracked in. I do wonder whether or not James Scott might just be fuel saving a touch. But either way, that's given impetus, and when you get an opportunity as a racing car driver, you're absolutely going to go for it.
So we got one person in the YouTube chat saying 2005, but Harry Dodd's saying 2004. So
it's 0504. I remember. Was it Plato that was in the car with? It was definitely the 05 car. I can see the car, but yeah, I just can't remember what year it was. But it was upside down. That's how the race ended.
Yeah. Well, I just noticed there was a bit of oversteer, big slide for the 088 coming out of Murray's corner. It looks like that rear end that I was praising in the shootout yesterday for the Lobs Esports car is now starting to fall away. The handling of the car is not quite to James Scott's liking, and Josh Anderson is right on his bumper as they come into Griffins.
Oh, he's got right there. And I've just looked it up. It was Jason Plato. It was 2004, and it was his final Bathurst appearance. Brock didn't drive the car on the final Bathurst 1000 drive.
That's a shame, as the number 49 Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens car comes in. Byron Phillips making it 21 laps on this stint. We are now in the actual pit window for the first stint, and we've gotten a bit of inside info from Jared Philsell as well. Teammate to James Scott. Apparently, James almost fell out of his seat, so that's the reason why we saw that pace drop off there from the 088. That's not ideal. I mean, there isn't any pressure in terms of the championship. Wherever this car finishes, James Scott is still the champion. He became champion a few weeks ago. But regardless, if you're leading a Bathurst 1000, you want everything to go as smoothly as possible.
I mean, yeah, for sure. You know, reasonable start. If they are that far down on the tyres and they're really starting to ail, well, then absolutely that will do it. But think about the track temps at the moment. It's hit 50. So remember, you said it started at 48 degrees? Well, it dropped down as low as 43 degrees Celsius. Look at the waves in the...
Yeah. 50 Celsius, jeez. Okay, so Jared Philsell was using a metaphor, a simile. Not literally falling out of the sim as James Scott. He's just struggling with tyres at the moment. I think he's burnt through them.
Yeah, difficult back end of the sim, back end of the stint. 2 laps left to go. She's a hot one. And opportunity for Rattray White to try and drive up as well. Not quite able to do it. And remember, the track's relatively green to start the day as well. There's rubber being laid down. The biggest benefit, I suppose, of having tyres that wear is you do lay down a fair bit of rubber. And 48 cars to start the day. We've already lost 1. 47 cars doing laps laying rubber down. That line, the track condition is going to continue to improve.
Yeah, well, the race server started with 30% rubber on the track, so yeah, relatively green. but should be climbing up very quickly with 23 laps, 22, sorry, completed so far here. Problem for Vermilion 15. Oh no, Aiden Cale's gone for a spin there out of Murray's. I don't know if there was contact involved with another car there. I'm hearing Jay go, oh no, in the background. I think there might be a bit more to that as the 215 is coming into the lane. Tyson Broad potentially going to hand that car over. Oh, it's Andrew Dyson. I mean, we've seen him make a couple of risky passes there, a little bit of contact in the rear of the number 15 and then compromised exit. And, oh, man. Oh, well, I mean, there was another car up alongside them there, it seems. I mean, what do you do in that situation?
This is Summit SimSports Everest car, and the difficulty with Dyson. Dyson tends to not use the bumper a lot. Like, this is a lot of contact for Andrew Dyson. Yeah. He's not normally like, whoa, that could have been a lot worse. That it was a fraction later on diving to the left-hand side. That would have been a T-bone and day done. But yeah, difficult, but still alive. And is it? You reckon we're going to get one more lap? You're going to get a little bit further?
Yeah, potentially. Well, there's no sign of the leaders coming into the lane just yet, but you can tell that James Scott is suffering on those tyres at the moment. I don't know if Lobs Esports anticipated the track temperature to be this high. Their setup might not be dealing well with these track temperatures.
Well, that also says that they've got a set built towards the back end of the race. So right now they're struggling and they're ailing and they're comfortable taking that penalty to have a car that's going to be very, very difficult to beat later on. So right now, you're just sitting here and you're going, yep, there's going to be safety cars. The field's going to get condensed as the race goes on, which means all the time that we lose right now, don't need to worry about it. It's critical. I really think it's critical for Anderson to see if he can't get this job done early. And the reason for that is, all right, they've got a car that's performing a touch better. That says they should be a little bit worse maybe later on in the day. Get the job done now, get the track position. We talked about how difficult it is to get an overtake done. Then you can outfox them a little bit. You sort of force... Phil Sell and Scott are brilliant in terms of strategy. Sometimes they put some masterclasses together, and if it forces them to think, it forces them to set their racing up. And Anderson's having a look across the top. This is bravery.
Reed Park didn't go too well for James Scott there, was slightly offline, and you can tell that the rear end is certainly a lot less grippy on the 088. Coming down through the S's, the front end seems okay. They're still hitting those apexes, and the car is biting like they want it to. A little bit of oversteer for Josh Anderson as well, so maybe the Trans-Tasman car's starting to suffer now too. Regardless, it's still in much better shape than the Lobs Esports car is, and off the exit of Forest Elbow, he'll be well in the slipstream. Is he going to go for the move at the chase, or are we going to see a pit stop from either of these guys? You know what, if the 22 can catch these guys out and undercut them, the 088's going to have to spend another lap out there on those very worn tyres, and that will give a solid advantage to the Trans-Tasman car.
Yeah, something I would have put in the back of my mind. Just again, just outfox them a little bit here and now, and maybe cut your way through.
They're coming in.
So they're both, no, Myers is going to go, sorry, Anderson's going to go the extra lap. So he was saving, he was conserving, and yeah, this could actually set it up quite well to actually go in the other direction. So this could be Josh Anderson being in a lot better place a little bit later on, just with more of a tyre offset.
Yeah, that tyre offset's going to be massive, though. James Scott is going to gain a lot of time on the outlap there, as we have more cars in the lane. Aiden Cale in the number 15, obviously got some damage to repair there. Mike Taliancic is jumping into the 143 there, and now there's a driver change in the 088. Jared Philsell taking over from James Scott.
Yeah, so that just says they're looking to keep both of their drivers fresh, and the biggest thing for that car as well is they can put whatever driver they want in at whatever point they want in. There's basically no difference between those two drivers, so yeah, really interesting just to see what they actually do between two car here, whether Brady does jump in to get an early stint out of the way.
Yeah, it will be very interesting indeed. Everyone's wanting to know, Scott, what you're having a munch on.
I am eating some fruit and nut mix, tropical blend, so little bits and pieces of apricot, dried. I love me some dried banana. I don't know why. I've always really, really loved dried banana. And there's a special treat. they've shuffled in some, I think some macadamias coated in white chocolate.
Yummy. I don't have any food in front of me. I'm going to have to change that at some point in this race. For now, it's just my coffee in front of me.
Ooh. I think it's a coffee break, Tommy. You've done me.
Indeed. Chris Coxhead now in the Team Jinx Shifters 208 here, trying to make up a couple extra positions. He's trying to find his way into the top four. Of course, there has been that pit stop for the 088, which means this is the battle for effective fifth. It's the two Jinx Shifters cars together as they're coming up on some lap traffic. The 152 Project 36 car down in 47th position right now. And Thomas Hins likes to turn up with his foot cam from time to time. You really get a sense for his driving attitude here as he's the one leading this team battle. I suppose for the time being, they're just trying to keep things flying in formation, as there's the response from the Trans-Tasman 22. We also see the Vermilion 117 coming in, and Synergy 88 is in as well. Brenton Hobson bringing the car in, and Brady Myers is jumping into the 22.
This could be a really big stoush between these two guys. They've had history of phenomenal races at the mountain. I cast my eyes back to a brilliant one late last year between that 088 machine and I think it might have been the Logitech Pro Invitational for 2023 actually. That was a race for the ages. It was I want to say it might have been the Phil Cell car. Actually, it was James Scott. It was James Scott, Brady Myers and Madison Down all going at it for the last 50 laps of the race. It's just no holds barred, throwing down, and the last 10 laps was some of the most epic Bathurst 1000 racing I've ever seen. I love watching these two race off against each other.
But they're not going to be racing directly against each other. That was a very long pit stop there for the 22. They put more fuel in the car.
So this is an undercut style. So what they've just said, remember, they were saying that they were having a lot of issues with the rear tyres in the Phil Cell Scott car. So they're shortening up these opening stints. One, it's going to be a lighter, more agile car. Two, it means less time on those tyres. So remember how they ailed really badly at the back end of that stint? Well, now they're cutting that section of the tyre out and getting fresher rubber on. The problem is, so the reason why you tend to not do this is it chops options. What you want to do with your race strategy is, particularly at the start of a very long race like this, you open your options up. The instant you go shorter, what you're actually doing is lessening the amount of options. So if you want to cut stops out, you want to do different bits and pieces, should a safety car cut in about 3 to 4 laps after the 088 car makes its next pit stop, they're in trouble. They're actually really off sequence and they have to come back down, but they've lost all the track position. Effectively, what they won't lose is the time on pit lane. That will equalise itself because everyone will have to take the same amount of time on pit lane. What they lose is the time spent travelling through the lane twice.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, if there's a safety car soon, then the 088 is going to be on the back foot. But we know enough about James Scott and Jared Filsell that they're more than capable of finding their way back to the front on pace alone. Meanwhile, more pit stops. And it looks like that's going to be... oh, no, that's a problem for the number 34. Ewan Baker and Russell Pepperell. They've... sped in pit lane, and that's a long way up from the 50 kph pit speed limit there, so that's not ideal for the car currently sitting in 19th spot with just a couple of cars left to make their first stops.
I'm going to get my first Larko moment of the race out of the way because I really love this. This is about problem and mistake management, and I tell you what, I wish I had Sandman's green screen behind me right now because I'd be pointing at little different things. There's little things you've got to build on a whiteboard or a notepad when you're going into these races. And I guarantee if you talk to Andrew Gilliam, you talk to Jake Burton, you talk to any supercars engineer, they have little procedural things they do. Have you ever seen the back of the pit stop boards where the guys at the front of the car controller has a list of things he reads through every single pit stop? And the reason for that is we have a process, we have a procedure. You can't forget things. It lessens the chances for mistakes. Did a bunch of endurance racing over the last 2 weekends with one of the groups I love doing some racing with, Aussie Wide Racing. What we've done over the time that I've spent with that team, it's been about 3 years now that I've been doing endurance racing. When I first came to that team, there wasn't so much of a procedure. As the years have gone by, we've procedurally, every single time we pick up on a mistake, or we think about a mistake, or we see another team making a mistake that we become aware of, something else gets triggered. Now what happens is anytime that team does a pit stop, this is exactly what happens when they do a driver change. The first things they say is, pluck a gear, pit limiter. Pluck a gear, pit limiter. And they say it twice. The reason they say it twice is it's a mental reminder to not only do it, then to check that you've done it. It comes up on the dash. What's happened there for Russell Pepperell? He's plucked the gear, hasn't pressed the limiter, or hasn't got the limiter to engage. Maybe he has pressed the limiter, hasn't pushed it all the way in. So it's always a check thing. And again, it's these little things. I do it when I'm racing IndyCar. I do it when I'm racing NASCAR. In IndyCar, why is it really, really important? You have fuel maps. And one of the things that every single time I go to turn 3 right before a restart, I say it. Watch this. Watch this. There is no light on that dash, so no pit lane speed limiter. Got the gear, no pit lane speed limiter. And it's these little things. He finally got it, but it was too late by this point. But it's the little things. Set up a process and follow it each and every time you do it. Why do we use standard operating procedures when we're in the work world? Well, the reason we do them is so that we do things exactly the same each and every time. We don't miss little things, all these critical procedural things. It's the same for car racing. It's a hobby. Get your process, get your performance right, and it prevents these little mistakes.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Russell Pepperell will be aware of that for the next time he'll be getting in the car. Of course, he'll have to get out of it first and give Ewan Baker another run at it. We've been focusing on this number 40 on and off throughout the race. Ben Morris has now taken over from Paul Young. Michael Angus is currently in at the Fishy car just behind them. Driver changes all throughout the field as everyone has taken their first pit stop now with 28 laps being run in this race. Let's talk about these guys for a minute. OSR Enduro 1. Simon Black and Michael Korolev. These two were the original administration team for V8SCOPS when it was run by Oceanic Sim Racing. These guys have decided to have a run at the 1000 themselves this year. Good to see them back out there.
Yeah, and for them, they've spent so many years giving to the sim community and being on hand and administrating. And at the end of the day, it always comes down to it. If you talk to Mike's actually having a lot of times that he sort of got frustrated towards the tail end of things because he wasn't racing anymore. When you look at it, when you look at you and I racing, for us it's still about fun at the end of the day. Commentary is definitely an easier job. There's no one sitting here being very, very critical of our work, but at the end of the day, I'm here because I want to be here. Money's great. I'd love to do this for money. I'd love to do this for a job, but I'm here because I have fun talking about racing with you and you're an interesting, insightful person. And slandering Jay is another perk of the job. So.
Oh, yeah.
But it's about getting back out there. It's about having fun. He wasn't doing it. Got out there, started racing in the vets, and then he wanted to do 1000. So he's out there and having fun.
Yeah, good to see from the both of them. Hopefully they end up getting to the end here, as that is a replay of a pass. The Pacific Esports Racing machine there. Ultimately, sorry, that was the Blackhawk Racing car. My apologies. I'm getting my car colours confused here. I think I need more coffee. Good pass at Hell Corner there. Back to live pictures. Coming up on completing the first 29 laps of the race, the battle for 4th place. Brady Baldwin is now in the 88, taken over from Brenton Hobson. A very solid stint from the 88 to start things off here, but now the pressure is on for Brady. He does have a teammate car behind him though, Jordan Ross. There's going to be a good measure of respect between these two, and we'll have to wait and see which one of them is faster, whether or not they'll do a switch, because they've got the Jinx Shifters cars right behind them. Thomas Hins and the newly crowned V8 support category champion defending his championship from last year, Aaron Gilbert in the 208.
And the thing will be, I know you said there'll be a huge amount of respect for Jordan Ross and Brady Baldwin. Well, I don't know how you show it, but in that team, it's absolutely having a laugh and taking the mickey out of each other because they love William Wright. And Brady's one of the most animated people. He's the best wobbler in his, the biggest wobbler, sorry, in his terminology. And that's the way I like it.
Yeah, indeed. And bit of lap traffic here. Baldwin coming up on Simon Black there, we were just focusing on before. The OSR Enduro car jumps out of the way, though not without costing those cars a little bit of time. I was going to say, Brady gives as good as he takes, and he often gives it to himself as well. I don't think there's anyone who roasts Brady Baldwin more than Brady Baldwin. As the pass is about to happen here, Baldwin is going to lift off and let Ross go into the chase.
Yeah, good timing. Brady recognises he's not the faster of this pair, and the other benefit now is that Jordan can pull him along. And what a year Jordan's having as well. He's just ticked over 40, but he's still giving back and, running his business and everything as well. And, he's such a critical part of the Australian sim racing fraternity, and a lot of people actually don't see that. They don't see all the emails because a lot of it is hidden, but he really works hard behind the scenes. And Brady's giving it back to him, saying, come on, mate, get down the road. You're going to have the spot, you better drive off with it.
He's doing a good job with it off Hell Corner, already gaining a couple extra hundredths, and now Baldwin has the two Jinx Shifters cars behind him for close company. Thomas Hinz staying in the 209 here for the first couple of stints of the race, with Aaron Gilbert ultimately taking over from Chris Coxhead a few laps ago. And don't forget, I believe it's 3 V8 support category championships in a row for Aaron Gilbert. He really likes driving those old 2014 spec cars. And of course, the details are still to be determined. There's a big old TBD slapped across it, but with Gen 3 coming in, oh no. Okay, I'll drop that point. Drive-through penalty for the number 41 for the contact with the Vermilion Esports 15 there. That was coming out of Murray's Corner. We saw that on board, and it ended up involving Kobe Jones in it as well. I think Andrew Dyson's driving a bit beyond his limits at the moment. It's not like Dyson. I haven't really seen much of that from him this year.
Yeah, so apparently it's even more than apparently it's 4 in a row. So, by the way, for Aaron Gilbert.
Yes.
But yeah, TBA. You know, it'd be interesting. It'd be really, really interesting is to see a multi-class race between the two generations of supercar. Maybe that's what V8 looks like for next year as a sport category.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Apparently, Jay's saying it has been discussed. I think you'd have to put a bit of extra weight on these 2019 spec cars to make it a bit more equal. Of course, these cars produce a bit more downforce than the 2014 Commodore and Falcon, which was a big point of contention in the real world. That's another thing we're going to see when Gen 3 comes in. Those cars produce only about 60% of the downforce that these cars generate.
Yeah, it's actually really, really interesting because the lap times from Super 2, I believe, this year actually been faster, over the last 2 years, actually been faster than the Gen 3 cars. Which, that's what we wanted, right? We wanted a different form of racing that wasn't so aero-reliant, and, well, that comes with actually slower lap times. It extends the braking zone. That's supposed to create better racing with. We're heading there, and down the inside goes the number 19 entry. Dylan O'Shea gets behind the wheel, starts picking up a couple of spots, and have a look at the car up the road from them as well. Morris is going to try and get down the inside. Down at turn number 1, will he pick the car up? Yes, he will. So 2 spots picked up in 2 corners for the 2 separate cars in that battle pack. And oh, by the way, Hinz just picked off Brady Baldwin.
We certainly did. Team Jinx Shifters 209 now sits in the top 5. And Brady Baldwin will be trying his best to carry on here and look after those tyres. This is how it got done. A little bit of a poke of the nose there by Thomas Hinz coming into Griffin's, and Baldwin had no choice but to give him room. And ultimately, outside of Griffin's Bend, you end up slithering off the road if you don't slow it right up. So pretty easy pass in the end for Thomas Hinz, as Andrew Dyson has brought the car in, the number 41, and Ryan Jones has taken over. So Ryan Jones did the shootout lap for this car yesterday. Andrew Dyson did the open qualifying, and Jones managed to put this car in a pretty solid position. It wasn't the most spectacular of laps. Jones told me that he's miles off the pace in these cars. So we'll have to wait and see how he goes here in race conditions with a pretty angry 3-car pack behind him.
Yeah, run while you can. That's the only people advice to Ryan Jones at the moment. Hey, look, it's the final time that you get to race this thing, so may as well get out there. Look, I'm miles off the pace and everything, but at the end of the day, it's a challenge. It's about challenging yourself and seeing what you can do. And remember, with the margin 10 seconds in terms of difference of fuel, because that margin in terms of track time is now blown out to about positive 4 seconds. So one of the things I will say is they always talk about it. I was having a conversation with Scott Campbell after V8 Vets at Road America not too long ago, and one of the big things he actually said was that around Road America, the weight in the car directly translates to lap time because you've got so much of the time that you're actually loading. Bathurst is, even though you're adding a hill to it, realistically is very, very similar as well, because you've got a lot of time, you know, a lot of big stops, a lot of hard on throttle, and a lot of long radius corners, so that body weight does convert directly to lap time. So one of the things you can do, undercut, you get with this lesser fuel strategies, your lap times are just a lot better.
Yeah, you end up getting a bit more pace. We saw a pit stop for the 66. It looks like, unfortunately, that Nova Sim Sports blue car had a disconnect in the hands of Sean van der Meulen. So problem there further down the field. They're down in 45th position. And these are the lap times that we're seeing here from Jared Filsell, consistently quicker than Brady Myers with that lighter fuel load on board. As you said, Scott, he really is taking advantage of I'd say, the double buff there of fresh tyres and a bit less fuel.
Issue at the cutting. There's an issue at the cutting. There is a car actually parked up on the left-hand side of the road, so I'm not 100% sure. We're hearing it's the 66.
Yeah, it is. Oh, okay. Interesting. Did he catch the inside wall on the way in, or was that just the rear end being lost? Yeah, no, it looks like a rear lockup.
The engine's on because we're looking for that yellow light on the rear end of the car. That tells us there's an engine problem, and the car's currently switched off. Now he finally gets a hole. It's not a big one. It's enough.
Yeah, just in time for the 36 Project 36 car to come through. The 152 nicely recovered from Sean van der Meulen. Well, not involving anybody else as, oh, that's a bit slow down Conrod Straight there for Ben Morris. Dylan O'Shea now in the 9.5 SimSport number 19, taking 12th position on the road. I'm wondering if that was a poor exit from the elbow for Ben Morris, or he just gave that one up.
It looked like he pretty much gave that one up. Remember, we keep keeping an eye on the track temperatures and everything again? We just had another huge swing. So there you go. There's the big lift off. He pulls right across the right-hand side of what happened. Track is down to 41 Celsius. It was, again, it's been up around 50. It's come up, it's come down, it's come up, it's come down. I think this is the coolest we've actually seen the track today. Yeah. Sim time, 10 to 1 p.m. at the moment as well. So we're still through the bulk of the heat of the day.
Yeah, in the next couple of hours, the track temp's going to start going down a little more consistent. Remember that the sun is at its most intense between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. I had that drilled into me at school. Slip, slop, slap, etc. Well, now with those extra few less degrees of track temperature, I think a little bit more confidence in these cars, because it's so easy to overheat the tires in these things. You want a cool track because then you can push a little bit more. But as the track temp will inevitably rise again, now that the sun's back out, they're going to have to bring things down just a little bit. Most positions gained for the time being. That number 19 has gained 30 places in this race. Remember, they were one of the drivers pinged for qualifying impedance yesterday. They had to start from the back of the grid, so this is a fantastic run up from them. And same for the Summit Sim Sports car as well. A brilliant run from Liam Reston and Kobe Jones. 25 places up. And Bo Albert and Kurt Stenberg, they had to start from the pits. They managed to find their way up to 25th.
They're doing a phenomenal job. And yeah, there was a lot of discussion about Kurt Stenberg wanted to actually run this race, and they were actually having an issue trying to find another driver who would be interested in running with Kurt, and someone reached out to Bo, and Bo said, yeah, let's do it. Why not? So this one got put together really, really late. The benefit for this team is that TTR car is already in ERT colours, just with the TTR branding all over it. So that kind of works out. Both teams well represented on that car, you'd have to say. Nice little matchup.
Indeed, as the pass is made there for Michael Angus, Jackson Barry really dropping down the order here in the 50 of Liam Reston is going to try and do exactly the same thing at Murray's Corner. A little bit compromised on the exit, might be able to get it done at Hell Corner. Yeah, that's interesting that you point out that light blue color, because yeah, I just remembered that light blue is Bo Albert's color that he likes to run with. But there's also an element of it there for Kurt Stenberg, because this TTR livery here, I believe, is based on the old Dayco Motorsport V8 supercar that Kurt Stenberg raced some years ago before he joined Trans-Tasman, and Stenny's colour was blue as well. So that's a nice little match-up between those two disparate shades of blue. Oh, Bo's having a read of something.
He's both behind the wheel.
Oh, no, that's Stenny, sorry. My apologies. Bo Albert's angle is pretty similar, so I couldn't quite tell them apart. But yeah, Stenny just having a bit of a chill there as Bo Albert brings that car up the field. Well, interesting to see that this Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens car was not quite able to hold on to these positions. Wondering, I mean, they are carrying some damage, and he's having a bit of trouble across the top as well. I think it's only a matter of time before the Summit car gets past.
Yeah, I wouldn't be fighting this too much, Jackson. It's not your race, mate. Just let them go. They're clearly significantly quicker at this point in time. So all you're doing is holding both cars up. And if you want to do that, yeah. Oh, that's a big old tank slapper. Did he grab the inside barrier? He might have clipped the inside barrier there.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm having a look there, and actually, yeah, I think he was a little bit clear of it, but still got on the power, I think, a bit too hard, and he'll have to give that position up to rest in there. Michael Angus continuing on up ahead. He's not involved with this battle at the moment, but with the pace that the Summit car has, you never know. We might be seeing a fight emerge between those two. We're going to go to another replay thanks to Sood Speed, and it seems the JTIT Race on Oils 91 having a problem at the chase. And oh no, the engine's popped. That's a missed downshift there.
It's not bad enough to have blown the engine, but enough to have done quite significant damage, which means for them, it's a meatball. That's an engine swap. That's half an hour worth of penalties, and they'll go right down the hill. By the way, there's only 33 cars left on the lead lap, and I think it's about to become 32 because Black Hawk Motorsports are about to fall off the lead lap. We've got multiple cars at 2 laps down, and the Project 36 car, remember when they got rotated a little while back? I think there was some hefty damage as a result of contact. They've fallen to 3 laps now. I think that's based on damage repair. They spent 7 minutes in the pit.
Yeah, they did. There's quite a few cars that have had some big issues in the initial couple of stints of this race. There's still a very long way to go, as Benjamin Faulkner at the wheel of the 91 has brought it in, and Benjamin Smith is going to be jumping behind the wheel himself once again. Meanwhile, battle for 35th place, Peter Pavlovich in the Pacific Esports Racing car, trying to keep Matthew Scholes behind him, who's taken over that mag and turbo car from Bruce Tannock.
Yep, time for them to get their head down and keep trying to move forwards, and for Matty Scholes, he would definitely be feeling they should be a lot further along. Remember all the contact all the way back on that one. They've had to not only fight their way through, it's, yeah, been a rough old day, but oh, by the way, remember we were going to have a look at the track graph, the temperature graph? It swung another 6 degrees, make it 7. Make it 7 degrees. We're back up to 48 just now. I read the temperature, it was 47. 2 seconds later, read it again, 48. So look at the dip and the rise in it. My word, I can't recall a Bathurst 1000 with the temperatures swung around that much.
Can't wait to see what this will look like at the end of the race. It'll probably look like a saw blade with the amount we've been seeing it rise and fall. Man, and you know, for the drivers, that's just one more aspect of this race they have to manage, because you know they'll be having people behind the scenes looking at the track temperatures here and feeding them that info potentially. They have to drive to those conditions. When the track heats up, there's going to be more understeer. There's going to be more loss of rear traction on acceleration. It cools down, the grip comes back, the car turns in a little bit better. So being able to read the conditions is a massive aspect of driving these cars.
It certainly is, and it's a massive aspect of racing. This is all down to the updates to the Tempest weather system that really bring this about. Clouds, temperatures, cloud cover, really able to be modelled far more effectively. And it just makes you think, could some of these clouds that have passed over the circuit today, I don't think there's enough of them to have been called rain, but could you imagine if we ended up getting a slightly damp track across the top of the mountain and dry down the bottom?
Yeah, Bathurst is one of those tracks where that is possible. It's a very big circuit, 6,213 meters in length, and goes all the way up across the top of a mountain, or I suppose by European and American standards, a really big hill. In any case, we'll see a pass here. Up the inside goes the 168, Connor Nixon passing Aaron Gilbert there. Gilbert's fallen off the back of that fight that we were looking at earlier. Remember, Thomas Hinds and Brady Baldwin were fighting and Gilbert was right alongside them. Gilbert's lost time somewhere, and Cody Deep is going to take advantage of the slow 208 and move into the top 8, up 4 places for that Vermilion 888.
Yeah, good run for them. Again, just, quiet day at the office. That's what you're looking for. Cody's got the potential to have these really big explosive finishes, and qualifying's not really gone their way, but their race pace, their race car looked quite good. So tracking along nicely. I do wonder whether Connor might not fight this one too hard, whether or not, he might just roll out and let Cody go, because Cody's got a worth of pace.
Looks like lap traffic was what caused the issue for Aaron Gilbert there. So we'll see here on board coming down the hill. Yeah, this is not a great place to be coming up on a slower car, and you can't really go side by side in this section unless the other car gives you a ton of room, and Gilbert having to lift off just a little bit there and allow the 168 to get a little closer, and the run out of Forest Elbow was preserved for the moment. The slipstream was there for the 168. Now the 888 is the chasing car. We'll see what Cody Deeth can do here. He's been in the car since the start of the race, and he's doing a bang-up job moving into the top 10.
Both of these guys have run since the start of the race, so searching for a little bit of track position, I think. Going out and just overtaking cars, but have a look at the field spread. We're starting to see less and less cars sort of racing each other at the moment. We're coming up on 40 laps into this race, so we're getting quite close to a quarter race distance. And we've been racing for an hour and 25 minutes. So this is going to be on for a quick one. This pace, could we see sub 6 hours?
Potentially. I mean, a safety car might throw a spanner into the works there, but you're right. The pace that we're seeing from the leaders, this is looking like a race that'll go very quickly. Bathurst 1000 usually running about 6 to 7 hours if you account safety cars into it. But if we ever went safety car free, which we almost did in the real world this year, there is a lot of potential for it to be sub 6 hours. Well, keep our eyes peeled on yet more battles in the midfield here. Craig Schultz at the wheel of the 654. That car, remember, started in the top 15. And the Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens car continuing to lose out a little bit there, but they're starting to come back. Jackson Barry trying his best to keep up in the braking zones. Schultz taking over from Zach McDonald after 25 laps completed in that car. And now he's got a bright pink machine in his rear view mirror. Is there going to be a pass here from Barry? No, he does have a look, but he's not close enough to get it done. And if anything, he outbraked himself there, ran wide. Ooh. This is going to give the position to, not the position, but definitely an extra little bit of advantage to Aidan Kale, but he is in 39th place. So he's going to have to yield there.
Yeah, doing a phenomenal job to try and drive his way back through his Aidan Kale, but yeah, he's had a rough night at the office with dramas earlier on, and the problem he's got, he's lap traffic here, so he does want to get on with his race, but at the same time, sportsmanship dictates he really shouldn't. So Barry's got to find innocent time. My word, look at that car moving around.
Yeah, God, it's slipping and sliding all over the
track
place.
Temp. That's track temp. And track temp's back up to 50 Reese.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
goodness, he's really having trouble with that rear end, isn't he? And he's going to run deep in the elbow, and the advantage is going to be there, potentially. Look at how close he ran to the wall earlier on in this lap. In fact, he probably just touched it a little bit, did Jackson Barry. So now Aiden Cale's like, yeah, screw the blue flags. I got to go for this. This guy's clearly slower than me.
I reckon Barry's steering's damaged, actually, out of that incident. I've just jumped on board with him. I think he's got a touch. Oh, it's so close. So that if you have a look at what's been happening with the rear end of that car and the remainder of that lap, it's squirming all around after he hit the wall. Does he? It's slight. If he does have damage, it's very, very minor. But the amount of movement in the rear end of that car, oh boy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you can see there's potentially maybe a degree or two of right hand down there. I can't really tell from this field of view, but yeah, obviously that car is not handling to Jackson Barry's liking. Meanwhile, look at this battle. It's closed right up. Connor Nixon and Cody Deeth together, and now Brady Baldwin is behind them because it looks like he's had an issue at the chase.
Indeed. Not sure they did gather it back up, but the field's charging on through. Brady, look, he's made a couple of mistakes, but he's driving smart, right? He hasn't fought for positions that he doesn't need to fight for. He's very, very cognizant, and he should be focusing on just keeping the car alive and handing over a clean car to Brenton Thompson to finish sixth in.
Yeah, indeed. So the Vermilion 15 and the Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens car, lap 37, turn 15, under review there from race control. Looks like, oh, this might be it here. Coming down into the elbow, and some contact from the rear. Yeah, I think Eclipse might have called that one in potentially. I'm not sure.
No,
who called that in. No, it was the other way around.
Yeah.
It was Vermilion.
Oh, he might hit the barrier. Actually, that Barry car just hit the barriers at the elbow.
Oh dear. All right, Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens is not having a good run here. Jackson Barry falling ever further down the order. What's happened here at the elbow? He's just a bit too deep on the brakes and way too deep, hitting the tires. I mean, it's better than hitting the concrete, but still not ideal.
That was tight. Yeah, Tyson Broad cuts his way through and manages to hang on to the spot. Sorry, pick up the spot, but
yeah, and he comes.
Oh, is he no, he's going to go on the barriers here.
Oh, okay. Pit entry is always difficult at Mount Panorama, but when you have a clearly damaged car, it becomes way less than ideal. So Jackson Barry will bring that car in, limp it into pit lane. On board here with Tyson Broad, and you see how slow that car was there. Big understeer through the S's, and yeah, just overcompensating, I think, on the brakes there. And Broad was like, okay, I'll just slip my way on through here with a little bit of a slide on the exit of the elbow. Man, the Eclipse Sim Sports car there is going to have a big race ahead of them.
It's interesting to know that car's fastest lap time 2:07.117 was their fastest clean. Lap time Barry was in the 2:08s and 2:09s. His fastest time was 2:08.151. And then just with all the issues in drama, that car continues. So they've actually just pulled him from that car. So handed it back over to Barry and Phillips. We'll go out and see what he can do.
Yeah, indeed. Big shame for Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens. You know, when you're matching up drivers, you do want them to be as similar on pace as possible, but you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out. And I think Barry might have been dealing with a couple of other problems in the car as well, aside from the damage. Just wasn't able to keep an eye on things. Meanwhile, this is on board with Jared Filsell, our race leader, with some lap traffic across the top of the mountain.
This is going to be difficult because he's just trying to manage, right? So these two cars are absolutely having a battle. Actually, the 152 car is massively off the pace. They're 3 laps down at the moment. This is be putting them 4 laps down, I think. So just trying to find some more time.
Philsell getting checked up quite a bit here across the top and losing some crucial time to the Trans-Tasman car. Lost about 2 to 3 seconds from the chasing number 22. The gap back down to 17.
Hang on, Troy Stone Street's
seconds.
parked up in the S's.
Oh.
The 63 machine will be done. Yeah, some war boys won't even get behind the wheel of that car.
Oh no. Oh, Stone Street's still rolling. But we'll see if he can make it back to the pit lane. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the front end's clearly damaged. So I think there might have been contact, potentially up at McPhillamy. I mean, that's really the only place that...
He was parked up in the S's, so he was off the track in the S's.
But it looks like it... Oh, okay, right, yeah, off track in the S's. So he tries his best to get it turned, but oh, that's big damage. That's a big smash there for Troy Stone Street and Blake Warboys. And since there's cars coming, he has to keep himself off the racing line there and wait to get it turned around. The engine went as a result, and now he's just limping it back to pit lane here. Should be able to make it back under their own power, so they will still be in the race, but they're going to have to take massive damage repair. This is not ideal for Cody Deeth and Brady Baldwin. Stone Street, though, runs very wide to let them go. That's compromised Deeth a little bit on the exit.
That's reasonably well done. The difficulty is when you've got a car like this is just trying to find the way across the track, and he's found the line through. I was actually just about to say, could we get a camera to see? There was a lovely sign earlier on in Blake Warboys' sim chair. As they're just announced that they're going to be welcoming baby Warboys in early next year. That sign in the background, they're sitting in Blake's chair, and you can just see actually doesn't even look disappointed. You know what? The poker face is still there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't read Blake Warboy's expression. You never can. Oh, well, we can read it there. It's definitely disappointed due to that incident, but yeah, baby Warboy's on the way, and there was hashtag Team Girl at the bottom of the sign there, so we know what Blake Warboys is shooting for.
Do you reckon that girl's going to get an education in sim racing?
Yeah, potentially. Jay's daughter Shelby is definitely getting an education in sim racing. Okay, that was a little bit close to the margin there for Cody Deeth in the 888. And, well, I think that's only minor for them. They should still be able to keep the pace up on the 88. Meanwhile, this is quite the fight here at the back of the field. The Americans down undercar, which we haven't checked in with in a while. Adam Blocker has taken over from Phil Krause, and they've got Bo Albert right behind them as Jared Philsell, race leader, has just come into the pit lane for a second stop. Only 18 laps complete on this stint.
Remember, they took 10 seconds less worth of fuel, so they were due in any time about now. I think that's what they're going to try.
Car stopped at the elbow.
Here we go.
Nathan Favero in the Tulip Racing car. Oh, he was stuck there for a bit, but he's managed to get it going. That's good. We're going to stay green from here, but that's not ideal for the Tulip Racing machine of Favero and Martin Lipsky. Looks like he just lost it by himself. Regardless, Jared Philsell going to be taking his pit stop here as keep an eye on Thomas Hinz just behind him here. Oh, Hinsey really had to... Ooh, okay. Big check up there. I think well avoided by Thomas Hinz. That could easily have been a T-bone.
We'll have a look at the entire field who have picked it up very, very quickly as well. That could have been a lot worse. Is this a full fuel?
It was. Very much full tank. 45 seconds in the box.
So they will be full tanks now to the end of the race as well. So unless these guys could be flipping the strategy here, they could be going for the extra stop. So
certainly could. We'll have to keep an eye out on the strategy going forward for the 088 as Jaden Green runs wide in Murray's and falls into 23rd place. This is quite the battle. I mean, Blocker and Albert have moved their way through to the front of this pack, and Andrew Ritchie is now in the Banter Alliance 427 in front there, taking over from James Chastaneuf. Will drop Bear Neptune of Matt Morris and Jaden Green of the Project 36 car at the rear of that pack. It'll be interesting to see what Bo Albert can do from here at the front of the pack here. He's up 25 spots. He's made his way inside the top 20. It's been a magnificent drive from the 47 so far after recovering from their rear of grid start penalty. Remember, Adam Blocker and Phil Kraus, they've got some recoveries to make. Kraus, unfortunately, involved in that incident at Murray's Corner some laps ago in the first stint. So it's all down to Blocker. See if he can try and redeem that car.
Yeah, make some overtakes. I think it's really, really interesting now. We've got to keep an eye on where Phil Sell pops out in terms of the strategy and the margin that he's got to run down to the race leader. Because remember, they extended that margin out, right, to about 16, 17 seconds. They lost a little bit in terms of traffic. The problem they've now got, though, is they're actually going to have to overtake cars through the next couple of stints. They've got a couple of cars just ahead of them on the road. So in terms of, is it possible for this strategy to work? Yes. Yes, but it means qualifying laps for 161 laps, which is just, it's going to be intense. And we've got an issue for Brady Myers going to make a mistake.
Okay, the Trans-Tasman 22 under braking into the chase, and is this? Oh, he's gone too deep. He's run wide. Crucial mistake there from the 22. Would have gotten a slowdown due to that, but has kept it out of the wall. The car is still clean. Try and minimize those kinds of mistakes. I was talking to Brady yesterday after the shootout, and that car was the fastest in a straight line. On the shootout lap, they hit 292 k's an hour into the chase. And I asked Brady if he was nervous slowing the car down from those speeds, and he said, a little, yeah, we definitely have had to pucker up there.
Well, the thing is, for Brady Myers, he's just had a lot of issues with brakes. I think he shortcut the Lacombe chicane 4 times across the course of the Logica Invitational race just recently to finish off the season. So braking is his issue at the moment. That makes me sit there and go, I wonder whether or not there's some sort of pedal sensor failure or an issue somewhere with the pedal that's giving him that.
Yeah, very true. In any case, it's lost them some crucial time that they may have stood to gain on the 088. As speaking of the 088, starting to catch up now to Connor Nixon and Thomas Hinds, who find themselves now in 4th and 5th. That 088 on fresh tyres now. Everyone around them is now past the prime phase for those tyres, so we're going to be seeing a big pace difference here.
Yeah, this should be quite huge, particularly if these two cars are fuel saving. They were. Oh, Nixon's in deep.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He's going to create a huge opportunity. So Hens is going to pick off the spot, and then Phil Sell's just going to blast on by as well, and Nixon's just got nowhere left to go.
Yeah, has to fall back into line, and now Phil Sell gear up the exit of Hell Corner, potentially jump into the slipstream out of Griffin's Bend. I don't see a hint of a move coming up to the hill, but pokes his nose out there, gets up the inside. Thomas Hinds says, yes, okay, you can have it. But then Nixon's like, okay, I'm going to move on through as well.
Opportunism at its finest.
Lovely. Love that. Well, ultimately, a net position gain for the 168 as a result of that. Sometimes when a faster car's coming up behind you, all you got to do is latch onto the back of them and be able to find an advantage.
Yeah, well, overtaking done, and for Jared Filson, it's quite key to their race plan because, like I said, they need to run qualifying laps all the way through. They took a second out of the Trans-Tasman car at the front end of the field on that most recent lap. It does mean they're going to have to pay some price at the back end of this stint. They're going to be effectively 8 laps from now, everyone else will pit. And that's when you'll sort of see, that's when the tyre offset will come back through. But the margin, what they're trying to gain is to take the margin down there. Their margin to the race lead is going to be less than 42 seconds at the end of this. Like, yeah, they've had to overtake some cars, but they didn't cost themselves any time whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. 088's on an absolute tear right now. Well, the This is one of the only close battles on track at the moment as the race has fallen into a solid rhythm now. And the other close fights on track are in the lower reaches of the top 20. But if you like what you're seeing here and you want to get involved, or if you're an iRacing former member that's looking to reactivate, the Black Friday sale is on. We have 25% off on renewal subscriptions for 1 or 2 years, and new users, you can get involved in iRacing for half the price that you normally pay. All the way through December 2nd, the Black Friday sale is on, so get amongst it if you're interested.
Don't forget Gen 3 hardware coming in the next update, alongside of the Ferrari GTP. So if you're a Ferrari fan, something to the Le Mans winner to get your hands on. And one of my favourite cars coming, the Acura GT3.
Indeed, the NSX finally coming to iRacing. Looking forward to that one. And I mean, we've got a couple of big tracks coming as well to iRacing. Thruxton is coming, and we've got some magnificent tracks on the way to iRacing. You know, Adelaide is on its way as well. The Bend has been scanned and is on its way. iRacing went and scanned Pukekohe some time ago, and are working on that for a future release too.
That's probably not far away. I would say Pukekohe is probably, if not the next release, probably the one after. I would say it's very, very close. Just with when they've scanned it. The problem for Pukekohe is that it's difficult, right? Because you've got to consider what's premium content, what's right up there, what's the important content. Adelaide Street Circuit is absolutely up there with tracks that are released. The Ben's interesting, but I'm also hearing whispers and rumours that there's more circuits on the way, and nobody said Sepang to me, so I'm very, very disappointed. But Miami F1 circuit is apparently being scanned. And don't forget that there is, with NASCAR going to the Mexico City GP circuit, that could be in the offering. That's good. Could you imagine supercars racing from the Mexico City GP circuit?
That would be amazing, wouldn't it? I'd also like to see supercars racing at Portland International Raceway, which is another track that has recently been confirmed to be coming in the future to iRacing. Portland is one of my favourite tracks in the world. Really love it. And I think it'd be the perfect matchup for these cars.
For a track with like no elevation change across its entirety, it's certainly got some complexity, doesn't it? Makes for great racing. As is what is going down on those pictures at the moment. On the run down the chase, job done. Oh, Tyson Broad, I tell you what, he chopped the nose there. That was a lot of trust placed in your fellow racing driver.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's all about trust down at the chase. It's one of the places where you can most easily get it wrong. Well, 215 back up into 15th place. They're on a big recovery drive after their earlier problems. And Craig Schultz will be trying his best to find his way back up in the 654 as well. We have the Fishing Motorsports 2 car of Jamie McKnight behind them. And aside from the current leader, only car in the field that's in the position they started in. They are net zero on positions, but they've got the ever-charging Trans-Tasman 47 behind them. Bo Albert has just been motoring his way up this field from the very start.
Good to see Bo getting the elbows out and getting the job done as well. Hey, oftentimes he's just sort of struggling to maintain the track pace, but this is what happens when you've had a lot of time away from a car like this and you've got to work your way back in. This is what a skilled operator and a known skilled operator looks like. Started the year off, managed to put some finishes together, and they were scrappy. But as the years gone on, the consistency's been there, and the level of professionalism and speed has just kept going up and up and up and up and up. So for Bo Albert, earned Rookie of the Year status for Logitech Pro Invitational this year, and robbed Zach Rattray White. Bo Albert a rookie. When was the last time you heard those words uttered?
I don't think I've ever heard them uttered. Bo's always been a quick guy from the moment I first became aware of him. Great to work with in a commentary booth as well. Let's see what he can do down Conrod Straight here as he's picked up the slipstream off Jamie McKnight. A little bit of a poor exit for the Fishy 07. Hearing the pit lane alarm go off, it looks like Brady Baldwin's brought the number 88 in, and I don't know if he's going to be handing the car back to Brenton Hobson, but at the very least, this is one of the first sort of standard pit stops from the second stint. We did have that short stint from the 088, but now Baldwin, 22 laps complete, will bring that one in, and it seems like he's staying in the car.
Yeah, I think they've got to clear probably 2 to 3 stints out of Brady as early as possible. I think will be their plan. So it does not surprise me in the slightest that he's staying in the car at this point in time. Just a request as well sent across to me to check in with the Nova Sim Racing drivers. One of our friends of the stream wanted me to have a bit of a look up and down the field. There they are. Sean van der Meulen, unfortunately, down in 44th with the disconnects that they've had. Not been the best of days, unluckily for that car.
Yeah, also with that spin at the cutting earlier too. It hasn't been a great run for them, but crucially, they're still out there. They're still keeping themselves in the potential fight here. Down 21 positions, but if they can keep the car running to the end, they'll undoubtedly gain at least a few. There's always a couple that fall victim to the mountain's pitfalls.
Let alone we get a safety car or two and they get some laps back. That'll certainly change things up.
Yeah, safety car, always a possibility at the mountain. Practically guaranteed as Angus Lawford in the 152. Jumping in the Project 36 car. We're seeing more pit stops now trickle in here for the second round of fuel ups and tyre changes, sometimes driver changes as well.
It's just trickling in at the moment, isn't it? It's not. Nobody's really jumping and diving in. The difficulty as well is that the whole field's now at a point whereby basically the entire track's covered. Every few seconds you'll be seeing a car whip past you if you're sitting out on the track at the moment. Albert's just picked up another spot there on Craig Schultz, so another spot picked up. Reston's coming in the Summit Sim Sports car. More feeding off in the background as well.
Yeah, seeing that the Summit Sim Sports Everest car is in the pit lane. Kobe Jones will take back over there and continue that car's magnificent run up through the field. Connor Nixon in the Drop Bear Jupiter car. He's kept himself well in the fight for the top 5 here, up 16 places. It's been an incredible run from those guys, and we'll have to see where they'll end up by the end of the race here. If they can keep this momentum up, they could be looking at a podium, but you never know.
They're just in the right area at the moment, aren't they? Just right place, right time. I think is how this is all going to work out. And the difficulty will be is they've definitely got to hang on to some pace, and a driver swap yet to come for both of these cars sort of at the moment. But positioned okay. Going to rely on a little bit of problems down the road for them will be the big key. So for now, just keep the head down and see what you can do.
Indeed. Adam Blocker as well, bringing the Americans down under car in. That's a full tank for the number 74. No sign of Phil Kraus getting back in the car. But we should be seeing him in a couple of stints' time. Synergy Sim Racing 143 also in the pit lane. Jordan Ross going to bring that one in. See if there's going to be a driver swap back there.
It'll be interesting to see what they do, because Ross has definitely had some pace in the last stint. We've already seen the 88 cars left Brady Baldwin in, so we can just clear some of his required laps. Reminded everyone watching on maximum sit length, not in operation today. Effectively, the only requirement is both drivers must do 54 laps. Whatever you want to do with the rest of the race, entirely up to you, but both drivers have to do. Oh, moment for Schultz. So its requirement is do 54 laps. And once you clear that, yep, it's head down And bum up and do the strategy yourself realistically. Cody Deese driven quite nicely, getting himself all the way up to 6th spot at the moment. Still looking to move their way forward. But how about a try from O'Shea? Sitting 7th on the racetrack, of course. Strategy affected. Taliancic gets back behind the wheel of the 143 car as well. And Josh Horton will turn his first lap to the race in the 15 entry. Aidan Cale finally climbs from that car. Oh, Sean van der Meulen's just had a major issue coming out of the elbow. I think that might have been hardware. Hit the barriers on the inside in that Nova Simsport car, and it was a big slide out the exit of the elbow. Damage to the front end of the car. Looks okay. Looks relatively okay. But it was a big old moment. Unfortunately.
Big old moment indeed. Big raft of pit stops happening at the moment, seeing that Brady Myers is bringing the number 22 in, and Josh Anderson is jumping back in the car. Replay of that incident for the 66, and oh dear, just breaking traction a tiny bit on the elbow and clipping the end of the concrete barrier. Yet another problem that the 66 could do without that Nova Simsports blue machine. I'm interested to see that TTR is going, is swapping drivers every stint so far. I'm wondering if there's going to be any change to that. We might see double stints later on in the race.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, look, I mean, the difficulty is set yourself up for the end of the race, right? So for right now, it's just whatever you can do to connect the dots. I think they're just chilled out. Remember, it's 1 o'clock here over on the East Coast, so if anyone's thinking about going out and grabbing some lunch, maybe Brady's stepped away, grabbed some lunch at the end of this stint, and Anderson might have already eaten. Fatigue management, you know, that's a big part of this race as well.
Yeah, no matter...
Reset.
Yeah, indeed. Fatigue management is an aspect of this race for everyone involved, not just the drivers, but the admins, us up here in the comms box. You know, this is a bit of a hard slog at times. Pit lane is a hive of activity at the moment. We've got 9-5, Fishy, Phase 4, Banter Alliance, all in the pits here. Brady Baldwin will gain all of those places back, move back into 9th spot, working it out there. Zach McDonald jumping back into the 9.5 SimSport 654, and Jason Bentz completing his first lap there in the 017. Bentley does it on your way out of Forest Elbow for Connor Nixon. On the same strategy for the moment as the Team Jinx Shifters 209. And Thomas Hinz is keeping himself in the slipstream, will potentially be saving a little more fuel as a result. Still waiting on pit stops from our 2nd, 3rd and 4th placed cars, as well as the Fishy Motorsports 3, the 08 of Paul Warwick, which is currently sitting in P10. We're going to see that blend into pit lane from here. Hinz is going to continue on.
Yeah, Hinz is definitely committed to the fuel save strategy, so Nix will probably climb out of that car now because it's been a double stint. That's time for a break. Really interestingly, have a look at the margin between the Phil Scott car and Josh Anderson at the moment behind the 22. Margin's just a lick under 23 seconds. So remember the last time we checked in just before the pit stop, 16 seconds. We gained 6 seconds in that grid in the middle there. And their fills are going to be shorter each and every time that they get there. So because they're only filling for 20 laps. So if what they're doing is going 20 laps all the way to the end, slightly shorter fill times in the car, slightly shorter stint length, which means the fall off at the back end of the stint's not as bad, which means the overall pace of the stint is up. The problem is you've got to cover off the extra stop. The amount of fuel you're going to add across the course of the race is going to be identical between those two cars. It's just how you break it up, and effectively all they're trying to cover off is that extra transition time down the pit lane. That's what they're trying to cover off. As soon as they've grabbed that margin, they're good to go.
And if anyone can do it, it's that pairing of Jared Filsell and James Scott. James Scott, the fastest driver of the year in V8SCOPS, and has won all but a couple of rounds this year. It's nigh unbeatable. And Jared Filsell, don't forget, a 3-time champion of this series and one of the most successful drivers from our part of the world in the sim racing sphere. So, yeah, if there's anyone who's going to be able to make that strategy work, it's them. But we'll have to wait and see if there's... I mean, all of that is assuming, of course, that the rest of the race continues on as it is, green flag all the way. But a safety car might force them to change things up a little.
Yeah, certainly might. Remembering the 209 car did 26 laps on their first stint. Interesting to see if they go 25. Yeah, so they're only going to make 25 in the second stint. And that track temp's back up to 50 degrees Celsius as well.
Yeah, the ebbs and flows are a bit crazy here. Yeah, I love that temperature graph. It's one of my favorite things about these overlays. Well, Hinsey. Go on.
It's just the temperature's just doing me in. Again, I've seen it dip, but not, what, 3 times? We've had 3 massive swings in the temperatures and it's climbed rapidly back up again. It's just, yeah. The wind speed's actually chilled down a little bit. The number of mistakes, remember we've seen big mistakes from drivers? It's generally been as the temperature's sort of hitting another crest, another high point in the temperature as well.
Yeah, the swings have been quite significant, more significant than I've ever seen in a Bathurst 1000. Well, we'll see how many more swings there are as have a look at this battle. We're going to leave you with this battle as we go on a quick break here on SimSpeed TV. The last car coming into the pits for their second stop, the Team Jinx Shifters 209, Brett Loxton taking over from Thomas Hinson, re-emerging in 6th place. We'll be with you again very shortly here on SimSpeed TV. You're watching the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 of 2024.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, and yeah, those eagle-eyed of you, I mean, you didn't even have to be eagle-eyed. You saw something pretty incredible just happen. So the number 49 Eclipse SimSports Kittens car has had its fair share of issues today, and this contact with the Phase 4 number 40 down at Forest Elbow spiraled into something ridiculous. So it looks like the 40 trying their best here to get it slowed down, but Paul Young ends up getting turned around by Byron Phillips, and then in comes the 215 with Sam Blacklock at the wheel, ends up T-boning them, and they get going. Then in comes the 95 SimSports 654, yet more damage. There's mechanical black flags on board for the number 40 here. They both try to get back going. Once they get down Conrod, Blacklock's trying to stay middle of the road, but then he moves to make his way past Young, and unfortunately, the 654 wasn't far enough to the right, and so big damage for those cars. But crucially, 215 is still going here. Yeah, big incident to start things off here from our second stint of commentary here in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, and we are still not even with 100 laps to go in this race. There's been plenty of chaotic moments. If you're just joining us, I'm Reese Gardner. Scott Rankin will join me in a few moments' time, and we'll see exactly how this middle phase of the race works out. Keeping an eye on the battles through the field here. This is looking like a big run here from the Blackhawk Motorsport car, the 99, trying his best to keep Russell Pepperell behind him. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong yellow car there. It's Aaron Gilbert we're taking a look at here, and he has got some very close company behind him in the form of Hayden Sell in the 95 SimSport 19. I do apologize for getting those cars confused. They are very similar colors. So,
I can tell you, Royce, I'm ready for the live cross to the kitchen. On today's menu, we are having white coffee at the moment. Lots of milk in that one. Extra teaspoon of coffee. It's a long day today. We've got to make sure we fatigue manage. One of the ways you can do that, coffee. Give yourself that nice little kick. Did have a look in the fridge. Had some energy drinks on offer. Probably a little bit too early to be getting into the hard stuff, so we'll save that for a little bit later on. Now, what are we eating? What are we managing with today? I already said, went for some trail mix. Why? Trail mix are really good at keeping the energy up for long periods of time, but you've got to have a nice little big meal in the middle of the day. Today, got myself a nice new sandwich press. Thought Sunday, Bathurst 1000 day, right time to do it. Cheesy ham toasty, a little bit of barbecue sauce. That's what we'll be snacking on this afternoon.
Delicious. That's making me hungry. I haven't eaten today yet. I'm in Perth. The race started for me at 8 a.m. I basically got out of bed and straight on the computer to get logged into everything for this broadcast. So I have yet to consume any sustenance today. I might have to make myself another coffee a little bit later though. This is a replay for the 654. Remember, they ran into that incident at Forest Elbow, turning in, having no idea what's exactly ahead of them, and then a stopped car right on the exit of the elbow. I mean, you gotta think though, they would have had yellow flags showing up for them, and even then, I mean, they probably weren't anticipating that Blacklock was going to try and go for the middle there. Just poor timing, but maybe a little bit more room should have been given regardless. You never quite predict what goes on there. We've got some news here. The number 63 is back out on the circuit. We saw Troy Stone Street have that massive crash in the S's, but after nearly 2,000 seconds in the box, Blake Warboys is now in the number 63 and looking unflappable as ever. Good stuff from Blake here as he makes his way up through the dip, up through the cutting. I'm sure I'll confuse corner names a few more times today. That number 63 has found themselves down in 46th place. They are the last running car at the moment. We remain on 2 retirements so far from the BE Electrical Race on Oz, number 91, and the Phoenix Racing Team, number 79. Rehan Leonage having to start from the back due to a qualifying infringement after getting third in the shootout and unfortunately out in the first couple of laps. Redress has been ordered for the number 41 is the Circulators Incorporated car of Andrew Dyson and Ryan Jones, and that's for the number 6. Now, number 6 car is the ANZ Motorsports machine of Henry King, quite a ways behind, and I'm not too sure exactly where that... oh yeah, there we go. That's where it happened on the replay. I was a bit focused on my in-sim feed there. Couldn't quite catch on to that. I'm just seeing also no further action being set by race control. A little bit of a bump there in Forest Elbow for Andrew Dyson, moving Henry King out of the way there. So I'm not too sure if those two messages from race control are conflicting, or if thanks to the redress order now there is no further action on the incident. I'm not sure. There is a big incident that's just come in, a big penalty that's just come in. The Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens car, the 49, that caused all of that chaos at the elbow, they have been given a black flag, a drive-through penalty for Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens. Byron Phillips is going to have to bring that one into the pits and tour his way through.
So I have an update on the other incident. I was just listening, and one of the benefits of wireless headset technology, I was away in the kitchen, so whilst you were yappering away and you were trying to listen into some of your feed, I did hear something important. That redress was actually rejected. The team that was supposed to benefit from the redress actually said, you know what, we don't actually want it, just let him go.
Right, I see. Well, looks like the number 6, it was the car that decided, yeah, look, it's fine, we can just keep going, just let him have it. All right, so that's the reason why we saw that no further action after the redress order. Received a ticket about Andrew Dyson and Henry King from Ben Christensen, but then Henry asked them to void that. So, yeah, unsure of the thought process behind that one, but evidently there was a bit of discussion in the number 6 as to whether or not it was really going to affect their race all that much. It was relatively minor contact in the end, though.
Well, I think what was going... Well, I'm going to have a guess at the psychology behind this one. But what I think happened there was that they went, they're going to pass us back anyway. Let's just let them get on with it. If we just reject the redress, we don't have to deal with that situation again. Because remember, the 41's had a couple incidents today, not being quite clean. So this is just saying, this is going to bother us more than it's going to, really redress. We're going to lose the spot eventually. So forget it. Don't worry about it. Let's get on with the race. 19 car, I think Dylan O'Shea just had an issue with incident as well, whether or not he was behind the wheel.
Looks like Hayden Sell's been behind the wheel there for some time, so it's obviously still not the best situation, because if you have your teammate in the sim with you, they can spot for you. So Hayden, I think, a little bit driving blind here. He'll have to rely on those yellow flag displays in sim and his relative. Meanwhile, further up the field, Kurt Stenberg has taken over the number 47 from Bo Albert. A monumental first part of the race from Bo Albert to get that car from a pit lane start all the way up to 16th place now. And, well, Stenny may be driving in a rig now, but he's still got that seating position that he took from racing on a stool for so long. He leans forward. He likes to be nice and close to the wheel. And, well, whatever works, he's certainly a very pacey man.
Oh, just keep your eyes forward here. A lot of locking up from the 15 car just ahead of these guys whose lap traffic will be jumping out of the way as soon as they get down here to Conroe. But, yeah, you're right. It's a unique driving approach. But Stenny's never driven any other way, has he? No. He knows what he's comfortable with. He knows what works for him. And I'm actually... Well, Jay will probably be expecting this one, but I'm going to make a measurement towards cricket. I'm going to bring out a cricket analogy here. Jimmy Anderson was one of the... When he first came out, the way that he was bowling and letting the ball go, they thought, you're actually going to do a lot of damage to your shoulder and your knees here with just with your delivery stride. They tried tinkering with the way that he come in and let the ball go and his delivery stride and his arm and his shoulder, and it actually caused more injuries. I think it's a little bit the same with steady. When your body and everything that you do is so set up around doing things in a particular way, you become used to it. And all the negatives, you know, your body sort of learns to adapt. I think Stenny is definitely the case with that one. He's just so used to driving this format this way. If you try to change it, he'd go backwards.
Yeah, indeed. Overtake on replay here thanks to Suit Speed. That's the 88 getting by the 209 with Brady Baldwin still behind the wheel there, taking over from Brenton Hobson after the first stint. So Aaron Gilbert and the 208 back down to 9th place. Meanwhile, it's the battle for 4th. Mike Taliancic has found himself in 4th place in the 143 there, driving with Jordan Ross, and Bradley Ratu taking over the 168 Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car. We do have a little bit of an eye in here. We can welcome to the commentary box the lead driver of the 88, Brenton Hobson. Man, things are going all right for you guys so far, eh?
Hey Reese, yeah, we're just cruising along and having a good time, Brady and I. It's been a fun race so far.
Yeah, certainly has been. You started in the dreaded 6th place, but were making some good moves early on. And I mean, there's been a couple of issues for Brady in the car, but regardless, you guys are still in a very strong position.
See, I just somehow knew you'd bring that up, Reese, that P6 starting position. I couldn't believe it when we qualified 7th and then someone got a rear grid and promoted us up to 6th. It was like it was meant to be, eh? Yeah, we started all right. I probably melted my tyres in the first stint and struggled a little bit, but, you know, it's 51-degree track temp out there at the minute. It's hot, and cars are a little bit ugly to drive. And, yeah, he's done even less practice than me, which probably says something, and it's taken a while to find his rhythm, but, you know, all 4 wheels are still on it, and they all point in the right direction, and that's all we really need for early in the race, and we're still somewhere in the top 10 at the minute, and you know, if we get a safety car or something at some point, we'll be right back up in it.
He certainly will. Currently, the lead Synergy car is in 4th. Once again, you guys have turned up here ready to fight for top 5s, maybe even podiums by the end. But yeah, that track temperature is proving a bit difficult to manage for some, isn't it? It's been seesawing throughout the first half of the race here, but now up above 50 degrees Celsius. Were you guys prepared for hot track temperatures?
Yeah, we actually joked about it, Brady and I, like, same as last year. We drove together last year, and he said, I'm going to have to do the co-driver role and get in the car, and the track will be 50 degrees and horrible. We knew it would be like this. I mean, unless you get a very overcast sort of day, it's always, you know, up above 50 in this early part of the race, and the co-drivers normally get in and they've got the worst track conditions to deal with. But as the race goes on, it usually comes back to you, it'll cool off a bit, it'll rubber down, and the cars will come to life, you know, in the last couple of stints of the race.
You're running retro livery here, the 96 Bathurst 1000 winner, apparently. A good way to send off the Holden Commodore here. Yeah,
well, I mean, this will be my last race in this car, probably, unless we ever come back to it, you know, one day as a legacy car. So, you know, it's sort of fitting. Everyone knows I'm a Holden fan, and, you know, Brady normally drives in the Mustang, but he didn't get a choice today. We're in the Holden again this year, and yeah, it seems fitting to put something on the car that's at least, you know, semi reminiscent of one of Holden's good times, and you know, that 96 car is one of my favourite cars, and felt like it was a nice touch to put that on here with a bit of a farewell motif on the side, and hopefully we have a decent run in it and actually get to the end first and foremost, and finish it in a good way.
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck going forward, Brenton, and we look forward to seeing you when you're in the car next. Thanks very much for joining us.
Yeah, no problems. Thanks for having me.
Brenton Hobson there from Car 88, as we do have some news about the 215. Scott, it looks like there's been a big problem there for Sam Blacklock. Both he and Tyson Broad have disconnected from the server. It looks like that car is done for the day.
Yeah, and one of the big things that's coming to report out of that car is that it was still showing that by mechanical standards it should be okay, which is effectively what the meatball says is your car's beyond a standard that we can deem safe. They had about 15 degrees of dead zone when the wheel wasn't doing anything, sort of in the middle of the wheel. So that's not healthy or conducive to be able to drive a car straight across the top of the mountain. And falls off the lead lap. A lot of damage to repair as well. But when you've got that amount of dead zone on the wheel, that's significant damage to both sides of the front suspension, and that generally takes quite a long time to replace. And they would have fallen 4 to 5 laps down and just went, yep, okay, that's today done. So
yeah, big problems there for the 215. Yeah, they tried to soldier on, but the car was pretty much uncontrollable. I was looking back at them, and they were really struggling. So we say goodbye to Orbit Drop Bear Mercury, one of the cars that we were anticipating would be a solid competitor in the top 10 here today. Big shame for them. But we'll keep our eyes peeled on the battle here at the end of the top 10. Synergy 88 still holding on to 8th place. Aaron Gilbert, though, having to face off against Teo Sorono, who's taken over the Vermilion 888 from Cody Deeth. Teo is one of the drivers here that we're looking for some really interesting things from. It is an interesting pairing, Deeth and Sorono.
yeah, a good opportunity though for both of them to be a lot further up. Teo's probably not had a year that he'd be happy with. Gee, that's what the car will look like. Have a look at the steering.
Yeah, this is actually a slow motion of the incident that actually got them that damage in the first place.
Oh!
We saw that on replay when we came back from the break. Absolutely crazy air for the 215 as they were recovering from initially running into the number 40 there at Forest Elbow. They got back going, and then the 654, or after the 654, ran into them. And then, yeah, just a bit of ping pong there on Conrod. And that's what ended their race ultimately.
It's apt that Sam Blacklock was behind the wheel of the car when that happened, because he has actually got his commercial pilot's license. So they spent a lot of time chilling out on Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, he certainly. I know he was keen to get more behind the wheel of behind the yoke of some airplanes this weekend, but I didn't think it would be a ZB Commodore.
Yeah, certainly not, and there's no movable aerodynamic devices on these cars either, so ultimately can't do much when the wheels aren't touching the ground.
You're supposed to set the flaps, more flaps for landing. I don't know how they did that. Maybe it's more ARB? What do you reckon? More ARB or less ARB for wet landing?
Well, I think you'd want the minimum sort of energy transfer into the body when you touch the ground, so probably less ARB, and maybe try to flick out the dampers as well.
Gee, what a hit. This will be really, really good opportunity to watch Aaron Gilbert go to work here, and Teo Sorono. Again, like I said, for Sorono, there's an opportunity here. If you have a look at the entirety of the Vermilion Sports lineup, they've just been build, right? Yeah, sure, they went hard with their... Oh, this is getting touchy.
Certainly is, side by side. You were talking about building up. Well, now Sorono's building up a pass here. And he'll try and grab 9th place here from the Team Jinx Shifters 208. Hard on the brakes. Aaron Gilbert sees him coming and says, look, outside line around Griffin's probably not going to work. You can have that one. But he did try to fight it up until the mid-corner.
Well, Aaron had a choice to make. The problem for Aaron Gilbert is if he did want to fight that one, he actually never quite got clear before the braking zone, so he couldn't come across and block. So check this out.
So he had a bit of a slide. Yeah, that's a solid power slide there out of Hell Corner, and that's what ultimately gave Sorono the position.
Yeah, gotta get the run out, don't you? Yeah, he had the opportunity to come across and cover that one, but he really didn't. There was always a car to his inside, so just by sticking the nose there and keeping the nose there, Aaron was given a bunch of bad decisions, and he just went for the one that makes him finish the race.
Yeah, you can always count on the Jinx Shifters cars to prioritise car preservation, and they're almost always in the mix at the end. Let's see what Jason Bentz and Brian Borg can do in the Racecraft Simulations car. They started pretty well, but down 3 spots from where they started. I think one of the best presented cars in the field here. They've obviously done quite a bit of work on the spec maps to make that car really stand out with that sort of burnished shine effect on that machine. They're embroiled in this battle with Fishy Motorsport, Kenneth Latter in the 269 Mustang, trying to grab that 12th spot.
I'm going to call it the Hot 10 roof finish because I think that's what it most looks like. Yeah, so I wouldn't want to put any sort of panel on it. Interesting year for Jason Bentz. They're actually disqualified out of the OSR Bathurst 12 hour, so this location as well. I was actually talking to him about it way back in at the time, and he was, oh, we sort of missed something in the regulations. Why did we end up getting disqualified? So, mate, you had maximum driver time hours. Oh, we didn't read that section of the rulebook. I didn't recall seeing anything in the rulebook about that. Yeah, it's in there. It's been in there for the last couple of years. I remember doing it in 2021, and it was in the rulebook at that point in time. Oh, well, I guess we missed it then. All right, no worries. Crack on. So they've sort of got, not had necessarily the best year out and about, but it's still good to see. I think for Bency, this is just about getting back behind the wheel of the Gen 2 for the final time.
Yeah, Bentz used to be quite active in V8 racing. As Byron Phillips is going to bring it in for a pit stop here in the Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens car. Already toured through the pits to serve their drive-through penalty from the incident that ultimately ballooned into what we saw there for Blacklock getting airtime. Overtake, meanwhile, for the number 41 on the 427. Currently at the wheel of the 41 is Andrew Dyson. Andrew Ritchie in the 427 letting him go there into the chase.
Smart again, just smart positional based driving. Where are we? What strategy are we on? Who are we actually trying to race? And again, even though we're still not to lap 80 yet, it's keeping the eyes up and pointing them towards lap 161 and thinking about lap 161.
Battle down for 24th as well. Driver from Japan racing in the Phoenix Racing Team 86, Tomoyasu Inatani. One of a few internationals racing here today, in addition to the two Americans of Adam Blocker and Philip Kraus in the 74. Inatani has been running in the Enduro Cup this year and has been putting himself up there, certainly getting some good airtime. And on board with him across the top of the mountain, can he find his way past Henry King? This car we're running on board with is up 21 places. It's one of the cars that I believe had a qualifying infringement penalty and had to start from the back of the grid. So it's been a nice recovery from the 86 so far.
Something else that's worthwhile just keeping half in mind on as well is with the speed of this race. We're going to be done in time to actually watch Formula One this evening, or depends if you're watching the cricket as well, because I think we're taking a little bit of an absolute hammering. I haven't checked the scores for today's play, but I'm a little bit scared to open them up.
Jay saying you do not want to look. I mean, I'm not a cricket person, but I trust Jay. Don't look.
don't look. It's not pretty. It's in your side of their country at the moment too.
Yeah, they are. At Optus Stadium, I believe, that was an attempt at a pass from Inatani. Henry King holding strong, as it looks like the Frog Leap Juiced Racing car has come into the pit lane. Mark Poynton swapping with Rob Crisdale. After 25 laps completed on the stint in that car, they will fall behind these two. You just see them there in the pit lane. They flashed by ever so briefly. The blue Mustang in the background there. Crisdale and Poynton have had an all-right race so far. They've managed to keep themselves in the fight and on the lead lap. Robbie Bradbury, meanwhile, losing a spot to Zach McDonald, who's back in the 95654. And that car was the one involved with the 215 and the 40 on that incident we saw the replay of. So they're on a bit of a recovery again themselves. Meanwhile, the Kittens car has come out just ahead of these two. Dean Powell trying to break into the top 40 in the Black Hawk Motorsport 99. And a nice clean exit from Hell Corner. It looked like the 66 ahead of him was having a slight issue getting out of the corner. Let's see what Dean will be able to do here. Running a open wheel style rim with a sequential shifter. You don't often see that.
Into the course. I've just been asked if Dean... I don't remember if Dean actually used to run VR. I don't recall seeing him
I'm pretty sure he did at some point back when we were broadcasting NTE series a year or two ago. Dean Powell, I think, was in VR, so it's interesting to see. It looks like our race leader, the 088, is back in, and this time they have run a 25-lap stint. They have made full use of that full tank that they took earlier on, and here we go then. The 088 on its way into the box. Is there going to be a driver swap? There is. Looks like James Scott is jumping back into the car as the Trans-Tasman 22 takes the lead back.
Yeah, and now this will become just again full attack. But that was a really, really short stint for these guys. Remember, I thought they were targeting about 20 laps. So something odd is now going on. I think now they're on full field stints to the end of the race because we've got what? We're going to have 94-ish laps to go. So yeah, that sort of doesn't compute with stint numbers. So yeah, they're definitely on. I think it's three full stints and a 20-lap stint. So effectively, probably they could run 4 23-lap stints to get home, right about that marker. But they've just done some odd things with the strategy today.
Yeah, they have. I'm stroking my beard at least in intrigue at what the 088 might be doing on strategy here as we keep an eye on Kurt Stenberg, who's trying to hold on to 14th place here. That number 47 is now up 30 spots. It's incredible to see their rise up through this field. They are up against the Fishy Motorsports car of Ty Delaney just behind them, hidden by the rear wing briefly, but as they come up the hill on Conroy, might be able to see the top of the car come into view. Yeah, you just see him there. They're both on the same strategy, these guys, coming up to complete 17 laps on this stint. For the time being, it looks like the Fishy car is quicker, though. Ty Delaney absolutely rounding up Stenny into the chase.
Yeah, this is a vote of confidence, though. So, you know, when you're up and you're challenging a stalwart of the sport like this, you're always going to be in and amongst the action, aren't you, for future years. But Pavlovich is the car that they're overtaking. Remember that car had a penalty back on lap 1 for a jump start. Well, we think it was a jump start. We're assuming it's a jump start. But had to come and serve a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, let's see if Ty can get it done here into Griffins. It is a big driver to go up against, Kurt Stenberg. He's, I think, the most experienced driver in the field. He has the most V8SCOPS starts of anyone. He was here right from the beginning in 2014 and still makes appearances from time to time. It seems his priority is Pro Invitational, as with a lot of former SCOPS front runners. Delaney, a little bit of a spin of slide there on the exit of the cutting. Instead, he's going to hold strong across the top of the mountain.
Petr Pavlovich is about to have a look back at what caused him to pick up a drive-through penalty. This happened 68 laps ago, and now he's being punished for it with a replay.
Yeah. All the way. Jay saying, sorry, we forgot about it. Revs are up, and he's just creeping forward there. That's not ideal. So many cars in this race that the rear of the field actually starts on the run down to Murray's. It's crazy.
Remember the days in the multi-class Bathurst 1000 era where there was just that many cars that were starting a long, long way back down Conroe as well, back before the chase was introduced.
Yeah.
Gee.
Insane. Really love the turnout that we continue to get for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. We always see the best of Australian sim racing show up and go for glory here, and plenty more besides. Delaney still trying to find his way past Stenberg as there's some racing going on just behind them there. I believe that's some lapped cars there actually trying to trade off some positions. There is a car for position behind these guys, and it's Adam Blocker in the 74 there, the blue and purple Americans Down Under car. For the time being, he's actually looking quite quick as Adam Blocker, taking 0.8 of a second out of Ty Delaney, then nearly a second out of Stenberg.
Well, he's doing a phenomenal job at the moment too, so worthwhile noting, just keeping up an eye on lap times up and down the field as well. Leaders with the track temp around the 49 Celsius mark right now, and 207 450 604 207 226. So doing okay with Lob's car with the fresher tyres on. They're roughly 1.8, 1.9 seconds slower than their fastest laps of the day a long, long time ago in fractionally cooler conditions. So sort of just tells you how difficult it is to drive out there at the moment with it's about 2 to 10 p.m. in the sim at the moment, and at least that graph has settled down a lot more. Look at that big dip though. That was a huge dip in terms of when the truck went a long way down. Yeah, everyone's on the beat now.
Yeah, no grip on those fronts coming into the chase. Both Powell and Crisdale fighting over 31st, running off the track there. There haven't been clouds coming over the circuit in quite some time. There's a reason why the track temperature's staying up around 50, 52 degrees. We haven't seen a huge cloud come over the racetrack like we did earlier to bring that track temperature down. I'm sure a lot of the drivers will be hoping and praying for some more cloud cover soon.
Yeah, so just actually jumped out to have a quick look at what the temperature's going to look like. Air temp is set to spike to its highest at about 3 p.m. 25 degrees Celsius. I think where are we now? We're on the way up to 24. In between, I think we're in the low 24s at the moment in terms of air temperature. So that'll peak and then it's supposed to come down. That's what it looks like up at the moment. We're actually about our highest cloud percentage for the day, which is 42% cloud cover, and then it's supposed to stick around about this amount of cloud cover for the rest of the race. Surprisingly, we started off with 28% cloud cover, and we've added another 10 to 14% worth of cloud cover on, and the temps come up. So we're just not getting the cloud directly over the circuit is the big change.
Yeah, driver change in the Synergy 88. Brady Baldwin brought it in after 22 laps, and Brenton Hobson is now back in the car. They will fall down to around about 19th place, but got plenty of cars ahead of them yet to come into the lane. Pretty much everyone, save for the 088, is due a pit stop sometime in the next 5 to 10 laps. There's Damon Mulqueen with the bacon emoji, as he promised yesterday. Mulqueen was with me in the comms box for qualifying and the shootout. Good to see that he's here again. Got to thank Damon for his services yesterday. Pretty solid man to have alongside you in a comms box.
You know what's interesting? Having people playing bingo based upon the commentary. That's a new one. I haven't had that one happen yet. If Sandman was here, we could have checked off 50 Cent part by now. I can guarantee you that. We did get one ticket to the end in, but yeah, look, I think at the moment everyone is on that strategy. Just a little bit of conservation. And of course, I think the big swing is coming from the James Scott Jamfist entry. And the marker that they've got to the race lead at the moment, that's effectively what they've got to run down. I think it'll be about 5 to 10 seconds less than that, based upon the amount of fuel they've got to add to the car. So look for around, they've got to make up 30 seconds over the back end of this race.
Yeah, a lot of time to make up, but it's certainly possible. It's certainly doable. Here comes Stenny to make his way past the number 32, I believe a lapped car making their way through there. The 63 is right in the midst of that as well. Blake Warboy is still a long way down here, and actually that WKMP Sim Sports car was to cost so much time. They were in the pits for half an hour getting that damage repaired from Troy Stone Street. Blake Warboys is actually still classified behind the Phase 4 number 40 and the Orbit Drop Bear Mercury car, which have both retired. So yeah, it shows you how much time they have to make up. Yeah,
it's not going to happen. They're just, I'd say, for Blake, effectively, he's he said, I'm going to be out here in this racing for the day. I'm going to celebrate the car. I'm going to celebrate the era. I'm going to enjoy it and make the absolute most of it. And, for him, time is going to be short come January, so make the most of the sim racing journey whilst you absolutely can right now.
Yeah, indeed. Baby Warboys on the way. Are you team girl or team boy is the question. We know where Blake Warboys sits on that. And here we come into the run down the hill. Warboys as
Issue,
zeroed in as
issue.
ever.
There's a huge issue at the top of the course.
Oh, dearie me. The Wheelie Bins car and the number 32, the Tulip Racing car of Martin Lipsky. They'll manage to get going. Will they be able to make it back to the pits under their own power is the question. More cars coming through here. This could get ugly. But it won't. They come on through. Man, it's always scary to see an incident up at the top. So many blind corners and so much speed being taken. So
I'd be very, very surprised if we don't see a safety car. Very surprised.
Lipsky got hit in the rear and got into the wall there, and then got spun around further and completely lost the car in front of the Wheelie Bins machine.
Yeah, just wrong place, wrong time. Nothing can really do. He's trying to do his most to get out of the way and let the other guys go on through. But yeah, sometimes the best thing you can do is actually carry on a little bit. And I think that one's sort of been caused by a little bit of hesitation on both the overtaking driver and Lipsky. Lipsky was trying to let the guys go. Sure, you want to let them go, but sometimes you've got to be a lot more deliberate with where you let guys go. Just be aggressive to the point where you're going to let them go and then go off the line aggressively. He just hesitated, and that's what caused that one.
Yeah. It's always difficult to judge, though, in that section of the circuit, because it really is one line fits all. As it's mechanical black flag for the Wheelie Bins car. Vincent Skilbeck bringing the car in. Man, it has been a really tough race for the 091. They started way down the field, and they've just been struggling the whole way through. So this is the onboard from the Wheelie Bins car. You'll see Lipsky up ahead, struggling to keep control of that machine. Gets a bit of contact from the Pacific Esports Racing car, and then whoop, 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 and Skilbeck had nowhere to go.
Yep, nothing he could have done. Absolutely nothing. So that's done now. And potentially that might be another retirement as well. Just keep an eye on that one. But yeah, really, really tough race.
Yeah, we'll see if they plug on. It'll take a while for the damage to be repaired there, and as we've seen already with the 215, sometimes getting the required repairs done with a meatball flag isn't enough to actually repair the car. So hopefully it works out for them, and they'll be able to at least see the checkered flag. Brenton Hobson versus Andrew Dyson now for 19th and 20th on the road. They should filter out a bit further towards the top 10 as a result. And actually, the Circulators Inc. car is approaching the end of their stint here.
Yep.
They've completed 21 laps on their stints, Hobbo having just come out of the pits himself. So at the very least, Hobson's going to be elevating up the field very shortly. Summer Sim Sports Everest is in the lane, and Liam Reston jumping into that car, taken over from Kobe Jones. That explains it there. Remember that they had to take that extra pit stop there. Dyson was in the car coming out of the first stint, and they had to come in a few laps later for Ryan Jones to take over, and now Dyson back in the car from lap 51 onwards.
Yeah, so pit stop at the end of lap 26 was to put Ryan Jones into the car. The next little stop there is actually a drive-through penalty that they had to serve for the contact with, I think it was the 15 car. Either way, that one's served the other way. Oh. I think Australia might have just picked up finally their first wicket, by the way.
Okay. I was just going to say, something
what's
happening
getting
on track.
excited about? Well,
No, it's
been a tough
cricket.
day for you. It's 1 for 201. Yeah, come on.
It's exciting because we're doing horribly, Jay says. Well, okay, fair enough. Something good for the first time in 2 days, apparently. Well, enjoy what little minor wins you guys can get as we check in with the Trans-Tasman 22, running the Tribute Holden Racing Team livery for the final run of the Holden Commodore in major Australian sim racing events. Anderson coming up to complete his 24th lap on this stint, expecting this car to come into the pits very shortly. And remember, they are racing James Scott, doing okay by Lob's 088. If it's going to be a full fuel tank stint for these guys, they're going to come out round about 10 to 15 seconds behind.
Yep, so this will be very, very important window for the race and what it's going to look like on the back end. So, continuing on with the extra fuel. Big thing is that with the hotter track temps, your pace drops down so much. You're using less fuel because you're on the throttle less. It's less of a save to get that extra lap out as well. I don't know if it's possible, but it's something I'd really like to sort of try and get a little bit of a highlight on if we can, is the stark difference in the colour of the road from maybe we've got an onboard shot from lap 1, lap 2, and a couple of onboard shots from now. You can just sort of really, really compare. Particularly the other thing is, as we get up to Griffin's Bend here, watch on the outside of the track, all those marbles right there. And it built up at the back end of the first stint that were already reasonably bad, the amount of marbles. So getting offline at the moment, very, very difficult. Just an onboard shot, just anywhere on the track. Just particularly, I think, even across the top coming down the S's towards the Dipper. It's very dark on the road down there.
Jay says we can do one better. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve as the Americans Down Under car has completed another pit stop and a driver change.
He's sold me on one better now, so if it's worse, we'll see.
Right. We'll wait to see what Jay is going to pull out of the hat. Hopefully it's a white rabbit. So we'll see how that goes there as the 22 continues on. Look at this. This is an actual time lapse. There we go. See, that was the race start, and then it's now. That's how much rubber has been laid down on the circuit in just 75 laps.
And I think the big one is, have a look offline at the marbles. It was clean, and then it's just marbles everywhere. If you're not on that darkened section of the road, sit right there. If you're a touch wide, and there's what, a car width. You've got, if you're against the curb on the right hand side of the road, you've got 2 car widths. If you're not, it's 1.5. So you've got next to no room. So it's just about safety and security.
Yeah, I mean, passing is going to be very difficult in that section, even now. Well then,
I love this, by the way. If you've not been monitoring the YouTube chat, the debates about random safety cars have cropped back up. So this is a swings and roundabouts kind of deal. If you haven't had a safety car, everyone wants to see a random one. If you've had 5 safety cars, well, nobody wants to see a random one. So where do you stand, Reese? What do you do? There is no correct solution, by the way. This is one of those debates whereby both scenarios are right.
yeah, and I mean, what's the threshold? How many natural safety cars do you need before a random one gets a negative reception? Is it 3? Is it 4?
And the Echidna on the track?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd have to be an Echidna. I mean, these tyres are fragile enough as it is.
There's a snake out there somewhere. Somebody's going to go. That's all.
So,
Okay,
Jay saying...
you need to bring this one out and say this one. I think we'll list it off Jay as well. I think Jay's going to go for this one.
All right, I'm on the mic for a sec. Which sale is worse to go to? The Aldi sale where they're selling all the caravan stuff, or the Aldi sale where they're selling the snow jackets and things like that? Because they are both dangerous to be in.
Is Jay a bit quiet for everyone else as well?
Oh, he was not loud for me, but I was wondering whether or not there's actually a vacuum cleaner going on in the background. So it's caravan or snow gear.
Just the worst Aldi sale. Ugh,
Well,
I mean,
it depends. How are you rating them? Is it the number of people that are involved? Oh, there's a huge incident at the cutting. Huge incident at the cutting. Oh, nearly
dear.
collected the race leader.
oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, that's the 49 and the 34 coming together. And that Eclipse Sip Sports Kittens car has...
It's been bad.
very bad indeed. That car might be crabbing a little. and you can't even see the front right when looking behind the car. Hopefully they'll be able to make it back to the pit lane, but that car is not going to want to turn left. All right, replay coming.
Wow.
We'll leave the Aldi discussion behind here and see what happened at the cutting. The 49 comes in and spins it up on the exit. Oh, wow. That's massive. And they nearly did collect the 22. Goodness me. That's crazy. Oh, and they were trying to get off the racing line, but the 34 had already committed to the inside line on the exit.
Yeah, yeah, that's a toe. Okay, so this solves the safety car debate, because this will be one. There's nowhere for him to go. He's gone as far as he possibly can.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a shame. Well, the 49's race will likely come to an end from here. Once you requested a tow from race control, you are not allowed back out. And have a look at the rear left there. Is that off the ground? That's how damaged the car is, I think. Yeah. The rear left is hovering off the ground.
I think that's just because there's a crest. There's actually the road falls away there, so it's because some of the damage. I think it was on the ground most of the way around, because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to even drive that car. It would have just wheel spun.
Yeah, fair enough. Regardless, it goes to show just how damaged the car is. So the car stopped in the S's, and there's no safe place for a tow crew to potentially get to the car and take it off the racetrack. The safety car has been called. It took us 77 laps to get it done, but we have our first safety car of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000.
Well, this changes the strategy then. How long ago did the Lobbs Esports car pit? They only pit about 8 laps ago, so yeah, what do they do in terms of their strategy? Because they you want a fresh set of boots on just with the track temperature.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a part of me that thinks surely they'd have to stay out if they want to try and preserve track position, but maybe a fresh set of tyres is worth more in this situation. They obviously won't have to put much more fuel in. They can just fill the tank back up. Are they coming in? They are.
Not a bad choice. I think that's just reliant completely and utterly on the track temperature. If this was a cooler track, I don't think you would have seen them in.
Yeah, no. I mean, incredible track temperatures we're seeing here. This is the onboard from Anderson as we saw the Kitten's car spin and going through the front bumper of that car on the brakes up against the wall. I'm amazed he got through that.
And this is Josh Anderson, remember, that's fresh off a massive accident at the Gold Coast 500 as well. And he literally just come into the lane and just come back out again, so...
He's coming back in again. All right. Yeah, this will be interesting here. Yeah, remember Josh Anderson, Aussie Racing Cars champion in the real world. He's certainly got plenty of real-life race experience under his belt and success to boot, so he knows how to win. Will he end up doing the same here? Well, the 088 has come out of the pits in the lead here, just behind the Proven Energy Porsche Mission R safety car for V8SCOPS this year. And, well, it looks like the number 22 just completing a 10-second pit stop to get some fresh rubber on it. They will come out in 3rd place in the Vermilion Esports car, which has only been out there for 2 laps, staying out under the safety car to get 2nd place. Now, this could be significant for the Endurance Cup standings. There was some talk earlier of what TTR needs to win. They basically need to win the race or finish ahead of the Vermilion 117 to take the Endurance Cup title. This car here is in the lead, and it could be significant, this decision to stay out for.
I think it was. I think it was the right call. I'm not... My only sort of qualms about why did Anderson pit was... What was there something going on? Was there something perhaps like cable? Or I have this thing where I can't have cables touching me whilst I'm driving. Can't have them anywhere. Sometimes my mouse cable falls down the back and touches my throttle foot. So if that's the case, I would have hit and moved the cable, readjusted it, gone on. Something else is potentially was there. They were just checking the car for damage at that point in time, just to see if there was some phantom damage in the car.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Well, the cars take avoiding action for the Eclipse car ahead, and I mean, how close do you want it here? Did Anderson get into the wall? Yeah, there was a little bit of a tap, it looks like. He just grazed the wall there, the front right corner. I mean, we saw in the V8 support category yesterday just how significant a slight wall tap can be. These cars tend to have a pretty fragile suspension when it comes to those impacts with the wall. So maybe TTR were indeed checking to see if there was any damage to the car, and while they're at it, put a fresh set of boots on.
Yeah, so yeah, fresh boots. I mean, fresh boots after the end of a lap. You know, does it really matter that much? Maybe. If it's gonna matter, this is the right conditions for it to matter, really.
Yeah, they'll have a slight tyre advantage over the 117 here as the field moves to the left side of the racetrack to let wave around cars through. Safety car procedure should be completed very soon, and I expect the safety car will be staying out for at least one more lap after this.
Probably, yeah, just to isolate. Just because the problem is that the field is so strung out that they are all over the track. And I mean all over the track, right? So
yeah, we've got cars still coming into the chase just up ahead of these guys, and yeah, you're right, there's cars still catching up all the way around this racetrack. For now, we'll be able to get reset at the front of the field and get ready for a rollicking battle between the TTR and Vermilion machines. Remember, they're only separated by 20-something points at the top of the Endurance Cup standings. And essentially, so earlier on in the YouTube chat, we had Dan Yeaman, head administrator here at AOG, round out the scenarios here. So if the number 22 wins, they win the Enduro Cup. If TTR comes home in second, the Vermilion car will tie them if they finish third. But TTR will still win on countback due to finishing second at Imola. And it would still be a tie if the 22 was third and the 117 was fourth. So basically what they need to do is finish at least 2 positions ahead of where the Vermilion car is.
yeah, so that's really, really important. I'm just keeping an eye on the safety car who's being let by as well. Remember all the way back at the start when the 188 car with is now got Antti Visma behind the wheel, but had Damien Cairns behind the wheel back then, come across the stricken car just in the middle of the road. That the 86 car failed to hold brakes. They're back to 1 lap down, so they're starting to recover their day, and they're actually going to be fighting a couple cars around them on the road in the near future, including the 654 car. Craig Schultz is just ahead of them, so really, really good opportunity for them to get their race back underway and push themselves forward. So there'll be a bunch of cars back on the lead lap. I think we're back to 32 cars, maybe 33 cars on the lead lap now. So it's that's really shaken this race back up. It was just dribbling out to be one of those snooze fests, and I feel like somebody's grabbed the pepper cracker and ground up some spice all over this bad boy.
Ooh, spice indeed. Coming up to the 80th lap of this race, and the field should be sorted out pretty soon. The last car in line and last car to be let around the safety car was Peter Pavlovich in the Pacific Esports Racing 077, and he's just coming up to McPhillamy Park now. So I'd say in about a minute, maybe 2 minutes time, the field will be back together. So maybe we're on the verge of the safety car being brought in at the end of this lap, but it's going to be marginal.
I would say so. So all wave rounds have now been completed. And yeah, so we've got 33 cars back onto the lead lap, which is worthwhile. Keeping an eye on how many actually finish this one on the leader. How about that? Safety car, a touch before halfway.
Yeah, interesting timing, isn't it? Well, if that's the only safety car we get in this race, it'll certainly come at an interesting time. Yeah, we were having shades of this being a relatively static race if the safety car hadn't come out, but now we get everyone close together again and we get a repeat of lap 1 potentially. Plenty of racing yet to come here, and it's all going to be racing against each other in the top, I'd say. How far down are the first lap cars? P34.
So, I think a really, really interesting guesstimation, Reese, is if you look at this field as well, you know, we're looking at time models that have been on the car since 2019. The system's been greatly overhauled since then. But if you actually look at what the drivers are doing, none of them are putting pressure. None of them are putting temperature through those tires, through the brakes at the moment. They're all about getting rid of as much of it as they possibly can and fuel saving as much as they possibly can. When we get to Gen 3, I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be the current GT3 tire model. If we do get that tire model, these guys are gonna be weaving back and forth, left and right, like it's going out of fashion.
Yeah, indeed they will. That's the thing about this version of the tire on these cars. It's they're better right out of the box. They're at their best when they go on the car, and they're very easy to overheat, very sensitive to temperature fluctuations. So you only get a certain amount of time before the tire starts really dropping off, and there is a lot of potential for Gen 3 to be different. You know, right now it's all about just putting as little heat into the tires as possible, taking it as easy as you can through the corners. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Gen 3 is going to bring next year.
Well, it's going to be qualifying where basically you spend 2 laps prepping the tire to have a crack at a fast lap at the back end of that is what we're going to be witnessing, which is, I think qualifying itself is going to become a huge thing. I don't think we're going green at the end of this lap. I think we'll get one more lap on the safety car. So a really interesting opportunity for a couple of cars at the back end of the field to maybe just jump back to... If you're 33rd, I always say this, but I think it's really, really important. If you haven't got track position, you don't lose any track position by jumping back down the lane and filling the car off. Why not? You may as well. It's an advantage to another car around you. At the back end of the race, that could be worth a second, 2 seconds. So, why not?
And you never know where you might end up. You know, further down the line, you could be in a position where that 1 to 2 seconds is the difference between a couple of positions or not. So if you're further down the field, might as well jump in and extend that stint by another lap. Well then, across the line we come to get on to lap 80, and we are almost at the halfway point of this race. The full field of cars making their way through as there's a couple of takers to pit lane. Looks like that's the Black Hawk Motorsport car that's come in just there. Dean Powell bringing it in, and I'd expect him to stay into the car from here.
Yeah.
Just top the tank up a bit, maybe change the tires again.
Yep, could be a few different bits and pieces like that. Yeah, so we're back green flag racing here, and the difficult part is, so if you think back to the first stint of the race, we had all those cars shuffled to the back that were probably not deservedly back there. Well, they were because they came to grief in qualifying, but pace-wise, they weren't at the back end of the field. That's now going to change up. We've had a few cars drop out of the field. We've now got about 40 cars left running at this point in time. So, you know, we've lost a fair few cars, but now the field's most of the way back to where they should be. I think one of the cars is probably a little bit further back, probably the 41 car, but again, Ryan's not comfortable behind the wheel of the Gen 2 supercar. Tim Mulford's just in behind him. Tim's known for being a very, very aggressive driver, so this could be an interesting point in the field to keep an eye on. I will say that. It's definitely one of the flashpoints I've got an eye out for. But yeah, there's probably a couple of points. Think about the Summit Sim Sports Everest car, which is now in a really, really good position. They're now 8th, and they started from the rear of the field, so they're in a great spot. 19 car started from the rear of the field. They're now 6th. You know, 47 car is in 15th after starting from pit lane, but they're in a little bit of a better tyre and fuel position than some of the cars that are just ahead of them, and some of the cars that stay down in this caution period. So
yeah, maybe look for Stenny to try and fight his way up into the top 10 in this next race run. 95 SimSport 19 in 6th place, as you said. Really good run from Dylan O'Shea. And his teammate in the 19 being Hayden Sell. They've certainly been involved in a few adventures over the course of this one. I continue to be impressed by the run-up from Summit SimSports Everest as well. You know, they were fighting solidly in the top 10, even the top 5 at Sandown. And yeah, they got started on the back foot here with the end of grid penalty. But all of those cars that we see, you know, up some 30 positions, definitely in the running for something great here. It all depends on how this first new racing lap goes. Most positions gained in the field there being the 9519, followed by the Summit SimSports car, then the TTR 47 and the JTI Team Race on Oz car. Justin Wallace at the wheel, the number 13, up 28 spots. Look at that view there. Full field, touring around behind the safety car as it gets ready to pull away here coming into the chase.
How good's the drone shot coming down the chase? You know, just watching the field. That's so cool. So that, for you guys watching along at home, the drone was flying along relative to sea level at exactly the same height the whole way along. And you can just see as we get higher and higher and higher, that's the track actually falling away. That's got nothing to do with the height of the drone changing.
Yeah, that's how much elevation change we've got on hand here at the Mount Panorama circuit. The safety car has already pulled away and the Lobs Esports car gets on the power. Great advantage here. The Vermilion car having to fend off against the Holden Racing Team Tribute. Trans-Tasman 22. Connor Nixon right up behind Josh Anderson as we get the green flag, and we are back racing in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Now James Scott has to try and jet away from the rest of the field, but this could be significant here for the Endurance Cup. Remember, our top 2 cars in the Endurance Cup running inverted second and third right now.
Well, I don't know for how much longer, because Brady Myers immediately pulls out.
Wow.
The Nixon car's going to try and go around the outside as well. Not quite able to pull it off. They'll be forced to slot in. I don't think Connor's going to hang around. And have a look at O'Shea getting into it in the background as well. So he's already picked off a spot. Well, it was said to me in the chat that safety cars might breed safety cars. I don't think the proof is in the pudding. The field is spiced up.
It is indeed. O'Shea taking great advantage of that start there, getting past Michael Taliancic, and now they're up 37 places in the 95 SimSport 19. Checking back in with the 168, Connor Nixon at the wheel of the Drop Bear Jupiter car. He's got Jacob O'Reilly and the Dylan O'Shea car for very close company. Meanwhile, Teo Sorono in the 888. He's trying to follow Liam Reston through here in the Summit SimSports car. Try and find their way through a few more places as they come through the dipper. 500 Ks to go. We have 81 laps remaining in the Bathurst 1000.
Run down the hill after a safety car restart. Everyone's just sitting a little bit further forward in their chairs. Very difficult for Stenny to do, but I'm sure he sits up a little bit higher on the wheel and gets a little bit more excited when there's a safety car. That's well done. I barely mentioned him, but that was straight up and on. It's time to get forward. It's time to go for a crack. Time to pull the draft out. If you've got all the stops and you can find a way forward, time to do it.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely reeling it into the chase was Stenny in the background as the fight continues here between Vermilion, Drop Bear and 95 SimSports. There's Stenny, and he's actually coming up against Brenton Hobson here, who's made up the position on Aaron Gilbert in the Team Jinx Shifters 208. Josh Anderson with a new fastest lap of the race. We are down to a 2:05.2 on race pace here.
There's a huge amount of drama in the background at the final corner as well. Steve Vella is, he was trying to get out of the way of a whole bunch of cars. They're 3 wide on the main straight, Reese. 3 wide. Here we go. This is going to get chaotic.
Matthew McMillan on the outside there, and he has to give up the position to Matthew Scholes and Craig Schultz as we see them make their way up the hill here to Mountain Straight.
Oh.
This is a huge pack of cars here, and they're almost bump drafting here. Anthony Wiesma and Blake Warboys, they're all on different laps there as Wiesma gets up the inside of Schultz coming into Griffin's Bend. You saw that on the static cam right there. Man, this is looking incredible. Steve Vella actually giving up a position to Wiesma as well. The Accelerate cars had a pretty good first couple of laps here.
It was just happening 686 as well, so I think that was something to do with traffic at the back end of the lap. But the difficulty is, with everything that just happened, was that the field was getting shaken up. There was actually a lot of lap traffic back there. Now they did do a lot of wave bys, just to let people in. They're side by side as they come through the S's. Somebody's just had to take a shortcut. I think it might be Blake Fitz just took a shortcut down through the S's.
Oh yeah, and he's offline coming out of the depot.
Why?
Oh dear. Oh, that's got to be gentle here. Fitzpatrick having some problems coming down the hill there, and the 196 of Tim Mulford was actually defending that position. He was trying to keep it there. They find their way onto Conrod Straight cleanly. Who knows what's going to happen at the chase? Ewan Baker in the 34 is going to try and go for it here.
I've put my money on this is going to end in tears. Yeah, it's going to end in tears. Does he pull this up? No way, Mulford pulls this up.
Oh, he slips and slides,
done.
but he keeps it on the track. Nicely recovered, but now he slides again as here comes Anthony Wiesma to make it 3 wide on the way down to Murray's. Gently does it into the corner, guys. And this restart's been chaotic.
Wiesma's a lapped car. Wiesma's actually not fighting these guys, and Mulford's going to block him. Of course he's going to block him. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Wiesma says, no, I wish to take this track position here and try my best to work my way up. Man, Tim Mulford has certainly had a rough lap as we turn our attention back up on the top of your screen to the number 47 in a sandwich right now. The 07 and the 88 right with him there as Wiesma is unsuccessful in finding his way past Mulford there, but looks like Tim is just having some trouble keeping the car under him.
Yeah, well, everyone's just having a go at him. He's just getting boxed and beaten, and he can't settle because every time he tries to settle and replant the car, somebody else is having a dive at him. So Tim Mulford is one of those drivers that you step outside of his team, he's generally not thought of very nicely, shall we put it. There's a lot of drivers out there that he has ruffled their feathers of over the years. Oh, Steve Vella's about to get harassed as well. They're side by side across the top again. Dean Powell just went and picked one off Billy Mole.
Goodness me. Well, hopefully all of this settles down soon. Otherwise, we might have another safety car very, very shortly. Stenberg in the slipstream McKnight here coming down to the chase. We get a replay of what happened here for Fitzpatrick. There's a little bit of internet problems there for him too. And no, that was actually Jay. So that's ultimately what happened. He was trying his best to work his way across the top, and I think just made a mistake in the S's.
Oh, that nearly ended in tears. It nearly ended in tears, and there's multiple different times. I tell you what, the race control team, whoever's managing that safety car today, might want to make sure that the quick release is ready to be pulled from the Porsche Mission R on that electrical parking cable. Because I think that car's going to be deployed at a moment's notice the way this is going.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Mulford is pretty ambitious, and he does tend to... Oh, there goes Stenny up the inside at Griffin's and putting Jamie McKnight down another spot there. Back up to 30 places gained for the number 14. Yeah, a couple of questions in the chat about Mulford. Yeah, I mean, he's certainly a quick driver. Just occasionally there's moves that he makes that probably won't work under usual circumstances.
It's not that we're not sitting here and saying he's a bad driver. What we're sitting here and saying is he tends to push the envelope. He really likes to... He's the kind of driver that basically says, I'm coming... Oh, there we go!
Oh no! Thomas Hinds in the wall at the S's.
The engine's
And the
off.
the yellow light is flashing. That
Oh, there's
car.
more. There'll be a safety car here for sure. There's another incident as well. There's another huge incident in the back of the field.
No! Billy Mole, Vincent Skilbeck, it looks like there as well. The OSR car picking its way through the car park there. And, oh man, the 005 Steve Vella at the wheel of that car involved too. All of those cars end up going, but Hinsey is still stopped at the S's.
He's done. He's done. He just called for a tow. So there's two safety car. Oh boy. Is this going to be self-inflicted?
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, blew the engine on the downshift into the S's.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Wow.
no.
And this is not even somewhere that we were keeping an eye on either. This is somewhere at the back end of the field.
It's a safety car.
That was right up towards the pointy end of the field.
Yeah. Man, oh, that's heartbreaking because, yeah, the 209 of Hinsden Loxton, you know, they pair up for the V8SCOPS Enduros every year, and they were doing so well. They would have been on course for a top 10 on their pace and on their strategy. But good Lord, it's all ended in tears for them this time. And there's a raft of pit stops in the back end of the field here. Now the safety car's out. We got the Fishy 07 in. Stenny's put the number 47 in. Philip Kraus in the Americans Down Under car. Matt Morris in the Orbitron Bear Neptune. We got Banter Alliance, Vermilion 15, Project 36, Phoenix Racing Team in as well. Visma, Schultz, and Vella. I mean, they were all somewhat involved in the incident coming out of the cutting here. So this is the reason we saw that secondary incident here, Scott.
Just keeping an eye on things. So this is laps cars trying to get out of the way.
Oh no.
And we said the same thing. Remember a couple of moments ago we said the same thing about one of the other cars? Actually, it was probably about lap 60 or so. There was the Tulip Racing car. Remember they were trying to get out of the way? And they just picked the wrong moment, and everyone sort of got spooked and going around them. Whenever you're letting people go, you got to commit. You just got to commit. And it's all about body language and what you're doing with the attitude of the car. And the same thing there. They're not really committed. They picked an awkward spot to do it. It's just, yeah, it is what it is.
On board Liam Reston here. Thomas Hinds is the car in front. And you'll see here, getting down a gear, coming off Skyline. The engine goes pop. And then Hinsey just loses all engine braking. And there's just no way he can slow that car down.
Well done to Liam Reston, because he had to come off the brake so he could pick where he was going to go, and then he had to get back on the brake so that he didn't hit the fence, and he prevented the car from going in the bounds. This is quite crucial. This is a window here. This is, if you can do 3 stints of 26 laps, or one stint of 26 laps and 2 stints of 25, you'll get home from here. So this is right on a pit window.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. The safety car is up to speed now. They were stopped on the exit of Griffins to try and pick up the race leaders. And now that's going to work out here. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here. The 117 has made their way into the pits. Zach Rattray White jumping into that car.
It's a pit window. This is a pit window number.
Yeah.
This is a fuel save race. If we don't get another safety car, this is a fuel save race. This has not got anything to do with pace.
Yeah, who's the best on saving fuel out of our usual top 3 runners is the question. So Rattray White brings it back out here, and they re-emerge back in 24th place. I mean, they'll have ample opportunity to save fuel, being behind as many cars as they are. Will that end up costing them more time, having to spend all of that time then?
This is an interesting one. This now becomes a really, really interesting one. So for the guys that are up front and that didn't take that window, I can't blame them. I'm going to be honest. What Rattray White and what the Vermilion Sim Sports car have done is take a big, big risk. It is a huge, huge risk. Shuffling themselves further back down in terms of strategy. But at the same time, I actually think it's the right call. They're now on the preferred strategy. So
O'Reilly, co-driver to Rattray White, saying that they were in trouble either way because the first safety car ruined their strategy. So,
well,
yeah,
it's nothing here nor there. So with their strategy, they were always going to pop out and finish third. Now I actually think they're on for a race win. What they've done here is better to try and win a race. The problem is it now comes down to field spread. What I'm talking about in terms of field spread is that when you're at the front end of the queue, you get to run your own pace. You get to run as fast as you can possibly run, drive to your lap times. When you're deeper in the pack, you're around cars that are fighting each other. You're around cars that are a second a lap slower than you. So you've either got to use that opportunity to fuel save and push yourself further ahead by using that, or alternatively, you can actually press on and try and save the fuel somewhere else once you clear all the cars. But the problem is you are going to lose. If they can cover themselves off a pit stop somewhere here, they've effectively got, I reckon they've got about 45 seconds worth of banked up time they could give up to Scott and Phil Sell. That's what we're looking at. If we go green to the end of the race here, and they don't lose that amount of time, they win the race. If they do lose that amount of time, they're right where they were anyway. So I think they've made the right call. The problem is, if an incident happens ahead, this is where the big risk comes into it. Now they're behind a whole bank of cars. If one of them happens to have a whoopsie, ends up off the track, parks across them, day's done.
Yeah. That is the risk you take. I mean, it's a very sort of unique to Bathurst kind of risk, isn't it? Because if you were to try that sort of call at a more conventional racetrack like a Silverstone or a Spa, then there's a lot less of a chance that you'll get involved in an incident. But up the top, obviously, no room for error. So incident happens in front of you, you have nowhere to go. As we found out from that secondary incident there with the Phoenix car.
Yeah, so, you know, it's difficult. The problem is, you know, they're buried, whilst they are in traffic, the traffic's not horrendous, right? So they're in 24th spot. They can definitely make a few overtakes here. There's a couple cars ahead of them. The big issue for them is that there are other cars that have also come in around the same lap that they're on. They've had to do a driver swap to get Jacob O'Reilly out of that car. What's happened then is they've lost about 10 seconds on the pit stop because they had to do a driver swap. So they could have actually been a lot further forward than they necessarily were. So they've actually given up a whole host of positions. And right now in the safety car queue, they're about 8.5 seconds behind. So the field spread ahead of them is going to be quite dramatic. They've got to cut their way through quickly without losing time. This is difficult. It's a big ask. Both of these strategies are correct because remember, Phil Sell and Scott is going to take off at the front of this thing now.
Yeah, they're going to be taking great advantage here. I mean, you know, I think the safety car, the second safety car came out at a reasonably good time for them because they only had a couple of laps at racing speed, so they have the opportunity to cool the tyres back down now and make sure that they last a little bit longer. They can use a bit more of them on this second restart.
Well, Scott and Phil Sell now, so basically, remember, we're sort of managing that car was managing in terms of the amount of tyre that they're trying to burn at the front end of the field. They were having a lot of issues with it. This sort of covers them off for this stint, but the problem is it bunches the field back up. So now they've sort of got to go hell for leather and not worry too much about saving the tyres on this stint because it's just going to go hard. They've got to build as much margin as they possibly can before they pit, because when they pit now, they're going to come out in the middle of traffic. Which is they were going to hit traffic earlier, but it was a lot more spread out.
Further pit stops. Blake Warboys bringing the 63 in, Craig Schultz in the 654. Also saw with heavy damage in the pit lane the second of the WKNP Sim Sports cars, the 660 with Matthew McMillan at the wheel. He was one of the cars that ended up running into that crash out of Reed Park and completely lost the front end, and they've been in the pits there for going on 7 minutes now. So I don't know if they'll be able to find their way back out. Update on cars here that won't be making it to the end of the race. Early on we lost the 79 of Rehan Leonage, first car to retire from the race. We've lost the 91 BE Electrical Race on Oscar, the 215 Orbit Drop Air Mercury the number 40 Phase 4 Motorsports car. Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens is out of the race as well. And the latest car to be added to the confirmed retirement list is the Team Jinx Shifters 209 of Thomas Hins. That's what brought out this safety car, which is going to be ending this lap.
Here we go. Tasty, 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 tasty. So the big thing to remember now is that from here, it's 24, 24, 24 gets you to 72. So it's going to be 325 laps since. In fact, it'll be 225s and 124 from here. And that's not counting the laps that we've actually done on the safety car. So they would have saved a lot more fuel underneath that. So if they run this stint 24 laps from here, and then it's 25 over the last two stints, they're actually perfect. But yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be really, really tight.
Yeah, despite the clutching under safety car to save fuel, you do still burn a little bit under a safety car period. You want to try and do the best you can to minimize that, but there's a chance that the drivers that stayed out here, certainly the 117, are going to have to save a bit of fuel here. This is under safety car here, and it looks like we're riding on board with one of the Summit Sim Sports Everest. Oh, yeah. Deary me. That's the number 50, who ended up catching up to the back of the train
The car stopped.
quite quickly.
I thought I just saw a car stopped in the chain. I don't know who it was, but it might have been my timing software had an issue. It might have.
It looks like it might have been a blink from someone. Well, either way, everything's back in order. James Scott is going to control the start from here, deciding to delay the start until the exit of the chase. Yep, takes him by surprise and immediately gets the run. Tell you what, the 9.5 Mustang behind was right on it, on the back of Josh Anderson. Back to green flag racing at the start of lap 88. Let's see how long it is before we get our next safety car, eh?
Yeah, here we go. So this is really, really important. You've just got to keep your eyes on the Himalayan Sim Sports car. If Rattray White can pick up some car, so remember the fuel saving that they need to do now with all of that is much, much less. They can actually run a lot faster. They're on a premium strategy. There's a lot of cars around them that are also on that strategy. So the furthest car ahead, the pit under that safety car, is Jamie Knight in 17. Sorry, Michael Talianchich is actually the first in the head car. He just picked up another spot and went further forward. If they can gain a bunch of time, they were not in necessarily contention for a race win, but right now they might actually be on strategy, right on the right number. And it comes down to when your critical lap numbers. Your critical lap numbers is about 75 laps to the end, and we were just a touch early on that. A little bit of fuel saving, you'll get home.
Yeah, I think driver swap time might be something to look at for the 117 as well. I don't know if they've cleared the minimum driver laps.
No, so what I can tell you what's going on there, Reese. What they're talking about driver swap time, it's got nothing to do with minimum laps. It's underneath that pit stop. It wouldn't have covered a driver swap. That's why they've lost position relative to the 143 because they were ahead of it.
Okay, yeah, because a driver swap in iRacing takes 30 seconds all the time every time. So they'll be able to do it under a full fuel pit stop, but if it's just a splash and dash under safety car, then yeah, it screws you all. In any case, we'll find our way through here to the chase as the number 41 making up a position. Ryan Jones back at the wheel of the Circulators Inc. car, and Henry King back to 12th spot. Still a pretty good run for the ANZ number 6, up 13 places for now. Jason Bentz and Brian Borg at the wheel of this 017 Racecraft Simulations car. They're on the back foot now as they're up against the Americans Down Under car, which is trying their best to find a little bit extra. Actually in 19th position at the moment is the Americans Down Under car, so the 017 I think is a bit out of position there. Gently does it for Phil Kraus coming up to Griffin's Bend. View is clear from the inside. He has the move up the inside of the JTIT Race on Oz car of Justin Wallace, but Wallace turning in a bit early there, gets sent into the barriers. Looks like he might have just escaped there with minimal damage.
Jeez, I tell you what, if he survived on that one, there is damage to the front corner. And now he's going to fight Baldwin into the cutting now as well. Baldwin will go the long way round. Oh, boy. I said safety cars, green safety cars earlier. I think this one thing will work just because the strategy's so mixed up.
Yeah, God, Brian Borg and Philip Kraus at the head of this pack. And Kraus now has to stand against Matt Morris here, defending through McPhillamy Park.
Oh, he's wide.
Jeez. Oh, that's crazy there for Phil Kraus. He's going to try and keep the position. The 117 is right in the midst of this as well.
Yeah, and this is not what Rattray White wants to see. The benefit for him is he's getting closer to all these cars ahead, but at the same time, there's the car fired hard in the barriers. There is damage in the front left corner of that car. I don't know how significant it is, though. That's the big old key. The other thing to consider is Matt Morris is now going to get overtaken by Rattray White. So he was in position to try and nick the spot across the top from Phil Kraus. Morris is another one of these drivers. We're talking about Tim Mulford, very similar with Matt Morris. Again, aggressive, really pushes the limits. And I'll class you and Baker in about the same sort of category. They just push lines. But you've got to have those drivers. I don't love them, I don't hate them, they're just different.
Indeed. The 117 finds their way through most of the cars in that pack. Zach Rattray White under a lot of pressure here to try and make this work and lose as little time as possible. Taking that extra pit stop under the safety car. For now, Kraus in a bit of a no man's land up ahead of them. Meanwhile, racing going on here through Hell Corner. That's the ANZ Motorsports Mustang running wide, and Dean Powell in the Black Hawk car is going to take advantage, as is Ewan Baker in the Synergy 34. Kurt Stenberg right behind them here. Let's see what Stenny can do to try and gain a few more places back. Has to get on the brakes early coming into Griffins, but King is wide, and Stenny's going to have that position handed to him.
Yeah, just picks it up. Again, another spot lost by King. So again, this is just a bunch of different drivers, a bunch of different teams out of sequence. Where's the 143 tracking up towards? Because again, I think, effectively for me, the two cars to keep an eye on for the race win now are 117 and 143 versus our race leader. I'm not tracking the 22 car out of this just yet. I'm just saying these are the cars you've got to keep your eyes on, because that's the relative. And last time by, 143 lost 1.1 seconds to the race leader, whereas the 117 lost about 2.5 seconds. And they're going to be big chunks of time early on for Rattray White.
Yeah, he'll want to be trying to make his way through the cars. He has to pass as quickly as he can. The 143, meanwhile, trying to get past the 41, sorry. Nice exit out of Forest Elbow. And he isn't quite able to pick up the slipstream, but it looks to me like Ryan Jones is going to let him have this one. Pulled over nice and early, and we'll let him go into the chase as the momentum continues here for Tally.
Yeah, Tally's capable of doing the fuel savings, capable of getting it there. So it's just going to come down to right spot, right time, somebody to work with. When you can't get the job done, save as much fuel as you possibly can. And so that way you can burn it when you need to burn it. If you save fuel all the way up and across the top of the hill, that means you can burn it down Conrad and get the spots done. So, you know, just being smart.
Drive-through penalty for the contact under safety car for the Summit Sim Sports number 50. And that's a real shame for that car. They were having such a great run up through the field, and well, you know, you got to make sure that you're going at a reasonable speed under safety car and being knowledgeable where the rear of the train is, and that's going to knock them back a step or two. Meanwhile, looks like Rattray White has cleared Phil Kraus, and ultimately Kraus making a very aggressive move up the inside of Murray's corner to get past Jamie McKnight. So Americans Down Undercar will try and stick down with the 117 as they have found their way up to the Racecraft Simulations car in P19. Meanwhile, track temperature is dropping ever further now. Not quite the sine wave that we were seeing early on, but it is dropping.
We'll start to feed off from here. So it's 3 o'clock in Sim now. That means that we're through the worst of the sunshine. It will start to get cooler from here on out, but it's going to take a fair while for that to happen. There's a lot of A lot of different little bits and pieces to keep our eyes on now. A lot of strategy that's going to play it out. We were looking at effectively just a 2-horse strategy up the front. It was just sort of the one less stop strategy versus the qualifying laps the whole way through strategy, basically, between our front pairings. Now we've got fuel to bring in the margin. How about O'Shea from the rear end of the field to 3rd place and in contention for a race win now? Not a bad drive.
Yeah, the number 19 has done very well here in the middle phase of the race. 39 places up. Pretty crazy numbers when you think about it. Still the car with the most positions gained in the entire field. Second place in that run is the Phoenix Racing Team car of Sho Kanatake in 9th place, up 37. So there's some brilliant gains from the cars that started further back, had to start further back due to qualifying infringements. The 117 is right in the mix. It's just made the way around the outside of Brian Borg for the 19th place, but now he's coming back and he wants a move on Dean Powell. This is not good for Zach Rattray White. He's boxed in.
Yeah, he is. He's going to get the run. So he clears Borg. And now what does he do with Powell? Does he bump draft him the whole way up the straight? I think Powell is just looking at this and just going, I want any part of this. This isn't my fight. So he's going to try and squeak his way on through here. Borg will probably try and follow him through. Will be the goal here. Oh, there is contact.
Yeah, that was Borg getting into Powell there in turn 2. Manages to recover, but Powell is going to slip all the way back there behind those guys. Back down to 24th now. Rattray White just has a couple more cars to go and he'll have a bit more clear air. Has to find his way past Henry King in the ANZ Motorsports Mustang, coming across him on the top of the mountain. Certainly a difficult situation to come up against.
I'm going to say about just fuel save across the top. He's crawled his way all the way up to him, so he'll fuel save a little bit. Oh, King! Oh. My word. Liam Reston was actually just took a shortcut down through the S's as well. Liam Reston's just up ahead, so he'll have a drive through penalty reserve, which will jump him out of the queue, which means that if Rattray White gets this job done, that's 16th spot, so he's already picked off a number of cars. This is important. This is really, really important for their overall run. Something's wrong with Reston. He's got damage, I think.
Yeah, he went deep at the elbow and caught the barrier, so he's compromised on Conrod now. Rattray White's going to pick up slipstream from both cars on his way through, and I'd expect he'll try and set up a move on Henry King here in the chase. On the inside of the King, King lifts off and allows the 117 on through. Little bit of clear track ahead, not much though. He's got to go up against Crisdale and Stenberg very shortly. This is what happened to Reston here, just a really big lock up into the elbow, across the marbles and bumping the concrete.
Yeah, nothing you can do at that point. You're already way too wide there. The moment's already happened. You're just trying to resurrect it so your day's not over. And there's the drive-through penalty as well for Liam Reston. So 16th spot now on the road for Rattray White. The problem is he's losing bulk time to the leaders. It's now nearly 20 seconds back from the race leaders. If he can keep making his way forward and trim that margin, okay, now we're back in with a shot. Now we can sort of start to talk about it. Where he is right now, he can't afford to lose much more time. He's just going to go hard.
Yeah, push as hard as you possibly can. And you mentioned, coming off the safety car, that the Lobs Esports car would need to try and gap everyone else, but looks like that's not the case. Anderson and O'Shea are sticking right with James Scott here.
Yeah. And doing a phenomenal lap. Have a look at the last pit stop lap. So O'Shea pit a couple laps earlier. But now it's, for them, they weren't looking at this. They were just trying to get themselves to the front. Well, they've done their job now. Okay, now you get your head up. Now you start thinking about what can you do with the race. And realistically, this is a car that we haven't been thinking is maybe a shot of the podium, but now is. So, okay, how good are they? This is their first opportunity to really test themselves. So it's going to be about what does the stint pace look like at the back end. Remember, they're a couple laps shorter on fuel. They could go for the undercut, pop out with the lead. Could you imagine that happens?
Yeah, that would be incredible, wouldn't it? And I mean, the pace of the number 19 right now is just incredible. O'Shea actually has the fastest lap of the race now. That number 19 is right on it here, and holding on in the slipstream of the two Holdens could potentially save a bit more fuel besides, and may or may not give them an extra advantage towards the end too.
It's just there's nothing more we can really do at the moment. It's just sit here, watch, wait for the important bits and pieces to happen. I think that undercut margin is actually a lot more important than we get credit for. The problem they've got though is at the back end of the race. If that's 2 laps worth of racing fuel, I think it was on the safety car that pit stop as well. But if it's 2 laps worth of racing fuel, they're a little bit dead in the water. They won't be relevant to the outright race win, but they'll be there for a podium. So. I don't know where to look at the moment, Reese. I feel like I need the 8 eyes of a spider just to keep my eyes on everything that's moving out at the moment.
Yeah, I'm struggling really.
You need some food in you.
Yeah, I do actually, I do, but I don't have anything in the house that I can snack on. I'll do my best though to try and keep across everything going on the racetrack. How good would it be to have a mighty Ford win the last big race of Gen 2 in the YouTube chat? I mean, I was a General Motors boy. You know, my family car when I was a young boy was a VR Commodore, so I've always been a Holden supporter. It would be nice to see Holden come out on top in the final Gen 2 race in sort of big official events, but that Mustang is still looking very quick indeed. Keep an eye on the Vermilion 888 meanwhile. Tao Sorono still up 5 spots here and looking to get it done on 2 fishy cars here. It looks like they might have had some kind of problem of their own here. Looks like wide at McPhillamy. Oh no, actually managed to work it out there. He did go deep at the S's, so that's what allowed the fishy cars past.
Smart driving. Put it on. Excuse me. Put it on the cheeky thing and poked it back out and tried to serve a slow down penalty on the racing line. Elected not to do that, and took the smart way through things. Yeah, this race is blowing wide up. Is that the 41 car just in the pit lane?
Yes, it is. Brian Jones bringing it in, and that's after 18 laps completed on that stint there. I didn't see them take a pit stop that last time either, so it's going to leave them with 2 more 23 lap stints to the end of the race, we're hearing.
Did I get my numbers right? 25, 25, and 25, 75? No, I didn't get my numbers right.
Yeah, you're correct.
So the thing is, I always question my own life because I'm never sure if I'm right.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I always end up getting a couple of digits switched, or I've got the decimal point in the wrong place, or something like that. The worst thing for me is Jay says, I just read back what I'm told from Jay, and sometimes he gets it wrong.
Jay has gotten me in trouble so many times this year for getting wrong. He has done it so many times. He's told me Bo Albert was the only guy with multiple different World Championship licenses across different companies. He was very wrong on that one. There were so many different Australian drivers who have done that. And I just take him at face value. We trust him. It's the thing is, when you're a commentator, you just read from the teleprompter.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not us that's right. It's the information that's right.
Oh dear me. We're at that point now where our demeanour in the comms box is starting to fall apart. Go on.
If Jay ever wanted to ruin my commentary career, he would just swear in my ear. Some of it would come out. I guarantee.
Oh yeah.
So
absolutely. We're just a couple of parrots up here, aren't we?
We're puppets. We're puppets, Reese.
Well, have a look at that. Battle for 18th going all the way back to 30th. No cars separated by more than a second apart. This is pretty insane here with Jamie McKnight leading the way on that battle in the Fishy Motorsports 07. The JTI Team Race on Oscar, Justin Wallace up behind them as well, who's looking to take advantage of this fight. Matt Morris will be trying to find his way past McKnight. Don't forget the Synergy 88 is in there as well. Brady Baldwin having to recover from some bad runnings earlier on.
tell you what, Reece, this commentary's in as much trouble as Australia in the cricket at the moment because Marlon Clabbershane's got the ball.
Dear, I don't know what that means, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm a serial Labuschagne hater.
Right. I see. Oh boy. This lead battle's not forced apart any, has it? James Scott still nailing every apex here up the front, and Dylan O'Shea still chasing. Last time by, the Trans-Tasman car was actually the fastest of the lot. Not by much, though. They're only separated on lap time by maybe a few hundredths of a second at most. So last lap time for Anderson was a 2:06.2. Compare that to 2:06.3s for both Scott and O'Shea. I think these three are going to be locked together until the next pit stop.
Yeah, nothing going on at the moment. And remember that the 19 car's lighter on fuel than the other two as well. Last pit stop, lap 26. Now on lap 96. We've had 2 safety car interventions in that time period, though. So I reckon they might be able to get about 26, 27 laps out of the sim. I'm expecting them in, I reckon about lap 100. So that is 4 or 5 laps away.
Yeah, not too long to go. 65 left on this race. 65 laps of Bathurst left in the V8SCOPS season. Remember, this is the final round of the championship. And we'll be saying goodbye to a lot this year. A fantastic 2024 season, the Gen 2 cars. And this particular battle, Scott versus Anderson versus O'Shea, you can't put anything between them at the moment. They're all matching each other very well. But O'Shea, I mean, I would have thought that he'd fuel save a little bit to try and extend the stint further, but he's just right on the back of them. Meanwhile, look at this, the fishy 08. Paul Warwick got Kurt Stenberg for very close company coming into the cutting and slips back ahead. And there's the Vermilion 117 getting up the inside of the Synergy 34. Rattray White back in the battle.
That's risk. That is risk, but it's what is required. And the problem is you've got to judge that risk correctly. And there was blocks from Warwick running down the straight. Stenberg tried to go around the outside. Ewan Baker, and this is sort of where it gets set up, because Baker gets checked up right here, and Rattray White just gets a full-blown exit, gets a real good crack at him.
Yeah, certainly does. Baker having to lift off a bit early, and then Rattray White's like, okay, door's going to open, or if it isn't, I'm going to make sure it stays open, and Ewan Baker didn't have much choice there.
Now it's just, again, just picking them off. Work your way up, line them up, pick them off. Work your way up, line them up, pick them off. It's critical that you do it at a regular, reliable rate of knots. And Paul Warwick, again, is just like, no, I'm hanging on to this spot. Here comes Stenberg. This is going to go on.
Into the chase. Warwick gives it up to Stenberg on the way in. Is there room for Rattray White to squeeze through? There is.
Well
Lovely
done.
stuff. And he pulls it up as well.
Oh, that wasn't a hole. That is, again, opportunism. You just force somebody into a spot where they don't want to be, and they just go, yep, I'll have none of that. Now, that is just smart. It's aggressive driving, but it's smart, aggressive driving.
Look at the track temp. Falling down to 41 now. There's a big cloud over the bottom of the racetrack. So, wow, yeah, look, that drop right at the end. Very significant.
Yep, here we go.
A lot of grip available now, and the drivers will take advantage of that for sure. Tyres will be feeling like they've just had a cool shower at the end of a hot summer's day, I imagine.
Don't tempt me with going off and cooling off a little bit in the shower. I think that refresh, that reset moment's only just around the corner. I think for all of these guys, if you're a main driver at the moment, I think you're doing that. You're stepping away, you're making sure if you want fuel, if you want to top up, if you want to grab that energy drink. I saw Bo Albert a little bit earlier on said, energy drink, no, you've got to have one of those towards the back end of the race. So he's keen. That's probably in his fuel plan to get home, is an energy drink to get himself done. I'm a big fan of the cool shower because it's a mental refresh tool as well, reset the brain. But it's all these little things. If you're going to prepare yourself for the final 6 of the day and go hard, you're going to do them now. Think of Rattray White. Rattray White might be in this car to the end of the race from here.
Yeah, certainly could. I mean, it'd be a huge job for him to do, but he's certainly got the pace. He's certainly got the focus on board.
And I'll give you the numbers, by the way, for that car for the drivers. Remember, minimum lap count you must complete for both drivers, 54. Guess how many Jacob O'Reilly's done? It's
54?
60.
Oh, 60.
So perfect, just over the marker. But remember, they had to get to the window. There's 2 and a bit stints to get yourself into the window. Well, they got that bit stint out of the way nice and early.
That they did. So Vermilion 117, one of the cars outside this top battle at the moment, but they'll filter back into it as time goes on. Here's Stenny, just adjusting his seat, apparently not happy with something. Maybe he needs to lean forward a little more.
It looks like when he's itchy, he looks like he's itchy. He doesn't look... You look into that, and that's a driver who's not settled right now. And he's made a couple of overtakes. He's been aggressive here. Something's adjusting. He's adjusting something for sure, but he's just not settled and in the car. So it's make sure that you use this opportunity, shake it out, whatever you've got to do, reset, because he definitely looks antsy.
Yeah, it definitely does. We look at the focus he's got through Griffins, though. A little bit of a twitch of the wheel there as he came across the curb. Now it's up to him to try and chase the 117, try and keep up with them. So you never know, might give him a chance to find his way towards Aaron Gilbert and Shokan Atake, the last 2 cars in the top 10, just a few seconds up the road.
And the margin to the race lead is 22 seconds. So he's bang on the window. At the moment he's ahead. But he's got to go hard. He's got to go absolutely as hard as he possibly can to make sure that he stays there. At the moment, it's 10 seconds. It's about 10 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds is the margin that he's got. He cannot lose to the end of the race. He's got to overtake a bunch of cars. Or alternatively, some of these cars are going to start peeling off for their next pit stop here in the next couple of laps. That's exactly what he wants. Out of the way. Michael Taliantis is 5 seconds down the road. He's currently the leader on that strategy as well.
Yeah, there's plenty of factors here. I mean, there is that top 3 battle going on at the moment where, we're seeing Lobs Esports finally start to break away from TTR a little bit with a 206.004 on that lap just gone. But the 143 and the 117 are still outside chances here. They're going to be in this. They just need to keep things up, and they need to avoid the inevitable carnage that may come in the last 60 laps of this race.
Another battle pack that's sort of also worth talking about is Michael Angus, Jamie Dyak and Tony Sirota were all together 5th, 6th, 7th on the road. 3 cars at the start of the day that would have gone, inside the top 10 was probably the target. Well, they're fighting for a spot inside the top 5. And Tony Richie's caught them as well.
Yeah, Tally's right on the back of this fight now. 4 little Mustangs all in a row. Watch out for the Holdens. Go, go, go. Up into the cutting they come. And we're going to get a replay here of Brian Borg. I did see him fall down the order here with Rob Crisdale. Something happened to them down at Murray's. And Borg attempting the pass, but it's a bit deep. He's over the curb and... well, he actually gets it done nicely, but ultimately trying a defense there on Crisdale. And Phil Kraus is right there to take advantage and move past Crisdale at least, and then Borg runs wide on the exit of Hell corner. So 2 positions for free for the Americans down under car.
No complaints there, eh?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Didn't have to get the elbows out at all.
So what's the next line in the nursery rhyme though, Reese? Because it's out goes the Commodore and in comes Chevrolet.
Nobody ever listens to anything I say, Jay says. Yeah. Love it. Love it.
The amount of stuff that comes through our ears leaves them there's always a third conversatory member of this commentary box. It's just that you guys don't get to witness some of the absolute raw, uncut genius of Jay.
Yeah. He'll debate the genius moniker, of course, but no, he says he'll take it. All right. I had a line forming in my head. The final line of the poem would probably be, I don't know, if it were me, I'd say, soon we'll be racing Gin 3s at Phuket Kohei or something like that. I don't know.
Reaching a bit hard. That was a bit more hard reach.
2 will be racing in Adelaide. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that rhyme could work. Gonna have to be a bit soft on the last D, though. Dearie me. We're devolving in the comms box at the moment. We'll be thankfully having a break after the next round of pit stops. I think I'll use that opportunity to get a little bit of food in me. Regardless, I'll look at the Triple 8 here. 7th place for now. Still getting chased down by Mr. Talyancic in the 143, and it's getting closer, ever closer between the two fishy cars up ahead there. Michael Angus and Jamie Dyke. Dyke was very aggressive across the curbs there up the top of the mountain. Usually you want to stay off those inside curbs, but sometimes you can whack them and get away with it.
Yeah, it's just interesting actually because VDSB has actually just dropped in the server to watch along and celebrate his teammates, enjoy a little bit of racing along. So all of the guys that are chilling out in the session, and believe me, there were actually a lot of spectators who not just join us here in the YouTube chat, but also in the race server, because you get the opportunity to slice up and down the field and have a little bit of a look at whoever you'd like to follow and watch along. Yeah, there's just so many little battle packs. That safety car came at a perfect time to just sort of set things up to be a really, really nice finish. Couldn't have asked for a better timed safety car.
Yeah, it's made things quite interesting here as one of the fishy cars peels off. That's Jamie Dyke bringing in the 269. And while all that's happened, the 117 has made up a further position, making their way past Sho Kanatake in the number 86. I'll tell you what, I could have said something about Kanatake for the final line of the nursery rhyme.
You could have, yeah, absolutely could have. Oh well.
Oh, the opportunity's gone now.
Yep.
Jay's saying we need a new sim racing song, but verbal chicanery 2 has been on my mind, and I don't know if it's ever going to happen. You know, still riding from time to time. Rattray White making up another spot here on Aaron Gilbert, and they are now in at the top 8. And Rattray White is motoring along here. He's been holding on to some fantastic pace, hasn't he? Running consistent low 206s, while everyone's around him is running mid 207s at least.
Something happened in that next group up ahead that Talyancic is on the back of. So remember, you said a couple laps ago, Talyancic was about 5 seconds down the road. Well, it's now down to about 2.5 on Rattray White. So he's making bulk time at the moment. I wonder whether or not Tally's caught these guys and gone, I've got a fuel bill to pay here. I've got to pay it at some point. Why don't we do it now? And these guys are only a couple laps away from pit stopping, and then I'll go hard at that point in time. Not a bad call. If that's actually what the call is, he gets the fuel the other way. It means that when these guys clear out, full throttle to be able to sit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like Talyancic on the back of Sorono here, he hasn't been attempting any moves. He hasn't shown any signs of wanting to get past. He is just fuel saving for the time being. Well, there's Rattray White popping into the back of the frame there. Shows you just how much he's caught them. 207.3 for Talyancic on the last lap. That is a full second slower than Zach Rattray White. Looks a little bit deep there for Tally, but manages to pull it up for the apex of the chase and power on out. Meanwhile, here comes the 888 into the pit lane. Teo Sorono may very well be handing the car back to Cody Deeth from here.
Yeah, that might be the end of the race for him. And this is exactly what I was talking about for Tally. Pit stops are very, very nearby. So you can push on, you can take some risks, and you can lose some time whilst you're doing it, or you can just sit back and fuel save. And it's just about recognising the phases of the race that we're in at the moment. Margin to the lead hasn't changed all that much in the last little while for Zach Rattray White. Still sitting around about that 22 seconds, just about to dip into the 23 second off the race lead. So, but in the meantime, Brady Myers and Josh Anderson have fallen just a touch off away from them. So I'm going to say that the already 8 car set up for cooler track temperature. I think that's what we're expecting as this temperature comes down, they pull away.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that at the start, didn't we? As man, it looks like Anderson is having some troubles with the car on this lap. I saw him have a slide through Reed Park and now running beyond the curb at McPhillamy. And Scott is breaking away now. Yeah, you're right. I mean, remember when the track temperature was super high at the start of the race, and at the end of the first stint, we saw Scott really struggling for rear-end grip as Anderson was chasing him. Well, now the roles are reversed. Seems like Anderson's having a bit of trouble with the rear end, and James Scott is just driving away from them at the moment.
Yeah, so swings and roundabouts, they went through that phase of the race where they were horrible. They kept themselves right in the right section of the racetrack. That is Dylan O'Shea doing some fuel saving just in behind them as well. So, again, recognising, I reckon Anderson's a touch faster than O'Shea still, but can't really do much. If O'Shea goes for a move and they squabble about it, well, race win disappears up the road. So for this phase of the race, the best thing you can do is sit in behind, save fuel. I know it's boring to watch as a race fan, but this is, O'Shea's left with two really, really bad decisions. Do I run slower and, fuel save a little bit and gain that time in the pit lane, or do I get aggressive and lose time on the racetrack? So effectively, neither choice is right, but one is less bad.
Meanwhile, huge problem for the Pacific Esports Racing 686. It looks like Blake Fitzpatrick has dropped from the server. He just disappeared about a minute or two ago, and he's falling down the order. Such a shame. They were in 20th place at the time, and would have been an excellent run for them if they'd kept going, but now the internet has decided it's time to stop. Look at the slow-mo here. Thanks to our friends at SuitSpeed. SuitSpeed has a Black Friday sale going as well. Just saying, 30% off, rather than the usual 10% with your relevant discount code. Look at this slide here on the exit. He is kicking the tail out at the chase.
Yeah, he's driving it hard. He's really, really pushing those margins, going as hard as he possibly can. The other thing I did see on that lap as well is straight ahead at the chase for Zach Rattray White. He just missed pulling the car up, sorry, but he did run wide and cut across it. And Henderson using all that margin down at the elbow.
Yeah, all of it and then some. You have to, you got to enter aggressively, but the entry to the chase was a bit too aggressive here for Rattray White. We'll see how it all went down for him. On the brakes, tries to turn in, but the front end just isn't responding. And across the grass he goes, serving a small slowdown penalty. And back on the throttle from there. Have a look at the gap that the 088 has pulled here, as there's the call to the pits from the 9.5 SimSport 19. O'Shea will bring it in. And he has been one of the star performers of the podium in the mid-phase of the race. Little lock-up on entry, and wow, that was quite a massive lock-up there. Hayden Sell is going to jump back in the car. Now, not too sure what the overall pace difference is between Sell and O'Shea. This is going to be a tough job for Hayden Sell, I think, to try and keep up with these guys.
He's just going to have a crack. They're in such a great position now that realistically, Hayden Sell can afford to lose a fair bit of time, and they might still finish on the podium. It comes down to where's the fuel strategy play out. The other side of the coin is I think Tully's flicked into fuel conservation mode and stayed in fuel conservation mode. Rattray White just took 7/10 of a second out of him on that most recent lap. So I think this strategy is the right one to be on in terms of trying to win the race, but you've still got to make it to the distance. To go two sets of 24, they've got to get to 48 laps from the end. Well, when is that? It's about 9 laps to go from here. They did do a lot of saving on a safety car, but Tully's saving more now, just says to me, they want to go a little bit further than 25 to go. They're looking to probably go for the 24 and let Jordan Ross just go. Whereas Rattray White may have some more fuel saving to do.
Many permutations yet to come as Jamie McKnight falls back behind the 427. Here comes Joshua Horton, yet another one of the Vermilion Esports cars in the field. There's a dive at the cutting, but it's not enough, and McKnight is around. Oh, avoids getting into the wall, but Jamie is going to be fuming at that.
Yeah, he tends to be, not hot's the wrong word, but I would say a frustrated customer. Wears his heart on his sleeve is a really, really good way to describe Jamie McKnight.
Yeah, indeed. come.
Don't give him credit for what he
Replay.
just said. Do not give him credit for what he just said, Reese, at all.
No, I won't. But yeah, it looked like a bit of a misjudged move there from the Vermilion 15. Probably thought that the move was on, but from the outside it clearly wasn't. Horton not as good on the brakes as he wanted, as the leaders are in. TTR and Lobs Esports responding to the pit stop there from the 9.5.19. Now, Hayden Sell's down in 21st place at the moment. We'll see if there's driver changes here. There is one in the Lobs car. Jared Filsell jumping back into that one. And it looks like Myers is getting back into the 22. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup here. Can Hayden Sell keep up with Filsell and Myers from here? 28 laps complete on that stint.
Yeah, he's going to go as hard as he possibly can and do everything he possibly can. I can tell you, big change as well in terms of overall race strategy position is that Talian's just lifted and let Zach Rattray wide. He just lifted. Got out of the way.
Yeah, indeed he did. That's another quicker pit stop there for the Lobs Esports car. 32 seconds stopped compared to 36 for Trans-Tasman. They've gone a bit lighter on fuel again.
19 come up, sped on the way to the pit lane. Remember how their brakes were locked up?
No.
It's not that much of a margin there.
Yeah, not much at all. Okay. So, a black flag for the number 15 that we're seeing. That's for contact with the 32 earlier on. It's not for that contact that we saw with McKnight. There's also a 5-second penalty that's come in for the 077 for the contact back on lap 68. I believe that's part of what that was just before the safety car came out.
Yeah, that seems about right. Lap 81 was it was in between the two safety cars.
Yeah. It was that maybe it was that incident out of Reed Park, I think.
Yeah.
And also 10-second penalty to the 005 for blocking under blue flags with the 686. So difficulties going on there for the Phoenix Racing Team car.
Remember all the checking up that happened out of the last corner that sort of triggered all of the action that led to the second safety car? Well, that was the 005. I don't know whether or not it was blocked. It was difficult. We didn't pick up enough of it to really judge what happened. I didn't see quite enough of it, but it was just, I think it was just racing. As safety car restart, field boxed up together, and a bunch of lap cars shuffled slightly up the order on lead lap cars is probably all that one was, but Race was seeing something more than what we saw. So.
When everyone's gone into the pits, we'll step aside. But for now, yet more pit stops coming. The car of Josh Horton finding his way into the pits, and I believe that is for that black flag that they were issued there. Makes his way back out, and I think should be on for a scheduled pit stop very shortly. Taliancic finding his way up into second here at the end of this stint for him. Still a few laps away. Zach Rattray White on the same strategy. We're waiting on basically everyone in the top 9 to come into the pits sometime in the next few laps. Pit lane's going to be a flurry of activity.
Yeah, and the critical lap number, so 225 lap stints, is the end of lap 111, or 50 laps to go. 48 laps to go to the end of lap 113. 48 laps is green, it's just go to the end. Don't worry about saving.
Yeah, go, go, go. Flat out to the end.
How about you, mate? Have you got anything prepared to go and get your pit stop in? Because you're not Indian. What time is it over there? Will it be midday?
Yeah, 12:15. I mean,
Sorry.
what have I got in the fridge? I mean, I've got bread, I've got peanut butter, not much that doesn't require a lot of cooking. So I'm going to have to scrimp and scrounge a little bit.
Brady Baldwin sits in 6th spot. Who's his co-driver?
Yeah, Mr. 6th place, Brenton Hobson.
He
Let's
needs
see
to
what
change
Brady
his
can
car
do
number.
here.
Give up the 88, go to the 666, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon. Maybe that will dispel the 6th place there, a bit of reverse psychology.
Is it just me or is it incredibly dark at the moment out there? Somebody say
Yeah,
rain
it
for us?
is.
I wish rain for us.
Track temp's down to 37 Celsius. This is quite the cloud that's come over the racetrack. Practically no light hitting the tarmac at all. Pretty low relative humidity as well.
It's just dropped another degree as well, which will probably be reflected here when it drops another ½ degree, I would say. But yeah, it is on the way down, and way down quite aggressively at the moment as well.
Yeah, it's another big dip. We saw that large dip earlier, and it started climbing back up, but now it's all the way back down again as Baldwin's pushing hard there across the top of the mountain. They'll be happy that the days of sort of 52-degree track temperature are over for the time being. I'll be hoping that it doesn't climb back above 40 for a bit as well, but it looks like the sun is just coming back out now. That cloud is now history. Not at the top of the mountain. Hayden Sell currently trying to find his way past Tim Mulford, and there's an awful lot of laps difference between these cars. Such fresh tyres on the 19, but he can't get past until after the elbow.
So I think one of the big keys about the Myers and Phil Cell pit stops is, remember how they short pit just a little bit? They didn't quite fill their cars up. One of the big reasons for that is just ahead of this pack, there is clear air in terms of track position. So by doing that, they've avoided being in this angry horde of hornets. This has probably cost Hayden Sell, I reckon, in the realm of 3 to 4 seconds minimum. And he's got more fuel in the car. Their final stop's going to be shorter, but they've cost themselves in terms of track position. That might be the difference between a podium and not.
Yeah, very hard work for the 19. Looks like it's hard work for Phil Sell as well, because he's trying to find his way past the 427 at the moment and has had a bit of trouble. He'll be able to get by in Griffin's Bend, but down at the chase, Phil Sell overshot just a little bit and ran into the gravel trap. So not ideal for the 088. That's going to be a few tenths lost at least, but still, it's nowhere near the losses that the 19 has suffered.
Yeah, a lot of time lost in the traffic. So, when you've got a quick car, when you've got an accurate car, when you've got fresh tyres on board, you really want to be able to take advantage of that. They haven't been able to. Rattray White's now out to 1.2 second lead, so he's broken the Toto Taliancic, who was probably trying to use him to fuel save a little bit. And that was a little bit of drama down around Stenny as well.
Yeah, that was the 088, the effective race leader, trying to find their way past Chastaneuf in the 427. Another pack here. We return to the run behind the number 88 in 6th spot. Matt Morris trying to fend off Justin Wallace here. That JTI race on Oscar has had a mammoth run up through the field. Hasn't been without its little dings and dents, but pretty significant run up through the field, and the 088 is right behind them now. Phil Sell has found his way past Chastaneuf and has even dragged Chastaneuf up towards this pack here. Got the WKMP 63 right in the midst of all of that as well. Remember, the car that spent half an hour in the pits getting damage repair. The race on Oscar will go wide here for Phil Sell and get very close to making contact, but it stays clean on the way out of the chase. But just goes to show, just one corner's worth of side-by-side is worth quite a bit of time. And you saw the Trans-Tasman car poking its nose up in the background. There it is, out of Murray's Corner. Brady Myers got a little bit of clear air ahead of him before he gets to this pack. Phil Sell's last lap was a 206.8, a 205.6 from Myers.
Yeah, so he's catching them. He's got that margin of fuel on board. So can we get the two pit stops up, have a look at them side by side? And this is going to be very, very important, because this will tell you exactly what the difference is. The difference is 4.3 seconds in terms of stop time. that will have to be paid back, right? There is no way that you can chop that amount of... That is effectively the difference between them. So if Phil Sell can maintain that margin over Brady Myers, we'll pop back out ahead. Then it's just the race between himself and the guys that are on the one less stop strategy. So...
Whoa, easy does it. A rare lose for Phil Sell there, coming out of Reed Park. He's facing the same kind of problem that we saw Hayden Sell running through before. He's having to find his way through a pack of cars that are on much older tyres, and he locks up into the S's. This is not good.
I know you want to be aggressive, I know you want to poke the nose out, and I know you want to run away with it, but these cars are top 5 cars at the moment. They're right up there and they're in contention. So just think about it a little bit. Set your moves up. Okay, you got it done, probably one corner earlier than you would have liked to, but what did you cost yourself? You cost Matt Morris going into the S's. He was offline. He couldn't take the optimum line in there, so that's worth 3 or 4 tenths. That's margin that Myers is sitting back at the end of these guys and just looking at and going, yeah, boys, more of that, please. Yes, please, I'll take it.
Yeah, by the end of next lap, I think Myers will be on the back of this pack, and you never know. He might have an easier time getting by them than Phil Sell did, and that'll be the real difference maker in the end. Meanwhile, 47 has come into the pits after 26 laps complete. The Americans Down Under car is going to find its way around another lap here. Philip Kraus going along on this stint, and it's actually been a solid recovery from Kraus and Blocker. They took advantage through the safety car to try and get themselves back up the field, and now running in third on track, effective position unsure, but they might be knocking on the door of a top 10.
They'd be top 5 for sure. They'd be right around top 5 for that car. Their critical lap in terms of fuels, the end of this one, or every lap that they can go longer is another lap that they can push harder earlier. In terms of the back half of this race. So remember, the end of this lap, 2:25 laps since to home. The end of next lap is a 24 and a 25. The lap after that, 2:24s, go for it.
Phil Sell trying to get his way past Baldwin now. 5 laps on the tyres versus 25 laps, and there it is. Again, not a place you usually see passes being made, but Phil Sell is getting the elbows out where he needs to. Brady Myers is now on the back of James Chastaneuf. 2:05.8 again from Brady Myers here, but this is a difficult place to come up on traffic. He's going to have to lift off a little bit here. I don't think he's going to get past at the elbow.
Well, the problem is these guys aren't actually traffic. This is for effective position.
Yeah.
Set the move up, get the drive out. What are you doing trying to shove the nose there would be my question.
Yeah, I think maybe pushing a little bit too hard on the way in. Here comes the 117 into the lane. Completed 26 laps on that stint, and the Synergy 143 will follow them in. So here we go. Americans Down Under is going to follow them in here as well. This is going to be a very significant battle. The 017's coming in too.
And just hearing as well, Kano 9 hasn't got a secondary driver in that car, so they've had issues with registration or something going on, so that'll be Dean Powell. He's done the whole race. He's done all 111 laps up to this point, which actually means that he has got not enough time left for them to get a second driver in and serve minimum driver requirements.
Yeah, well, 54 laps is the minimum requirement, and there's 51 laps remaining. So, yeah, unfortunately, the 99 is going to have to come out of this race as Myers gets around the Race on Oz car. Justin Wallace, who's another driver going very long there. The pit lane being an absolute hive of activity. Vermilion Esports 117 is completed their stop here, and it's a full fuel stop for them. They will definitely be making it 25-25 to the very end.
Yep. So here we go. This is what it all lines up to be now. Go and get after it. Interesting to note though, that 13 car, they've gone a lap longer than they could have done. So that means that their final 2 stints, they've got 1 less lap that they've got to make out of those, so they can go a fair bit harder.
Yeah, indeed. Lot to think about here coming into the final two stints of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Andrew Dyson finding his way back up into fifth, fighting with Brad Ratu, and Ratu was a lot fresher out of the pits than Dyson is. Pitted 10 laps earlier. Dyson's been out there for 17 and a half laps now. This 41 has had a very difficult race, has to be said. Plenty of contact early on, and then a few penalties from race control, putting them further back. But crucially, they could still be looking at a top 10 in the end.
Yep, could be, and that's what it's been about. Is get yourself into the right little spot and put yourself on the track at the right place at the right time. And they're trying to do that at this point in time. And yep, it's difficult. It's about reading the strategy and taking advantage of the opportunities that come your way, knowing the critical fuel numbers. So Phil Sell's going to pop out with the lead. It's 2.5 seconds at the moment. Very, very tight between these two guys. Willis and 19 shuffle out in terms of things as well.
Well, that is the scene being set for the run to the end here. Less than 50 laps to go in the 2024 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Doing okay by Lobs 088 leading the way, followed by Trans-Tasman Racing 22. And for the moment, 95 SimSport 19 rounding out the podium. Stay with us here on SimSpeed TV. We'll return very shortly. You're watching SimSpeed TV. The V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2024. The lead is on. Jared Filsell being chased down by Brady Myers. Bit of a difference between them on the previous lap, but it's certainly going to be all the way on to the end of the race. Looking like a bit of a two-horse race at the moment with the 9.5 SimSport car. Not quite able to get up to them just yet. I'm Rhys Gardner, Scott Rankin in the comms box with me, Jay Kennedy behind the scenes. Good news, I have some food now, so I'm going to have some energy towards the end of the race, just in time to have a chat to Brady Baldwin, co-driver with Brenton Hobson in the number 88 machine. And, well, Brady, looks like you're going to be handing this one over to Hobbo for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I'm all done for the day, Reese. Let the master do his thing. Took me probably till that third stint to get comfortable again. I haven't driven the car for like 6 weeks and absolutely no laps coming in. So I'm a bit rusty to start off, but thought that last stint was pretty good for me. So it's hard to know where we're at. We're 17th on the road, but a lot of cars in front have to stop 2 more times. And we got only stop once, so it's sort of hard to gauge where we're at right now, but hopefully somewhere in the 10 would be nice.
Yeah, certainly would. Brenton has been in the car now for the last 5 laps, and so it's looking like you guys are going to be going 25-25 to the end, but you never know, a late race safety car could spice things up in that respect.
Yeah, correct. I think the safety car might hurt us a little bit because it might bring everyone else sort of back closer to us. So we'll just have to see what happens. Nature of this race, you probably expect a safety car late on, but obviously watching Hobbo and watching the race up front, the Lobs car and then the TTR car put in a really good race and both equally as fast, so it's going to be a pretty good finish to the race, I think.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, Brady, you've had a lot of memories in V8s. Of course, you come from the dirt side of things and the head administrator of Oceanic Dirt Sim events, but you have a lob in the V8 from time to time, as it looks like Myers is about to try and make a move on Filsell here. Yeah, you've come in leaps and bounds in this car. You've had lots of run-ups in Pro Invitational and in V8SCOPS as well, but Gen 3 is on the horizon. Is there anything you're anticipating for the new era?
Hopefully it's good. By the reports and everything, the cars could be pretty good and pretty close to the real-life counterpart, so that's exciting. I'm only starting to just get a hold of this car and we're going straight into a new car, so yeah, hopefully it's a fresh reset for everyone and hopefully we're not terribly slow in it to start off and certainly be grinding a lot of laps from 2025 V8SCOPS season and obviously Pro Invitational Qualifier Series and whatnot, so really good for the future of V8 cars in Australia.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Brady. Best of luck for you and Hobbo for the end of the race. And yeah, I guess we'll have a chat to you potentially after the race, depending on what happens.
That'd be really cool, but I don't think so. I think the top 2 and Zachary Trey White look pretty fast and for the top 3, but it'd be ironic if we can finish 6th place today. Told Hobbo that's what we want to do, finish P6, because it would just be a swan song for the car. So thanks, guys. Have a great call and hopefully talk to you later.
All right, Brady Baldwin there, as we can bring you back in, Scott, for what is turning out to be quite an intense fight here between Filsell and Myers.
Yeah, I expected nothing less. This is what I expect when these two go toe to toe. It's always intense. It tends to be, I'm going to say historically speaking, they do trade paint, but these two love to trade paint. They have no problem with it. It's just part and parcel of racing. Oh, hello.
Oh, that's interesting. Splash and dash now, evidently. But there's still... Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay, so what this is,
right.
this is to prevent Brady from being able to fuel save behind him.
Yeah.
Because if basically right now Brady is pushing him along, and he's sitting right there, and he's just fuel saving, doesn't have to go anywhere, doesn't have to do anything. If he does that for the rest of the race, well, Brady will win it. No hands down. Well, I mean, fuel strategy still is a really, really important part of things, but that sort of tells us exactly what we've got to deal with, right? He knows he's never going to win it by towing Brady Myers around. If he goes and pits now, Brady's got to now run qualifying laps and judge him at the same time. And Rattray White's gone through. This is what I said. I thought this strategy was the right one to be on. I still think it is.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here for Vermilion 117. Only 7 laps into their stint, and well, going 25-25 to the end, there's going to have to be another pit stop coming for the Doing OK by Lob's car. Come out pretty level with Tomoyasu Inatani at the wheel of the Phoenix Racing Team car. This car up 34 places as things stand. Coming up to the end of their stint, yes, so they'll filter back a few more positions, but still, awfully good job from those guys to find their way up from the rear of the grid. Had a question from Taya in the YouTube chat. What are we eating? Well, it's the Great Australian Race. I've got the Great Australian food item, some Vegemite on toast.
I was going to say, what a funny snack.
Yeah, well, Bunnings is near me, but I think it might be the wrong time of day for that.
Yeah.
I think we're hearing news of another driver wanting to come in for a chat, and it seems we can be joined, Scott, by Kurt Stenberg. Why don't you take this one?
Steady, mate. We've been keeping an eye on you right throughout the day. What I really, really want to know is what's just down on your right-hand side, your right hand. You were playing with something during that final stint. You looked unsettled. Were you trying to adjust the seating? Other hand.
Yeah, here.
Yep.
Yeah. To be honest, I had a problem all the way through my stint of my seat. I was standing on the brake pedal, and the seat was moving backwards out of the seating railing. So that was what I was trying to do. I was actually trying to pull the seat forward and like hold myself to do it. So it wasn't very ideal. You can imagine coming into turn 2 and you stand on the brakes and the car just seat goes back, the brake pressure drops, and you're all of a sudden think you're going to be in the wall. So not ideal.
Mate, considering everything that was going on, hung on to it quite well. It just takes me back to when I first started sim racing. I did the silly thing of sim racing on a chair with wheels on it, and every time I step on the brake pedal, the chair just slide back. Yeah. Anyway, mate, been an interesting day at the office. A unique opportunity to spend some time driving with Bo Albert. What's the drive been like today? And you know, both are a little bit of the colourful characters within the sim racing world. What's it like to drive alongside the great man?
It's interesting, hey, like, I don't think anybody could have predicted us two driving together. Like, this is an interesting combination. Yeah, like, look, it wasn't ideal where we started. We obviously started at the back after the qualifying penalty, but yeah, I couldn't get anyone. No one in TTR wanted to drive, so we had a bit of a look around. Yeah, it turns out ERT was a similar situation, so Bo was more than happy to drive with me, which was awesome. So I know we've both sort of we've done meme entries and stuff in this race at times, but I think both of us went, this is a serious opportunity to get a good result in this race. We're both the AA combos, so let's see what we can go and do.
Yeah, I think a really, really unique thing as well is that both of you guys have been driving that light blue colouring combination for such a long period of time that we both sort of just looked at it and went, you know what, that works. It makes total sense. So, you know, the car itself, I think, represents both of you guys quite well.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I had this done up for the Logitech Series 1000, and I was thinking about like and I just thought to myself, I can't be bothered painting delivery. Let's run this car. We'll run PTR, we'll run full serious, and we'll have an actual serious track. We'll just focus on the race and won't focus on any other stuff. That's the approach. Make it feel serious because we want to have a good track at this.
A unique opportunity today as well. You know, this is the swan song of what's been such a cultural icon for the last 5 years for us as sim racing. And if you had to sit down and put a pin in a big memory of the ZB Commodore, is there anything that jumps out, stands out to you?
First thing that jumps out, stands out to me is when I came second in Sebring in V8SCOPS. Like, that's my best result in this car. So that's, you know, that stands out to me. But there's some good memories. I know, to be honest, I've had some rough times in this car too when you think about it. But yeah, that's the one that definitely jumps out. It's actually quite sad. I actually said to Bo, as I came out of Hull Corner, I said, this is my last ever lap in this car at this track. It's weird when you don't often in life get to think about the last time you're going to do something, but that was the time where I thought, this is it. This is what we spent 5 years doing a million laps of. And yeah.
only a million and one more won't mind too much, eh? It's taking it in. Are you guys going to throw a little bit extra fuel in at the final stop to allow Bo to go out and celebrate, do some donuts, burnouts, and crash into the tyre barrier down at the end of the chase and send the car off in true style?
I don't think we're going to have the fuel to be able to do it, mate. Our strategy is where we pitted, we should be just able to do 2 to the end with fuel saving. We're trying to do a pit stop less than the leaders, so we're knife edge, so we're probably going to run out on the line. That's the way we're going. It would be nice to do that, but...
All right, mate. Well, there's a lot of people out there that have wanted to send and check in over the years, and a lot of people that have been supporting you right the way through. Again, cultural icon, stalwart, the driver that's done the most laps in V8SCOPS history, the driver that's most races in V8SCOPS history. What have you got to say to everyone that's watching along at home that's been there along for the ride of the ZB Commodore?
I'd just like to thank everyone for supporting me, whether they're having a laugh or whether they're being serious. And yeah, like, honestly, this car's been awesome. I've driven everything from the Falcon to now. This has been my favourite car. So, I mean, I love the old Falcon. I didn't really gel well with the VF, but this has been my favourite car, so to be sadly missed. But I'm more saddened about going to the new cars than I am, excited, to be honest. It's the end of an era.
This is certainly the end of an era. All right, you better go and rustle up Bo Albert. Tell him that we'll commentators cursing the whole way of the line, so we better drive the wheels off the thing and get enough juice to get you there.
No worries, mate. Thank you. Hopefully, we can beat my best ever finish in this race at P9. That's the goal.
Hey, mate,
Good
heads
luck,
up.
Stenny.
You're on track.
Nice.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. And I say the great man Reese because, in terms of driver combinations, Stenny, he's been there, he's been around for so long. Bo's been around for so long, and they're both just approachable fellas. You can go in and have a chat with them, and 3 hours later you might walk away eventually.
Yeah,
When they let you go.
eventually. Yeah, don't worry. I was teammates with Stenberg for a few years at Daco Motorsport and later at Fusion Sim Racing for a time. So, yeah, very well familiar with him. He's a Perth boy like me as well. Much love for Stenny. This battle is going on nicely here. 18th place, Dylan Walker trying to hold off Chastaneuf and Kobe Jones. They're a long way down from where that Trans-Tasman number 47 is standing, but you never know. Something might go on here. Around at the back of the top 20, they're all roughly on the same strategy as well. 10.5 laps complete for Dylan Walker, 10.5 for James Chastaneuf, 11.5 for Kobe Jones. And don't forget, that Summit Sim Sports Everest car has top 10 pace at least.
It's had a drive-through as well along the way. And in the meantime, Jared Philsell's just caught Bo Alberts. This is actually effective race position for both of those guys. That was tight through the kink. But this is actually right where these guys are competing for. There's a little bit of fuel stuff to come out of both of these cars, but effectively that is for track position between. That's cheeky.
Okay, showing the nose to Jared Philsell there. Oh man, I feel a lot better now. Vegemite toast consumed, and I have my energy back right in time for the last 40 laps of this race. Certainly, Bo Albert's got plenty of energy on that car too. Meanwhile, the Trans-Tasman 22 still leading the way of this race, and I expect they'll be effectively forced into completing those sort of close to full stints towards the end, like half and halving the last 50 laps or so, now that there's a bit of that offset strategy there from the 088.
This is going to be a really, really interesting one because they're currently still 7 seconds behind Ross and Talianchi. I reckon Rattray White, that car, so you've got to remember with the fuel splash that they decided to do in the 088 car, that effectively now puts those two cars back on. It's a little bit less than a full fuel stint to get home. So it's about 8 laps worth of fuel that they've got to add to the 088 car, less than the 117. But they're more than that ahead. So at the moment, Philsell's just got to go. And he's just got to try and run down Rattray. Rattray White is effectively leading this race, and Talianchis Jordan Ross is effectively P2. That is what that stop from Philsell has actually told us about the race.
Yeah, and where is the 22 going to filter out and all of that? Because remember, we've still got the Endurance Cup title to think about here. that number 22 is off the lead by some 24 points from the Vermilion 117 coming into this race. And basically, if they want to take the title here in the Trans-Tasman car, they have to win. And right now, the 117 effective race leader. So it's going to be a tough job for them, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's difficult. It's really, really difficult because we say they're effective race leader, but at the same time, the 117's got a little bit of fuel saving to do, so they are going to lose time effective just throughout different points of the stint. It's not as simple. My math says one way. I'm putting a question mark next to my numbers because I know how accurate my own numbers are. They're reasonably accurate. I know that I'll be within about 5 seconds of where I expect them to be, but that 5-second margin basically puts them 10 seconds ahead of Jared Philstone at the moment. So the one thing we will know is that the 22, when they make their last stop, they're going to be electric. They do have a splash and dash lead. They will, more than likely what will happen here for the 22 car is they'll split the difference. They'll run 2 slightly shorter stints, which means they will be supreme on pace across those 2 stints, which is exactly what the 088 car ran at the... Effectively, they did it at the front end. Well, the 22 car's going to do it at the back end, is the way that that's going to work out.
Man,
This is going to be a great finish. This is going to be one of the greatest of all time, I would say.
What a send-off for these cars, right? Incredible. Well, Kobe Jones still stuck behind James Chastaneuf here, trying to find his way past the back end of the top 20. JTI Team Race on Laws car another 4 seconds back, and man, Kobe is absolutely reeling it in there. Look at the track temperature now. It's down to 36 Celsius. Things are really starting to cool down on track as the action heats up.
I don't know about the track temp cooling down. It's very difficult to cool down when you've got Kobe Jones throwing the thing around like that at the moment. But yeah, he's got to cut his way back through this next group. Difficult. Look at Cody Deeth as well. Look at where Cody Deeth sits in terms of the running order. Right on the back of the 143. Jordan Ross has got to do some fuel. So I'd be curious to know whether or not Jordan Ross might just let him go, and then there's his fuel number.
Yeah, that might be the way they go about it. I mean, Cody Deeth, one of only a few drivers to join the over 10,000 iRacing club. So he's certainly got a lot of pace. Usually is active in sports cars though. V8's sort of outside his wheelhouse a little bit, but he's got potential here, and he is looking fast. I mean, comparing lap times for the two of them, Ross running high 206s, it was a high 207 on the last lap for Cody Deeth, but ultimate pace for those cars, 888, 4/10ths quicker than the 143 on their fastest lap of the race. So you never know, could be a move in the books here for Cody Deeth in the very near future. Would Jordan Ross want to let him go with the pace sort of seemingly being in his favour for the time being?
Well, have a look at, and there's a few drivers that sort of sit in Cody Deeth's position at the moment. Younger drivers that are not really supercar drivers, but are just that damn good that they could get in the thing and qualify their way in the Pro Series and like next year. Damon Woods is another one. I'd really like to see Caleb Hydes is another driver with the capability. He picked himself up a world class license, you know, in the Formula 4 Challenge just recently, as we see Jones up the inside and getting that job done. So there's a bunch of drivers that sort of sitting around that category. I want to see them in, I think the Gen 3, you're going to see, oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. I think this is going to be all the way to the end from here for the trans. No, it's not.
No,
it's
it
not.
won't.
Sorry. Yeah. There's a 3 in front of that 6 there, not 2. I thought it was 26 laps to go, but no. All right, so yeah, this is going to be quite difficult to figure out from here. The 143 is going to stay out for the time being. Still got a bit to go on their particular stint. Cody Deeth, remember, is only a few laps away from having to take a pit stop as well. Meanwhile, looks like Jamie Dyke making his way into the pits in the 269 behind, and have a look at this, out in the lead.
Swings and roundabouts. and outfoxing the other guys. So remember how I said the 22 has got a splash and dash to do? They've just done it. And this is about getting track position. This is just about messing with the other cars' head. They're going to be really, really quick for 10 laps here, and then they're going to pit and do their last stop. And it's going to be probably a full stop. And the other thing to consider is, again, Rattray White still has them. What did I say? I said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but everyone else around was going, nah, the 117 car's out of this race. They've just screwed themselves out of position. No, they were on the fuel window. They've just cut out a pit stop. They took a risk. 100% they took a risk. But to win this race, they had to take a risk. And they wanted to win this race. 117 is in the box seat to win this race. Is it going to be a big ask? Are they going to be challenged the whole way to the line? You bet your bottom dollar they are. But guess what? That's what motor racing is all about. This is going to be really tight.
Absolutely is, and I mean the effective top three are all Holdens for the time being, with a couple of Mustangs trying to take that glory away in the final race for the Holden Commodore, the final major event on iRacing for the ZB. Who's going to come out on top in the end? As you say, right now we're expecting it's the 117, but they are going to have to continue saving a tiny bit of fuel towards the end. Remember, of course, a safety car is still possible in these final 35 laps. So
don't do that. Don't do that, Kenny Reese. Oh.
Look, it could happen. You never know. The battle's going on here just outside the top 10 as Brendan Hobson goes for it on Adam Blocker in the Americans Down Under car, puts them down to 14th place. Now Hobbo steadily working his way up. Remember, when we were talking to Brady Baldwin a little earlier, he was down in 17th position. Well, things have worked out nicely for him so far. And don't forget, these cars are all on the same strategy here. They've all completed 15 laps on this stint. And Hobbo is looking mighty quick. Even making that pass on Blocker, he was about 4/10 faster than Jason Bentz up ahead.
Yeah, he is, and you know, again, keep your eyes up and down the field. So at the moment, they've still got some work to do. They're going to pick off probably all the way up to Tomiyasu and Itani. He's definitely in their near future. So that's just it's get out there, get aggressive. The problem being for the 88 car, well, I mean, the benefit actually for the 88 car at the moment is that they're on the correct strategy. So to everyone else around them, Bentz is on their same strategy. Tomiyasu is actually going to pit here next lap. Maybe probably at the end of this lap. Whiting's going to pit next lap. You know, so in terms of strategy, so let's. What we should probably do at this point in time is sort of pause and go, all right, who's where in terms of effective race strategy? Well, in terms of the guys that have got one more stop left to go, it's the 117 car, then it's the 22 car, then it's the 143, then it's the 88. 88. The problem with those cars is that I think that the 143 is going to lose a little bit of track position and fall off the podium just because the other cars are going to have a little bit less fuel to drop in. And critically, Brady Myers is ahead of Jordan Ross by about 4 seconds. That is really, really important because I think the 22 versus the 143 got the same fuel to add. Oh, boy.
Ooh, all right, Cody D. Touring across the chase there and immediately into the pits as soon as Phil Sell comes up on them.
Yeah, that's actually smart. Get out of the way. Don't fight something. Fighting. So Brady Myers to Jordan Ross. I expect them to add a very similar amount of fuel such that the margin that they have on track, that margin that you see right there, that's the effective race position for both of those cars. Where it gets tricky is that the pit stop for the 22 car was 52 seconds lane end to lane end. So 7 seconds more of fuel taken on board by the 088 car to get them home. They currently sit right about that number back from the 22 car. So after the final pit stop, expect those two cars to be banged together on the road, which is exactly where they were. Right now, Myers is going to punch that margin out as much as he possibly can because this is their quick stint of the race. This is all about grabbing track position right now. If they'd have sat around and waited, they would have lost the track position. So this was about flipping the script and taking it back. So right now, I reckon after your final pit stops, your effective running order is going to be 117, 22 and 088 together, and 143 just in behind them. After that is where it gets really, really tricky. We're going to see a really good picture of it, the Triple Eight car pitting and throwing Teo Serrano back in the car is actually really, really important to the race strategy. So the next group of cars that are on corrected strategy is that's not handy, that's not the thing you need to see. Bo Albert, actually on for 5th spot, I think, at the moment. So the 47 car is the next one ahead in terms of corrective strategy. The problem for that car is that they're 33 seconds off the race lead, which means that the 90 and the 168, which are currently still yet to make their second to last stop, is really, really tricky. I think in terms of 5th spot, you're going to have a three-way fight between the 19, 168 and the 47.
So no matter where you're looking in the top 5, there's positions up for grabs. It's not entirely certain where we're going to be seeing them.
Final pit stops, for me, you're going to have, you're going to have effectively a battle for the race lead, a battle for 4th, and a battle for maybe not 4th, maybe it might be 5th. I think the 143 is going to pop out nice, comfortable 4th, and 5th spot, you're going to end up with a big battle of, I think, about 5-6 cars for that spot.
So wait with bated breath for those final pit stops to come round, as it's the second last pit stop for the Fishy Motorsports 1. They're going to be locked into a splash and dash in the final few laps of the race, I think. Still potential for a top 10 position here. It's been a solid run from Michael Whiting and his teammate here in the 025. Only car in the pit lane on this lap. Worth pointing out that the 19 took more than the 22 on the previous pit stop, as well, as Sean McNamara pointed out. And McNamara, the top man at 95 Sim Sports. So if we can trust anyone on the car's strategy, it's him. It was a full tank for Hayden Sell. And you know what? They're just about to come in for their final, for one of their final stops here. Yeah, second last stop. Same for Brad Ratu as well at the wheel of the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car. I don't know where that car's going to filter out in all of this. But I mean, yeah, the entirety of the top 10 is still up in the air at the moment.
So for the 19 car, they've got a really, really tricky proposition. I expect they'll probably be looking to throw O'Shea back behind the wheel, which means that they've got to get him behind the wheel, they've got to take a larger stop. Right, so this is quite critical. So they've got to at least take 30 seconds of static time to get O'Shea. I'm just making predictions. Stell's pace has actually been, I wasn't watching it earlier on today, but his pace has actually been better than I thought. His most recent lap prior to coming into the pit lane ran an identical lap time within the 10th of a second to Brady Myers. So their pace is really, really good. Stell's actually not drifted. I thought they were going to drift a lot more and fall back from that battle, so they've actually done a really, really good job there. But yeah, it comes down to what are they going to do? And yeah, O'Shea's in. So this will be the longest stop for car 19.
And there we go. And a bit of a spectacular pit entry for Brad Ratu in the 168 behind, as the number 22 moves back through to second place, and the gap for the lead is 6.8 seconds. So keep an eye out for how that gap's going to change when they come in for their final pit stops. And 18 laps complete here for the Vermilion 117. I gotta wonder, so we've got 32 laps to go. 25 laps is a full tank stint. We've got about 7 laps to go before we expect the Vermilion 117 in, which means, are they going to extend this stint out a little more, or are they going to try and pit as early as possible to get to the end, as Spence does a little bit of bump drafting there on the 19, fresh out of the pits in 8th spot.
So the 117's got to go to that 25 marker. Absolutely has to go to that 25 marker, because that's where their fuel will take them. Right, so the earliest that they can pit is going to be 25 to go, so 7 laps from now. The big question circles in around the 168 car. Where did they pop back out? I think they've lost a lot more time.
They have. It's a full tank for them. They've come out in 15th.
So they'll have a splash to do at the final stop, so they will climb back up. But yeah, it's tricky. Very, very tricky, and they should be quick through this next segment of the race too.
Well, even though this is way off that top 10 battle, still plenty going on there. Bruce Tannock back in the 1-2-3 and having a big old adventure at turn 2 as Teo Sorono, fresh out of the pits, moves his way to the front of this pack for 19th place. Kenneth Latta is back in the 269 now, and how far is he into the stint? 4 laps, so a little bit fresher tyres now on the 888 by 2 laps or so. They're absolutely driving away from Bruce Tannock and Trent Allen, as well as Zach McDonald shortly further behind. They're all about 18, 19 laps into the stint. We're expecting them to come in the next 5 to 7 laps.
So it's just, yeah, all that we can do right now is watch and wait. Our numbers are saying one thing, but it's difficult. So we're expecting this one was always going to happen. We just didn't think the 143 was good enough to just be quite close enough to these guys. But yeah, this is really, really important because that now clears Phil, so just go hard, right? So he's now cleared that spot. That car's out of the way, and they needed to get that car out of the way as soon as physically possible. Because remember, 22 lost a second or so, getting caught up behind traffic a couple laps ago. They didn't want to lose any time in behind the 143. So
it'll be crucial to see what the lap times are like, as Brady in that clear air has been running solid mid 205s for the last few laps. Phil Sell's previous lap, 205.6. So, I mean, the gaps are very small in terms of lap time. These two cars are absolutely going at it in the final couple stints of this race. But Phil Sell, like you said, is going to push as hard as he possibly can here. Got plenty of clear air ahead. The next car up the road is actually the 22. There's no one in between them.
yeah, so that margin's so. It depends on the numbers. We were expecting it's about a 6-second margin on fuel for Rattray White to Brady Myers. But remember, when is Myers going to come in? He should. For me, here's the difficulty. I've got somebody running the numbers in the background telling me one thing, and I'm sitting here going, I don't think that. I think it's actually a little bit here, but he's actually using math, and I'm just using, my brain. So I like to trust my brain more, but I don't.
Yeah. I'm tending not to use my brain at all at this stage of V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, which is ironic because this is when you need the most brain power to work out where everyone's going to sit. I'm largely relying on you for that, Scott. But looks like another pit stop on the cards here, with the fastest lap now going to the 19, the first 204 that we've seen on race pace here. The track temp is cooler, it's late in the race, it's rubbered in, and O'Shea is absolutely flying.
And he's got gets in, goes hard. This just shakes things up again because everyone else has thrown their fresh tyres on already. And Dylan's like, okay, let's pop out in a little bit of a time period where we're a little bit more fuel on board than everyone else around us, but we're just going to go hard because we're going to have fresh tyres on board. So pretty much what's happened, if you have a look at all three of the cars that are on the same strategy. So we've got the 22, the 143, 22, 088, and the 19. All three of them have come in at different points in the race. So what's happened is the margin for all three of those cars is even sword. And then you've got fuel differences in between them. But effectively, 088 came in first. They put fresh tyres on first. They went hardest first. The tyre offset wasn't as much at that point in time, but they're going to have fresher tyres on. Then the 22 went, right, we've got to undercut these guys because you can't just let them run away with it. And then we've got to run really, really quick laps. They had a lot less fuel, so their car should be really, really quick and agile. Then the 19 threw fresh tyres on it. And it's the fastest of a lot of them, but it's got more fuel on board. That shouldn't have run the fastest up of the race. It should be one of the other two cars. So for O'Shea to do it right now, this now muddies the water just a little bit more because now I reckon that 19 might be back in the equation. Just throwing that lap together at a critical point in time. He took half a second out of Brady Myers. He took 9/10 of a second out of Phil Sell. That is really, really critical. This next 5 laps right here is the most important time of the race, and it's in the 19's hands. It's in Dylan O'Shea's hands.
Yeah, Dylan O'Shea, you can always trust him to be right on the pace, up at the front.
He just went purple. He went purple from underneath the tree all the way to Skyline.
Very quick in the middle sector of the lap. A 2:05.2 on the previous lap for O'Shea, and compare that to Myers and Philsell, a 2:05.3 for the 22 and a 2:05.8 for the 088. Things are just starting to come back into the hands of the 19 for the time being. Now though, battle just outside the top 10. Orbit drop in, Neptune, a car that we haven't given much publicity to today. They've had a pretty quiet race, but they've worked their way up. 16 places gained over the course of the entire race here. And they're on the same strategy as James Chastaneuf up here in the 427. They've both completed 21 laps on this stint. I would expect them to actually be making it a full 25-25 stint to the end. So they won't be able to push as hard on the tyres as some of the ones taking a little splash and dash or so, but still potential here to get into the top 10 if things fall their way.
Yep, so they've run a reasonably clean race, and that's what you need. They were in a... Walker just had he just was in the wars at Sandown. Horrible race day to be a part of. He just couldn't get away. Whenever trouble happened down on the track, he was just there.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's to see them turn that around and have a brilliant final race of the era is amazing. Can't ask for more.
For sure. And the battle for 8th place is hotting up as well. Again, 2 cars on the same strategy with 21 laps completed. Adam Blocker versus Jason Bentz. A little bit of a look from the American as he finds his way down to the chase. Maybe didn't quite get the exit that he wanted there. But for now, Bency will hold on to that one. It's really closing up in the braking zones, isn't he? Blocker feeling quite confident on the stop pedal.
Yep. Really difficult time period right now for Blocker, for both of these guys. They've been out on these tyres for 22 laps at this point in time, so they're pushing the margin. They need to get to 25, 26. So really, really difficult, and they've just got to save fuel. I think Blocker's just going to try and go the distance, because the trouble that these guys have got is if they have to come in for a splash of fuel, their day's ruined. They slip way outside the top 10. That will throw them back probably, from where they are at the moment, will probably fall them down to about 15th spot, 14th, 15th spot. So you'd rather save the extra fuel here and make sure that you get it home, or, you know, go the other way. Go really, the problem is if you know you're not going to make it, go hard. Just absolutely go hard.
A little bit of drama down at the chase here, I think, for the Pacific Esports Racing 077. Car was running in 25th place, but they've lost 2 spots there at the end of the lap. Looks like contact with the Phoenix Racing Team 86. Sho Kanatake trying to go up the inside there, and very unfortunate there for Stephen Banks. There wasn't really much he could do about that.
Yep, that's racing. That's tricky racing. Again, back end of the point of the race, everyone's tired, everyone's working really, really hard, everything's used up, can't get offline, can't put yourself in the wrong spot. Tyres are really, really second-hand. Cars wiggling around because the fuel's come out of the thing right now, so difficult to drive at this point in time.
Now it's up to the 808 Frog Leap Juiced racing car. Robert Crisdale trying to find his way past William Brown for 25th spot. Banks just falling behind these two thanks to that contact from Kanatake. All behind. All involved in their own little battle here, and there's actually a lot of strategy variance in this fight too. That Phoenix car at the front of the pack is only a couple of laps away from coming into the pits. Crisdale, we saw in the pits 10 laps ago.
I think Kobe Jones just pit.
Yeah, he did.
So for me, that's too far short. He's going to have to splash for like a lap of fuel, 2 laps fuel.
Yeah. I mean, a safety car would probably help them out a little on that, but yeah, you're right. It's they're just that little bit too short.
Holy cow. Brady Myers is going like you wouldn't believe at this point in time. Half a second he put on Jared Philsell. my word. He's just going for it. 205, 4, 5, 6. He's fast. He's only 3 tenths away. Such the track temperatures come down now. That 088 car, we thought it was going to come alive. It's not. It's drifted away.
Yeah, this is weird. I wasn't expecting this. I thought Phil Sell would at least be matching Myers, if not gaining on him at this point, but Trans-Tasman have turned up the wick, haven't they? You know, Myers very narrowly missed out on the Bathurst 1000 win last year. And I believe it was Phil Sell that he was battling with for the lead on the final lap. Just put his car in the wrong position and compromised himself coming into Griffin's Bend. He'll be having that in the back of his mind potentially, wanting to avoid a repeat of that mistake. And so, putting these laps down like he is, he's just trying to get the margin up as quick as he can, and it's working.
Basically what he's saying is come and get me. Come and get me. He's got a light car right now. That margin on track is really, really important between those two cars, because now I think he's going to overtake him on pit strategy. It comes down to the amount of fuel that they've got to add at this final stop. And if they have to add the same amount of fuel, well, then that's the actual margin for position. The difference between them is 14 laps in terms of tyre life. And Zach Rattray-White is just like, just get me to 25 to go. You've just got to get one more lap out of these tyres after this one. 1.5 laps left on this sit, and then you can pit. And he's good.
Yeah, it looks like it. Pit stop, meanwhile, for the Trans-Tasman 47. Albert coming in with 25 laps completed, still 26 laps to go. So they're going to have to do quite a bit of fuel saving in this final stint if they want to make it home without having to take a tiny little splash.
I've just got to, again, the penalty for not getting that fuel right is so massive that you would rather give up 15 seconds out on the racetrack fuel saving than you would have to come and make another stop, because another stop's going to cost you 25-30. So you'd rather give up 10 to 15 seconds and you're still plus 10.
Look at that. He approaches. Does Brady Myers. This gap coming down here versus the 117. Pretty insane, I have to say. Well, in comes the Vermilion car. 25 laps to go when they cross the line, and into the pits they come. They will commit to a full stint right to the end here. The Trans-Tasman car, a little bit lighter, got a bit more to go on this stint. Should expect them in around about 10 laps from now, I'd have to say.
The Trans-Tasman car is probably actually only about 3 or 4 away from pitting as well.
Right.
They actually really, really undercut, so they are short. They will not run this a long, long way out. This is now for on track, and is there damage now to the rear end of that 74 machine? I think there is. I don't think that was there earlier.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, oh no, that was from the contact under safety car when the number 50 ran into the back of him. Well, the pass was made on the 017, and now both Bence and Blocker will find their way into the pit lane here and make it a full tank to the end. The same for James Chastaneuf here. And, well, we'll wait to see what the rest of them do. Ryan Jones trying his best to find his way through on Chris Boxhead here. Chris is very fresh out of the pits. Question is, does the 41 bring it into the lane here? Actually, looks like they're going to continue on a little more. They're going to try and get a little more out of these tyres and this fuel tank so that they can have a nice fresh car at the end.
Righto, so this is what it comes down to. This is all the planning, all the number crunching, all the strategizing. Everything comes down to this. And the problem is, for the 22 car, is you can go another couple laps, and that's going to buy you better tyres at the back end of the race. But you don't want to give away the undercut. If Rattray-White comes away and he's got track position, and you've only got 3 laps fresher tyres than him, well, he's got the track position. The ball's in his court. You've got to go out there and find a way past and do it in a right hurry, or you're just going to get stuck. So I reckon you're going to see the 22 car in. It wouldn't surprise me to see the 088 car in. The problem for the 088 car is right now they've drifted a little bit too far back. So now they might do the flip-flop. They might run really long on their strategy, go for the overcut, because they're going to lose track position anyway. So if you're going to lose track position, you know you're not going to pop back out with the lead. Go long, give yourself some tyre life, hope the 2 guys up ahead fight just a little bit. That brings you back into the equation with the rubber underneath them as well.
love all the permutations of this race. You know, everything is still up in the air with one stint left remaining in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, one stint remaining in the 2024 season, and one stint left for the Gen 2 cars in major events. There's a request being satisfied from earlier. Someone wanted to see Brad Ratu's entry into pit lane, and that's exactly how it went for him. Ratu now trying his best to get back up to his teammate Dylan Walker. Got a lap car in between them. That's the Wheelie Bin 091, and it looks like one of the drop bear cars is going to find their way into the pits, and the same for the JTIT Race on Oz car of Tyler Blackburn. Really impressed with the run from the number 13 here.
Yeah, they've done a really, really good job to get themselves back in and amongst the contention and just place themselves in a lovely spot. So here we go. I heard more pit lane alarms. You're just going to, for the rest of the next 5 laps, you're just going to hit pit lane alarm going off over and over and over again down at the entry of that pit lane, because it is just about to get incredibly busy. The 143 has been in and out, and they're now fighting alongside of Ryan Jones on the run out of turn number 1. Gets the job done. So that's important for them because, again, fresh rubber here. Really, really fresh rubber. You got to maximize this stint of the tyre. Reese, we've been waiting it'd be 50 laps. We've been waiting 50 laps for this strategy to finally play out. I got chills, mate. I've no idea where anyone's going to pop out. We've got to wait 5 minutes. We wait 5 minutes, we'll finally know what's happening around the mountain and who's potentially in with a thing to win this. We know who the contenders are. What we don't know is the order they're going to get shuffled out in.
Yeah, this is exciting. It's like waiting for lotto, right? Waiting for the lotto results. You want to hope that your numbers come up, and all of the teams will be hoping that their numbers are the ones that come up here across the top of the mountain. Jordan Ross chasing down Coxhead.
I'll counter you. It's like waiting for a kebab at the kebab shop because you just never know what sort of quality they're going to drill out.
Yeah, actually, fair. I'd appreciate that, definitely. Feel like a kebab after this one, to be honest with you. Oh, man. Well, Kobe Jones now up into 16th place. That Summit Sim Sports car has been doggedly fighting its way through the field, overcoming a penalty. 3 laps out of the pits. They are, I mean, like the Trans-Tasman car pitting with 26 laps to go, the 47, they'll have to fuel save to the end. Stenny says that is the plan. This car pitted a couple of laps earlier than that. So I think they're locked into a splash and dash towards the end unless a safety car happens.
Yeah, no, it's going to be, it's for anyone that pit any earlier than the 47 car, they're out. They've got to do a splash. 100% they've got to do a splash. 26 laps is the maximum range you're looking at. Anyone other than that is going to do so much fuel saving, it's not worth even trying.
Yeah, you couldn't possibly extend the stint that much. You couldn't possibly save that much fuel without costing yourself way more time than you'd cost just coming in for the stop. In comes the 41 for the final time. Ryan Jones bringing it in. I wonder if they're going to switch back to Andrew Dyson for the end. They are. Dyson jumps into the 41, and they're going to come out. Looks like outside the top 15 there. They might be in and around the Summit Sim Sports car at the very least.
I think Summit Sim Sports they were early too, so they're going to have another stop to do. So they will.
Yeah.
Even though they'll be popping out right behind them, they're going to pop out effectively ahead of them just with the drive-through.
Go then, Andrew Dyson coming out outside the top 20 there. This is the car chasing them, Paul Warwick in the Fishy Motorsports 3. But they're a bit too far back to really take advantage there. Battle for 16th ongoing. Ben Christensen versus Rob Crisdale. 14 and 15 laps respectively in these cars. They are locked in for a splash. Let's say about 10 laps from now. Maybe a little bit less than that if they want to get those fresh tyres on sooner.
I just don't think you can wait. I think if you're in that 088 car and but the problem is you're letting these guys just disappear into the sunset. I think they pulled the trigger too early is their biggest issue. They wanted to say to Brady Myers, you're not fuel saving off me. Instead, what they've done is Brady's just gone, all right, that's fine. Go and ruin your tyres. Go run them off. I'll be up here, and I'll just run my pace. You've gotten out of my way so I can run my lines, my laps, and put it all together, and they've done that really, really well. So I reckon from Lobs Esports, the biggest thing they're going to have to work on for next year is strategy, because their pace is supreme, but their strategy's not always in the longer races. That's where they've thrown it away, and they've thrown it away on a couple of occasions. The pace, supreme, absolutely. Fastest cars all year, hands down, absolutely. I'll give it to them. But they've got to sit down and crunch their numbers and think through things a little bit better. Did they pull the trigger a little bit too early today? Maybe they did. These are experienced campaigners that shouldn't be making these sorts of mistakes. You know, when you make a strategical error at this level, it gets punished supremely. And if they lose this one today, I think they've thrown away 1,000.
Yeah. Looks like that's going to be the case. Latta versus Sorono here. They find themselves in 9th and 10th. The cars we were looking at a few moments ago, the Americans Down Under and race car simulation cars, should filter into these positions when these cars take their final pit stop. Philip Kraus and Brian Borg coming out 3 laps ago. They pitted around the same time, actually exactly the same time as the Synergy Sim Racing 88 there. They might be able to filter into 7th, maybe 6th. Or actually 8th spot, from what I can see. No, actually, 9th. They'll filter into 9th, because the Trans-Tasman Racing 47 has already completed their stop and their fuel saving. There might be a race on our hands, potentially, for that 8th, 9th, and 10th spots. Keep an eye out. Wherever you look in this field, there's something just boiling away in the background, waiting to happen. I don't think we have a live track map on screen.
No, we don't get a live track map, because it's, realistically, what you've got to talk about is just sort of where all the cars are on track. And again, the track is just covered in cars at the moment. So no matter what you do, you're gonna encounter traffic. So you can't get away from traffic. The difficulty, look at the margins that Phil Sell's just losing at the moment. And this isn't traffic affected. He is out there running in clear air. It's got nothing to do with traffic. So how long does Brady Myers wait? How long does Dylan O'Shea wait? How long is the fuel differential between those cars? We're now 20 laps at the end of this one to the end of the race. So I'm expecting Myers in either this lap or next lap.
We'll find out in just a few moments. Passing the Race on Oz Commodore into the chase. Does he keep the drivers left coming over the hill? He does. In he comes. Here's the big statement. Now, is the 9.5 car going to respond to this? They were running about 3/10 slower on the last lap, so maybe the tyres are... Oh, okay, Lob's coming back in here. That's going to be their final stop too.
Just think about this. This is a crucial moment. We've waited and waited and waited with bated breath. The Gen 2 era is going out the door. The final time into a pit stop at the mountain. O'Shea's going to go on. Reese.
Oh, okay. This is interesting here. 12 laps completed on this stint. I don't know if this is the right decision here for O'Shea. If I was in his position, I'd follow the leaders in. I'd bolt on fresh rubber, because we know that O'Shea has the pace to run with them on fresh tyres.
Here's the thing, and it's looking at those two cars that dived in the lane. As soon as both of them went in, no, I'm not coming in. I don't want to do what they do. I've got to do something else. I can't do exactly what everyone else does if I'm in Dylan O'Shea's shoes. I'm fast enough. I'm good enough to contend for a podium here today. I'm good enough to potentially be there for a race win. But if I do the same thing as everyone else, I'm never winning the thing. And this move is about winning the race. What's happened to the 088?
Yeah, that's a longer pit stop than we were expecting for that. 36.8 seconds. So, yeah, we were expecting them to have a shorter pit stop than the 22, right? They are out behind the 117. Okay, we're going to have to reconsider a few things here.
Yeah, and that's just come down. Remember how I said Myers just kept ticking away? 19 came in, put fresh tyres on, and burned them off, and Brady just kept going and going and going and going. And that's what it was. That's what it come down to. Michael Talios just said in the YouTube chat, you've got to hand it to Brady. He's driven the wheels off this thing today. Yeah, he has. And the most critical time was the middle part of these stints. Middle part of the stint. It wasn't the opening part of that stint. He went out there and he definitely attacked and he tried to take the margin out, but he didn't take too much life out of the tyre. And that's been the critical factor, is as soon as the 088's cars started to drop in performance, Myers has maintained. He hasn't fell as far off the hill.
Here we go then, 20 laps to go, and we're only waiting in the top 10 on pit stops for the Team Jinx shifters. 208. Vermilion 888 and 269 down in 9th and 10th. Robert Dropbear Jupiter car still going, 12 laps in, and Dylan O'Shea currently in the race lead, and he's continuing on for another lap from here.
You just watch. You watch, you wait. 143's done all they possibly can do. They've played themselves in terms of strategy. They're about 17 seconds off the back now, so their podium's gone. But overall, that's a lot closer than they were expected to be at the end of the running. If you have a look at that first half of the race, they were a lot further away. They were still sitting about where they are on track, but they were much further away from being on the podium. So the second half of the race has been good for them. Really big tick of approval.
Zach Rattray White will continue on here behind the Orbit Dropbear Jupiter Mustang.
I'd flash them at this point. I want them gone.
Yeah. It's fresh out of the pits, much fresher tyres. He'll be trying to dive up the inside somewhere, but at the moment, Ratu holding on to the position, and I think Rattray White will be getting a little frustrated now. He's coming up to a run across the top, where if you're behind someone you're clearly quicker than, there's no chance of getting past them until the elbow.
Yeah, I want them gone. I'm on fresh rubber. Unless Rattray White's still got a fuel save, is the only question that's going through my head. Unless there is a fuel margin here that he still needs to cover off. But if that was the case, why did he show the nose on the run up to Griffin's? I don't think they need to.
I mean, they pitted with 25 to go, which is exactly how long a full fuel tank stint takes. So I don't expect that they'll have much of a margin. Remember though, the pit stops that took the longest with full fuel were around about the 45 and a bit second bracket. It was a 44.8 second stop for Zach Rattray White. So I don't know if they've short-filled it by a couple of litres.
Get some track position, yeah. It does something. Or they're just, I don't know what's going on, but they should be just roaring past Brad Ratchford. I'm not really being able to do it. Ratchford's pace is actually really good here.
Very strong at the end of the race.
No, he's just in the hole. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Across the curb and across the grass goes Zach Rattray White. Doesn't get into the wall.
Here we go.
That wasn't great there.
He's got to let him by.
Oh, man. He had to slow down. That is such a shame there. A crucial mistake for Zach Rattray White. Thought he could go for the move, but was just too late on the brakes.
I reckon he missed a gear in the middle down there too. Because there was no pinch fronts, no nothing like that. The rear end of the car didn't wiggle around. I reckon the engine braking just didn't kick in.
That's a hard deal. For Vermilion Esports 117. And I mean, with it still up in the air whether or not the Trans-Tasman 22 is going to take the win here, you never know. That might be the Endurance Cup put in jeopardy for these guys.
Well, it will be. It doesn't matter. If the 22 car wins the race, the Endurance Cup goes the way of Trans-Tasman Racing.
Yeah,
so.
Indeed. And, hang on, Jay's saying that you're onto something here. You might have missed a gear indeed. Let's listen in.
Well, I don't hear that very often. The car spat sideways in third.
Yeah.
He got a wiggle in the rear end when he grabbed third. So he grabbed third fractionally early.
Yeah, if he downshifted a tiny bit later, it might have been a good move up the inside, but well, that's all she wrote. Them's the brakes, etc., etc. Whatever cliche you want to insert, go for it. 117 now just has to try and follow the 088 to the end. And Phil Selt now has the fastest lap of the race. We're down to a 2:04.7 for best race pace, and we're still not sure what this car's going to do just yet. Meanwhile, another chat has been alerted to us. We can welcome to the commentary booth co-driver of the 351 entry and former head administrator of V8SCOPS, Mike Korolev. Welcome back to the comms box, Mike. It's been a while.
It has, Reese. Indeed it has. Thank you very much.
You know, you and Simon deciding to have a run here in the final race for the Gen 2 cars, and I mean, you're running outside the top 30, but nonetheless, you've had a pretty clean race. A couple of big incident avoidances as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We were never going to set the world on fire. Let's face it, if we were, we'd be racing Scots all the time. But look, a lot of fun. We spent a lot of years on the other side of doing this, and I just said to Simon, let's do it, mate. Like, if we can get in, and, probably we didn't get in on pace, we got in because the field wasn't full, but still, we've had a ball out there. We stayed out of Hidden Grave and avoided a couple of incidents and pretty much had a good race and kept it pretty clean. So, fun, heaps of fun. We really enjoyed it.
Excellent. It's good to hear that you guys are enjoying life again after being down on the doldrums and the admin channels for so many years here. I mean, Scops has continued through quite a few trials and tribulations, and it's still here at the end of the day. You know, we were talking a lot last year about the decision you and Simon made to hand over the reins to AOG. At some point, you know, you can't keep running a series forever. But regardless, are you proud of what you've achieved here and what you've created has become?
Well, yeah, Reece, I've got to say we really are. And we look at it and we think, we worked with you guys, we worked with Jay, we worked with the general public and so forth, and we built this up into something that we could be really happy with how it ran, even though there was always a bit of controversy backwards and forwards. You're always going to get that. But we turned it into something that I think the whole community looked at and said, wow, this is great, this is what we want to be a part of. And then being able to let the boys at AOG take it over, and when it was time for us to sort of step back and say, yeah, we've done our fair share, and they've been able to run with it, and people are still coming, and they're still racing here, and it's still good racing, and you've still got great guys out there racing really fast and having a great time, and it's good racing. It's still really, really, really good racing. So, yeah, Simon and I and Henry and the guys are just happy to sit back and watch it keep kicking on, which is just fantastic. So we hope there's many years to come.
Excellent stuff. The gap for you guys at the moment, you're a bit on your own on the racetrack at the moment. Got round about a minute or so either side, if not a little bit more. So now it's just a case of getting to the end, really. From the fuel numbers we're seeing, I think we're expecting one more pit stop from you guys.
No, we can fuel save because we're 2 laps down. So 2 laps down. So we've got about a lap to spare now if we're just a little bit careful. The Simon's just I had to save a little bit of fuel just to make one extra lap, and then Simon can do the same. So we should make it home from here without any problems. And like I said, we're not going to set records. Actually, we are going to set a few records for you today. So, Reece, you're the stats man. So tell me if there is a driver pairing age group older than the two of us.
I don't expect there would be.
I'll jump in here, Reece. I've unmuted by Mike. Mike, I've got to talk to you about something. Now, you and I raced this race together a long time ago.
We did.
I hate to tell you that you and Simon are not going to beat the performance that we put in that day, because we finished top 27, and you're not going to get in the top 30, mate. So not good enough. And also, I don't think the abacus is to add up the age goes up to 170 to combine the age. All right, I'll shut up now.
Go up to 170, but no, we will be the oldest pairing out there to ever have made the grid of the Scops, I can tell you, because we've got to be like 102, 103 maybe, combined age, of course.
Well, regardless, Mike, congratulations on what you created here with Jay and Simon and everyone else involved behind the scenes in V8SCOPS for the first 10 years of its existence. And long may it continue into the future. Thanks very much for joining us, mate. Good luck.
One final
pleasure.
question.
Thank you very much. Yes, Scott. Yeah.
One final question, mate. Random safety car or no random safety car? Well, where do you stand on the equation?
Look, I like them, but the race hasn't done us any favours. We were hoping that there would be more safety cars, but we actually worked the safety cars well and stayed out on the first one. Flew around and got a lap back, dived in, got fuel, got back out onto the queue and got a wave around. So we pulled 2 of our 3 laps back, and then when the next one came, we worked I did the same thing again, and we got back onto the lead lap. I would prefer to have them this race I think needed 1 or 2, but from the look of it, it's still pretty exciting all the way through between those 2 front guys on the different fuel strategies. So I don't know. Some races you're going to say no, but in a race, sometimes we've seen them where you just got to say, oh yeah, I'm glad we had them, because it really made things interesting all the way around. But I don't know. Does this race need it? Does this particular one? I'm an advocate for yes, but does this one need it? I haven't been able to watch it close enough to see, but.
I think the safety cars with the four has just been perfectly timed. The other thing I will say is congratulations on the symmetry. You ran 80 laps, and if you finish 1 lap down, Simon Black will also run 80 laps. That'll be perfect.
Oh, there you go.
Lovely even share.
Unfortunately, they're 2 laps down, so it'll be sitting right at 80, but it'll be just about bang on.
Well, you're not going to believe this too. Simon still hasn't set a quicker lap than me. How's that happen?
I don't believe that.
Mate, we're having a ball. Thanks for having us in the commentary booth. We've absolutely had a ball today. We tried to stay out of everyone's road. I don't think we've balked anyone in particular.
Can we get you to issue the drive-through penalties because you guys issued too many over the years?
Well, I wouldn't have taken this race on if Brenton O'Brien was in the bloody administration, because he would have nailed us.
Get out before you get more trouble. Go, quick.
See you, Mike.
In the background, that shot.
Oh, yeah, we'll say goodbye to Mike Korolev just in time for something to happen here at the exit of turn 1. That is the 66 of Sean Vandermeulen stopped on the side of the road.
I don't think he's got power.
Okay.
Or there's a hardware failure. The engine's running. The engine is absolutely running.
I mean, they're close to pit entry and close to the paddock entrance as well, so maybe race control won't call a safety car?
They're debating it. There is a lot of debate, so they just said to them, is there any chance you can get this car to that access road just down in front of you? And they said, no, we've got no steering.
Oh dear. Oh yeah, you see that? Goodness. Yeah, that's where the steering went for Vandermeulen. How did he get it to turn 1 though? Was it a reset? Yeah, reset the wheel and it went again, and then unfortunately on the exit of turn 1, off it went once more. Oh boy, this could be the final sting in the tail that this race.
Well, look at the issues he's having.
Yeah, he can't control that thing.
Is it damage or is it steering wheel issues?
It's steering. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Now he's had a full PC failure, so looks like he's blinked out from the session. So sorry everyone, it doesn't look like there'll be a safety car thanks to that. So yeah. That's an interesting one, because there's your effectively that's a suspension or an upright or a steering arm failure is as close as you're going to get to that. Yeah, indeed. Dramas down at the chase. Contact between the Drop Bear and Race on Oz cars, and slithering back onto the road there. The Justin Wallace and Tyler Blackburn machine. Wallace still remaining in 17th place, and looks like the Orbit Drop Bear Neptune car has redressed the position there. So everything's all fine on that front. Coming up on 12 laps to go in this race. This is the view that the 41 had. Just pressured the Drop Bear car into braking late and just slipped on through.
man, you know, Bathurst 1000, it always comes back to you, doesn't it? Something always happens in the final hour, and 29 degrees Celsius track temp. If there's speed out there, you got to go and find it. How about the racing deeper in the pack at the moment?
Hammering over the curbs at the chases, Teo Sorono, as Dylan Walker tries to chase him down here. Justin Wallace finding himself at the front of this trio. And now, 13 laps on the cards here. Brady Myers looking to bring this thing home in the lead. I mean, they got 9 seconds over the Phil Scott entry. I think, you know, barring a big incident or another safety car, I don't think that gap's going to be made up.
Yeah, and the problem is, just having a look at them on those shades, the pace has gone out of that car again, so they've got really no opportunity to go and rip enough time back out to run down Rattray White and nick third spot. By the way, fastest lap of the day battle comes down to 0.003 of a second. 088, 204.713. 19, 204.716. 0.003 of a second. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, that is crazy. Pace difference from our second and fourth place cars. We've seen some brilliant lap times being set here in the cooler conditions. Van der Meulen, meanwhile, is back in the server. Hopefully he'll be able to make it back out on track, but I don't know if race control are going to allow him back out.
No, that'll be... He's actually back out and circulating again.
Okay.
So there was no request from race control, and theoretically he didn't actually intend to tow. That was a hard PC failure, so...
Yeah, true. Have a look at this. Making their way into the top 10, Americans down under. Bill Kraus still being chased down by Brian Borg. Then they've got about 14 seconds ahead to the Synergy Sim Racing 88. For now, looks like the most they'll be able to gain is one further position. The only car in the top 10 that we expect to be coming into the pits soon is Kenneth Latter in the Fishy 269. Just completed his 24th lap on that stint. Expect Kenny in at the end of this particular lap, and then these guys will be fighting over numbers.
So 66 is actually going to be forced to retire, and they've just hit the barriers really hardly coming down the S's of the dipper. That car is now destroyed.
Yeah, the way it goes. Super difficult to control the car down the S's from here. Out of Forest Elbow and to the pits, I presume.
Yeah, it hit the wall really... What you've got to remember is it hit the wall really hard on the left front corner on when the wheel failed the first time, and they've just hit the front left corner of that car really hard again.
This is how it happened. Coming down and trying to turn in, but a little too late on the brakes through the S's, just carrying way too much speed. The fronts did not respond at all.
Just watching the traffic at the moment, just trying to make sure that he doesn't interrupt anyone and cause any dramas. Yeah, still getting back to the lane. Do you wonder whether or not it's a big ask to get home from here and actually go and run them down and win the race, but they've just been taking steadily some margin back out as Phil Sell at the moment over the last couple laps. It needs to be more than that is the problem. So they're 8.5 seconds back off the lead with 10 laps left to run. So it's got to be about 8.5 tenths of a second per lap. Which it's not enough, but should there be a fuel question mark up the 22 car, well, that'll solve it.
Yeah. Don't forget, though, similar pit stop times between the 22 and the 088. If there is a fuel issue on board the 22, I'd be very surprised.
Or the 088's also got the same fuel issue, basically.
Yeah. You've either got two master classes or two disasters waiting to happen. That's the way it usually goes at Bathurst as the racing continues on here with the number 13 Race on Oz entry. I mean, they've been in the wars here in the final stint, and Dylan Walker now finding his way back past them. Teo Sorono jetting away. Oh no! Oh no! Here we go. The 13's in the barrier, but they managed to keep it going. What?
Yeah, the flash of the headlights. I don't blame him there.
Yeah, that was sketchy. So Wallace on the outside here of Dylan Walker, and then coming up Mountain Straight, it was just a slight touch coming over the top of the hill here. Walker was trying to stay middle of the road and force Wallace tight, and then just moved over on him just a little bit there. Fishtailing.
I reckon they've both actually moved over there.
Yeah,
there was a little
Wallace
space
to the left a little.
Yeah. And it's not much, because there wasn't much margin between both of those cars. But I reckon as they've both crested the hill, they've both sort of come across.
Well, that number 13's definitely got plenty of damage now. I don't know if it's worth repairing with such little time left in the race, but man, a strong race for the 13. Coming to a bit of a premature end there. Should still be able to keep it up to the finish, but it definitely lost straight line speed.
Time to go. And the drama's still brewing in the background.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
Oh, no. Okay. Kenneth Latta will be none too impressed with that. Wallace catching the grass and, well, you get a bit loose at the chase. That's what happens.
No meatball flag.
All right, let's get another view of this then. Latta definitely with the advantage over Wallace, and I think what Justin should have done there is just let him go on entry, because like he tried turning in for the chase and Latta was still there.
Yep.
And that number 13 had no chance of holding on to that position anyway.
Yep. He was always going to yield it. So.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Silly, just silly decision making, but it's the end of a long day. We've been at this now for 5 hours and 44 minutes on the dot for the race, let alone the grid set, let alone the preparation beforehand, let alone the guys on the West Coast who had to get up early, let alone the guys in New Zealand who are a couple hours ahead.
Yeah, it's been a long, hard day for everybody involved in this race. On all sides of the action. Hopefully, that's the last we see of any kind of incidents like that, but you never know. 9 laps at Bathurst, a lot can happen in 18 minutes.
Have a look at the lap times between first, second, and fourth at the moment. The 3 cars that were all on the same strategy. 22, Brady Myers, 205.093. 088. Jared Philsell, 205.064. 19, Dylan O'Shea, 205.067. 3 thousandths of a second between the 19 and the 088 car, and a couple of hundredths in between both of those cars in the race leader. That's how tight it is. And this is why everyone's sort of like looking at this generation saying, yeah, it needs to be shaken up. Yes, the best drivers are still going to be up there. But there have been how many Bathurst thousands here over the last 5 years? The car, everyone knows the setups of the car. Everyone knows what you can and you can't do with the car. Now you got to go out and you got to learn it all over again. You got to challenge yourself, and that's what everyone's looking forward to. It's just a new generation, a new formula, what you can and can't do.
Yep, time for a change, and in 8 laps' time, that change will truly be upon us. Holden leading the way in the top 3 positions here at Bathurst. And the Holden Racing Team tribute livery is the one out front for Trans-Tasman Racing. 205.2 on that lap for Brady Myers. We'll see if there's any further gains made by Jared Philsell, but looking at the gap, it looks like things have stalled out a bit. And Race Control reviewing that incident between Fishy and Race on Oz. No surprise there. Yeah, it looks like, again, there's barely anything between first, second, and fourth, right? They've all set 2:05.2s on that lap.
Yep, absolutely nothing in between them all. I was just keeping half an eye on the Vermilion car that sits in third spot. They've been just seeing whether or not their times continue to drift, because if Dylan O'Shea can continue to maintain that lap speed and it drifts away from Rattray White just a touch, well, you know, their third place is locked up. The problem that Rattray White has is that he is in a cloud of traffic at the moment. He just can't go anywhere, whereas O'Shea is just free to run his lap times.
And if O'Shea is able to catch up to a lot of this traffic on Conrod, then he'll get a further advantage from that as well. There's O'Shea at the moment. Just coming up across the top of the mountain, and as you can see, all alone on the racetrack. Can't even see another car for quite a distance here. Look over the hill, there's nobody there. Down through the S's, nobody there. So O'Shea is free to drive as fast as he needs to here to catch things up. Look at the way that front end bit into the dipper. One thing that I will say about O'Shea and his driving is he's always able to get the fronts to grip up exactly when he needs them to.
Yep, drives it hard, drives front limited. Yep, as much maligned as he is, I'll always have a soft spot for him. I don't know what it is. I just like him. I just really, really like him. I gel well with him. I don't understand it. You know, everyone's got that aggressive driver that they do like and an aggressive driver that they don't like. And Dylan, for me, has always been, I don't know why, but on the right side of that coin.
Well, in the midst of things, the Americans Down Under car has found themselves not with the Racecraft Simulation car behind them, but the Team Jinx Shifters 208. And Chris Coxhead, who did only 10 laps ago, got a 7-lap tyre advantage over Phil Kraus there. So there could be a move on board for the 208, depending on how things go in the final few laps. And Kobe Jones has caught right up to Brian Borg as well. Still positions yet to be changed at the back of the top 10.
Yep, and Bo Albert is being run down by Brenton Hobson. How cool would it be to end an era to see those two boys go at it? And yeah, what a day. But that's the margin. That right there is what you're looking at. About 1.8 seconds, and it's about a bit more than a tenth. It's a tenth and 3/4 that Hobbo is ripping out of him. And if as soon as he gets that toe, it'll be more than that.
Yeah, certainly will. Don't forget, Albert's going to be fuel saving as well, so he's giving up a bit of extra time every single lap. That's got to be worth something. Hobson pitted a single lap later than Bo Albert, which means he should be on course to get to the end still driving flat out. But Albert having to be a little bit conservative here in the final few laps.
I don't think there'll be any more traffic for these guys. They should be okay. So this will just be an out-and-out race between the two of them. Jordan Ross, Michael Talian should have done a phenomenal job for that pairing. Again, they should have been a mile and a half off the lead. They're going to finish 41 seconds off the lead, but they were going to finish about there anyway. So, you know, probably another 15 seconds further back, I'd actually have them that if they didn't have a go at the alternate strategy. So I would say overall, a little bit of fuel saving, that strategy's worked for them.
It has, and they're all on course for a strong top 10. Speaking of top 10, looks like the battle for the final few positions in it has heated up a bit. Coxhead's gotten past Kraus, did that at Griffin's Bend in the cutting. And now Kraus falling behind, as it seems Brian Borg and Kobe Jones have caught right up to him again.
Here we go, four-way battle. Finish it off, isn't this exciting?
Yeah, and I got to say, like, the Americans Down Under team, you know, it's been one of my favourites over the years. Locker and Kraus always showing up on the dot every year in the V8SCOPS Enduro Cup because they just love these cars. They're active more on the IndyCar side of things, and Kraus, of course, second place in the IndyCar Butt Kicker Pro Series that just ended earlier this week. So, you know, they've got a lot of experience, a lot of speed on board that car, and they're always in the mix somehow in the top 10 right at the end.
Adam Blocker's, I believe, the community lead for the IndyCar side of things as well for iRacing. So I think he actually helps set the calendars. And sort of comes up with, he knows a lot about the weather conditions and how those cars activate in the weather conditions. Really, really important for fixed setup racing to make the Indy cars actually race close together, and well, not even close together, but create either tyre fall off, or a draft pack race or whatever it is. He knows those cars inside and out. Very, very different car to a supercar, but both of those gentlemen are incredibly. You don't get at the top of that game. For Phil Kraus to finish on top of that championship, it's so unique, right? Because you think about NASCAR, you think about V8 supercars, and those two cars are reasonably quite close together. But for NASCAR, you've got to have a lot of oval, and for V8 supercars, it's just all road courses, there's no ovals. NASCAR has a little bit of road courses. Well, for IndyCar, it's bang, split it down the middle. It's 50-50. You've got to be good at both disciplines. And then he comes out here and puts on this sort of a show in a completely, both of them put on this sort of a show in a completely different style of car with a heavy body roll car. ARBs are adjusted in the IndyCar as well. It just shows the talent level of these sorts of drivers. It's very rare that you get drivers that are able to perform at this level. At an above average level, absolutely, there are a lot of guys that can do it. But at this level, in cars that are so disparate, is few and far between. There are very, very few drivers. Bo Albert's another one, but they are just a rare, rare breed.
Absolutely are. And I've still got my commentator hat on, so I'm going to not show too much bias here, but I personally hope that Kraus will be able to fend off this fight, because it'd be awesome to see those two get a top 10 in the final race for the Gen 2 V8s on iRacing. But they have got a lot of battling ahead of them here to try and keep Borg and the still very fast Kobe Jones right behind them. It was nearly a second difference on the last lap in terms of lap time between them. So keep an eye out across the line here, see if the times have equaled out a bit. Kobe Jones starting to look a little scrappy behind them there, and 2:06.0. He's still fastest of these three. Chris Coxhead, though, is driving away. He's in the 2:05s.
Was there a moment for the 088 car on the most recent lap? They just did 2:06.5.
Oh, they did, actually. I'm gonna...
They were about a second a lap slower. Actually, it was 1.2 seconds slower than the leader, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna run back and see.
Oh, yep, well defended. Well defended from Brian Borg. Held off.
Well defended indeed, and looks like Jay's found what happened to the 088. Keep our eyes peeled for the full story to be told that happened up at the cutting. On the brakes there for Phil Sellen. Oh, that's a bit too wide there. Managed to clip the wall as well. Those tyres have definitely given up now.
Yeah, got out in the marbles very, very early. Is what set that up. So I was just sitting there going, oh, there might be enough in that to give them something to show at the end of the race. No, there was a little bit more in it. It was fuel saving, and absolutely. So I think this is going to be the battle that we'll have to watch.
Yeah, this is the closest fight in the field, aside from the battles outside the top 15 here. Keep an eye out for Kobe Jones here. Bit of damage to the front. That'll affect his straight line speed. Slight aero damage. So the slipstream is really important to stay in. You see that he's not gaining all that much. He might just be lifting off the power a little bit to allow Borg to keep going here. Maybe they're driving to a number. Maybe they want to try and reserve their lunge for the final lap of the race. You never know.
And the other thing to keep an eye on in the back of your minds is, Bo Albert just eked about 0.5 of a second back out of Brenton Hobson. So that margin's down to about 1.2, 1.3 seconds. And if Hobbo can just sniff inside of that draft range, he'll creep up on the back of him much, much quicker.
Yeah, still worth keeping an eye out there. The fight between Albert and Hobson. Separated by about 1.5 seconds at the moment, but we still have 3 laps left to run of this race. Brady Myers in the 22, just coming up to the chase now. It'll be about 18.6 kilometers left in this race, and I'm sure the drivers are going to be soaking up every single meter of that.
Not much left. We're running out of time on this generation, on this iconic era of supercars.
I'm just taking it in, honestly. There's been so much history, these cars on iRacing. I remember all the way back when the 2014 cars were first brought in, the Holden came first, the Falcon was added later, and when the Holden was added, that was when the first V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 was run, and what an experience it was. We've seen some incredible drives over the years. We've seen Jared Filsell absolutely dominate further back. We've seen the incredible win for Dayco Motorsports with Sam Sutton and Jake Maloney behind the wheel in 2015. That was an incredible victory there. We've had many incredible drivers who have gone on to even bigger and greater things, such as Josh Rogers, such as Jordan Caruso, Cooper Webster, all now in Europe, racing for some of the top teams in sim racing like Coanda and Redline.
Speaking of Cooper Webster, we went on to IndyCar Pro Series results this week. How about this battle as well?
Oh, side by side on the way in here. The two Mustangs side by side, and contact is made. That's Michael Angus biffing Teo Sorono just a little bit. And the slowdown has to be served for the 888. And Kobe Jones has come back into the pits. Looks like he was saving fuel. Couldn't make it.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That would be nice, please.
Around the outside of Hell Corner. Not often you see that kind of move, but Sorono absolutely nailed the power. He's going to be well ahead by the time they even get to the top of the hill.
How good for these guys. They're very, very happy with their drive. By the way, update on Bo Albert versus Brenton Hobson. It is now within the draft range for those guys.
Kurt Stenberg was talking earlier in your interview with him about his seat moving back under brakes. It looks like he actually lost a bolt out of it, as he's explained in the YouTube chat. So we're getting answers to many of the mysteries of this race. Ugh. One more mystery here for Brady Myers is, will he be able to find his way past Ben Christensen? I mean, he's got the gap to play with. It's now out to over 13 seconds, on my timing at least, a high 12-second bracket on your timing tower there. So Myers can afford to sit behind Christensen for a bit, but still would expect him to let him past.
Yep. So margins, it's just irrelevant now. It's just sit down, sit back and enjoy for Brady Myers. Final 2 laps of an era. And for these guys, have had a long, long journey, long time between race wins for them. Running an iconic throwback HRT scheme. Red Lions will roar for one final time at the end of this lap. You'll hear them the entire way up Mountain Straight. You ride with them across every inch of this place. Reese, it just oozes moments. It just oozes drama. It oozes desperation sometimes. We've seen it all. We've seen contact. We've seen hard pack racing. We've seen safety cars. We've seen strategy today. This has been... Normally you see this race and you just think, oh, it's gonna fizzle out. I mean, it has at the end, but there was 50 laps there where we had no idea where anyone was gonna shake out.
6,213 meters remain in the V8SCOPS season, and for the ZB Commodore and Gen 2 Ford Mustang, Brady Myers leading the way out of Hell Corner. And you're right, you know, this race, yes, has fizzled out a bit at the end, but I think it's worth it for the fantastic racing that we've seen over the last 50 laps. The strategy battles, the racking our brains trying to figure out where everybody filtered out. The battle's still going on here between Brenton Hobson and Bo Albert for 7th place. The 9.5 SimSport 19 is up 38 positions. The Trans-Tasman 47 is up 37 positions.
Oh,
some incredible runs through the field as Hobbo gets a little bit closer and could have a run here on the final lap.
He's gonna have a crack. He's just put in so much margin under brakes. He's so much better than Bo on the brakes at the moment. Bro is really struggling to pull this car up. And for these guys, when they cross the start-finish line, it's their final lap of history. The farewell Holden Commodore is going to stick it to the Trans-Tasman Blue entry. What more could you ask for, Reese? What more at the end of 1,000 kilometers worth of racing than to see two titans go at it?
Yeah, love it. Have loved every second of this race. And it has been a pleasure to bring it to you all here on SimSpeed TV as Albert goes defensive into Griffins. Hobbo's not going to get past into the cutting. He'll have to wait until the elbow. We're going to have to wait until the start-finish line to see, I think, perhaps the most appropriate livery possible for this leading car. Brady Myers and Joshua Anderson came here ready to fight, and they certainly have. They had to try a few things on strategy, but they've gotten it done. One more corner to go, sliding out of the chase, and I'm sure they'll slide out of Murray's corner too. Holden's time is over, but they come out on top.
1,000 kilometers, 1,000 reasons why you're not going to finish this race. They lit it up at the start of the race. Josh Anderson laid down some licorice out the rear end of that car. They lost track position, but they fought back all the way through. They threw it at them. 088's going to come home second. Rattray White will come home third. And I tell you what, Bo Albert and Hobson are just about to duke it out on Conrod.
The battle for 7th and 8th is still not over. Brenton Hobson in the slipstream of Bo Albert. Here we go indeed. The momentum's with him. He's going to show the nose to the inside of the kink. Hits the curb. Bo Albert defensive on the inside, but Hobbo's going to try round the outside here. He's going to have the geometric faster line out. Oh, good Lord. He did it. He did it. Go, Hobbo. Albert sticking the nose out there one more time. Locks up a little, but Hobson puts the 88 in P7.
I just hope there's a penalty on one of the cars ahead of them. I'd love to see that car finish 6th one more time. I know it's tough to ask for a penalty for no reason. What a day.
What a day indeed. And how about the drives from a lot of these cars? I mean, Andrew Dyson versus James Chastaneuf here. Battle of the Mustangs for P12. The highest finishing Ford is Dylan O'Shea in the 9.5 SimSport 19. Dyson can't get it done on Chasty in the end, and Teo Sorono will be about to win the battle versus Michael Angus there. Defensive into Murray's. Here comes Michael Angus. Almost running into him. Coming into the final corner. Across the line they will come, and it's the end of an era for them. Justin Wallace for JTIT Race on Oz. A few wobbles there in the final few laps of the race, but he will finish in 18th place ahead of Ty Delaney in the Fishy 07, sorry. One more Gardner gaff in there for the end of the Gen 2 era of V8SCOPS. Holden finishing 1, 2, and 3. Let's go through our results. I mean, the top 3 cars finished in the order they started in. The numbers do not tell the full story. They don't even get past the contents page of the full story. Just an incredible drive from Myers and Anderson, from Phil and Scott, from Zach Rattray White and his teammate Jake O'Reilly. They are your podium. And with that, Trans-Tasman Racing 22 win the Endurance Cup. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, it took them all the way to the end. Yeah, what a margin. You know, phenomenal racing all day. Myers from Philso, Rattray White, Dylan O'Shea home in 4th. They threw everything they possibly can. Ross from Brad Ratchew, Brenton Hobson gets that move done on the final lap of the race, and Bo Albert, Chris Coxon, Phil Kraus hung on to it. He held on to the top 10.
He did. Excellent stuff there from Phil Kraus and Adam Blocker. Top 10 for Americans Down Under in their final run in the ZB Commodore. Brian Borg was fighting with them all the way to the end there. He ends up finishing ahead of James Chastaneuf and Andrew Dyson, only 3/10 the gap at the very end. Sorono and Angus rounding out your top 15, with Orbit Drop Bear Neptune coming home in 16th place ahead of the Fishy 269 of Kenneth Latter. Justin Wallace, Ty Delaney and Joshua Horton bringing their cars across the line to round out the top 20, just about a lap behind.
Yeah, outside of that, 21st is over 1 lap down. All of these guys at 1 lap down. Ben Christensen from Sho Kanatake, Kobe Jones, Robert Crisdale, Matty Skulls, Jaden Green, Paul Warwick, Craig Schultz, Stephen Banks and William Brown round out the drivers that finished that final stint.
31st place at the very end, Anthony Visma and Damien Cairns. A very tough race for the Accelerate Sim Racing car. Simon Black and Michael Korolev come home at 32nd. Our former head honchos here at V8SCOPS. Jake Slade bringing the Project 36 Mustang home in 33rd ahead of Steve Veller and Vincent Skillback. 4 laps down there for the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic 091. They had a really tough one indeed. Same for the Tulip Racing car, Bavero and Lipsky. Warboys and Stone Street, they had a really tough run of it. Half an hour spent in the pits, but they managed to keep it up there and finish inside the top 40. Vandermeulen, the last car to have a major problem out on circuit of a technical manner, as Pepperell and Baker were not able to bring the 34 home. 48 laps from the end. The 686 Pacific Esports racing car out due to technical issues, and Thomas Hins, what heartbreak there. Him and Brett Loxton out due to a crash at the S's. WKMP Sim Sports 2 car running into the back of a group of cars that spun at the top of Reed Park. Byron Phillips and the Eclipse Sim Sports Kittens team, they had a really tough one indeed. 43rd in the end. More than 100 laps ago, Paul Young retiring from that one for Phase 4 Motorsport. The Orbit Drop Bear Mercury car involved with them in a massive smash there with Benjamin Smith, Dean Powell and Rehan Leonage, some of our first drivers to unfortunately fall out of the race. Powell, of course, the only driver in his car, and had to retire due to not satisfying the minimum lap requirement. But there we go. That is the end of the race and the start of the chance we can have with our winners. The first drivers to join us are the crew of the 22, Brady Myers and Josh Anderson. Go to you first, Brady. Coming across the line in first place in a Holden at the end of an era, it must have felt bittersweet.
It does. Yeah, what a way to go out for Holden. Pole and a race win, that doesn't really get much better. I just feel a bit sad for even just on the sim, but yeah, great way to send off Holden and say goodbye.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I think, I think it was last year or a couple of years ago, you were fighting super hard with, I believe, Phil Sell for the win, and ultimately you missed out on the final lap. It must feel good to get some redemption for that.
Yeah, I've come second to Jared a few times now, so it's actually good to finally get one on top of him. Apparently he had a bug in the final stop, and it's a bit unfortunate for them, but the way it shaked out for us, it was quite handy, and it was a good arm wrestle. They definitely had us covered in the first half of the race.
Yeah, and Josh Anderson was the driver who took the majority of that brunt there. Josh, the car seemed to handle fantastically once the track temperature started coming down. I mean, we were expecting you guys to fall off a bit because it seemed like the Lobs Esports car was more geared toward those cooler conditions, but you managed to find something in that 22.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we had a pretty, the way the race went, we were pretty close with Lobs the whole day. I think be a little bit more competitive near the end, but just like the track temp was probably a bit higher than what maybe I've been hoping for. But overall, I think we're stoked with how the race panned out, and Brady did an unbelievably good job. So that was awesome to witness, and I'm happy with how I drove. So that was it's cool to be a part of Bathurst win, especially as we're both massive HRT fans growing up. So to do it in a Scaife tribute livery, pretty special.
Yeah, only appropriate, and also only appropriate that it's Trans-Tasman Racing that come out on top in the final Bathurst 1000 for the Holden Commodore. TTR, one of the veteran teams of the AusNZ sim racing community, Brady. I suppose now we move on to Gen 3, and you can enjoy winning the Endurance Cup with that victory too.
Completely forgot about that, but yeah, that's awesome. We're a bit cranky with ourselves after Sandown. We we had a fuel bug where we didn't get enough fuel in, and yeah, that kind of threw the race for us. And yeah, so we came into this race with a bit of vigor and a bit of mongrel about us, and yeah, we both put our heads down, and yeah, just really glad to get away with that one.
Well, on top is the position you're in, and you have a view of the entire floor, which is now yours. Is there anyone you want to thank for your result?
I just want to throw a big shout out to Ando. He put in the work this week, and he drove fantastically. He really knuckled down in that second stint. I thought he drove fantastic. Everyone at TTR race set, we made an awesome race car, and I think it just goes to show hard work pays off. So thank you to them. Thank you to Extra Motor Trimming, to VRS Extra, Cardifex, TP Race Design, Cole Warwick Designs for doing the delivery for the HRT car. So big thanks to Cole. Thanks to you guys for the broadcast. And yeah, just being a shout out to my friend Tyler. He's doing tough. So thanks, Tyler.
Indeed. Well, Brady Myers and Josh Anderson, thank you both for joining us, and we'll see you next year, I guess.
No worries, mate. Thanks so much. Awesome. Pretty special moment for us.
Indeed. Enjoy it. Josh Anderson and Brady Myers, your winning team from the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. And to round things off, we're joined by head admin at LZ Online Gaming, Dan Yeaman. First year in the books for SCOPS under AOG control, and well, couldn't have asked for a better ending.
I mean, yeah, today's been pretty good. Obviously, a couple of busy moments there for us in race control during the course of that one there, and then the safety cars that came with them in the middle. But all in all, just to thank everyone who came out today. 48 teams pre-qualified, 48 cars started the race, and for those who were able to make it to the end, congratulations, commiserations to those unfortunately who had to retire short.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Gen 3 is coming, Dan, and it's pretty much a given that SCOPS is going to be moving to Gen 3. There are still some things to sort out regarding supports, though. There's a few TBDs in the air which the community can help with.
Yeah, 100%. Part of the thing that we really want to emphasise going forward, now that we're being given responsibility of the series from Simon and Mike at OSR, is to really emphasise the community element that is in the V8SCOPS acronym, and really invite everyone who's either raced this year or is thinking about racing next year, be it SCOPS or supports, to let us know what they want or what they thought of this year, so that we've got ideas and stuff to work with. So yeah, we've got a Google form that's available. I've posted it in the YouTube broadcast chat today. It's also available via the V8SCOPS Discord or the V8SCOPS Facebook page. So they're the three places you'll be able to find it most easily. Yeah, and just really allow you guys, because you're the guys that are racing, to really shape what happens in this series, because there's only so much that I can understand when I'm watching you guys race and not being out there with the racers in the moment.
Well, I guess we can give the floor to you for a moment here, Dan. Is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to for helping to make this season happen?
Oh, 100%. Whilst I'm, in a sense, the voice of AOG these days and the way we run things, it is very much can't be done without Tom Wilkinson, Simon Mazzomo, who have been helping with admin, along with Jay playing many hands as well this year, and sort of a continuation of SimSpeed's contribution to V8SCOPS and supports from admin's side. Also to Dan Stevens for V8SCOPS race control and safety car duties, and Lachlan Capel in support series race control and safety car duties. Having those people who helped us fill out our ranks there means we have a race control team for those series. It makes it all possible. And then, of course, to Jay, once again, as well as yourself, Reese and Scott, for being our voices for SCOPS, as well as to our other commentators such as Dean Hunt and David Mulqueen, a cameo appearance this weekend on supports and commentary yesterday. Look, yeah, it's a massive team effort. We'll certainly be looking to find more people. There's a lot of things that we have had happen this year when it comes to admin and social media, those kind of things. So the more the merrier in many respects. If there are people out there that think they can contribute in some way in a particular spot, let us know and let us find a way to integrate people into the process.
Well, thanks very much for jumping in with us, Dan, and yeah, we'll see you next year.
You will indeed. And just before I sign off, Reese, whilst we don't have a calendar confirmed, because we are trying to make sure we've got every possible contingency in place and make sure any issues with clashes like we had this year, based on the way the calendars are shaping up, we are fairly confident to say look forward to seeing V8SCOPS 2025 Round 1 Sunday, the 1st of March next year.
There you go. Mark that date in your calendars. If you're interested in racing in this series, get on the Discord, fill out those forms, make sure that you're in this because, man, what a season it was, Scott. And once again, a real pleasure to bring it to everyone out there.
Yep. Can I just say one thing that has to come back for next year is Dan calling the drivers Muppets on the in-race radio when they absolutely are. I prefer to hear that my drivers are dealt with appropriately, and that was the highlight of my year, I think.
Yeah, highlight of my year as well. Well, that's us going to say goodbye for now, everybody. Thank you so much, everyone on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch and Kick, whatever streaming platform you're on. We really appreciate you being here with us to send off the Gen 2 supercars on iRacing in a high-profile event capacity. We're moving to Gen 3 next year, the Camaro and the Mustang coming to iRacing for 2025 Season 1. Pour one out for the Commodore and the old Mustang. I'm Reese Gardner, Scott Rankin with me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy behind the scenes here on SimSpeed TV. Goodbye, Gen 2. Hello, Gen 3. Goodbye for now.